Hello everybody, my name is Vangeris, and today I will be doing a commentary of the Modern Warfare Trilogy, where I will take you through all three of the original Modern Warfare games, talking about the campaigns, multiplayers, Spec-Ops, and survival modes as we go through them, with a critical analysis of each game after the walkthrough in question. We will then go through some comparisons at the end of the video before arriving at the conclusion, where I will give my final thoughts on the trilogy as a whole. Some housekeeping notes before we dive in. Each section of the video has timestamps to take you wherever you want to go, so feel free to jump around or skip to whichever game you're most interested in. Also, several of the multiplayer clips are from mods that allow bots in multiplayer, as opposed to what I could record in 2023, while over a decade after each game came out, the hype has died, and well after each multiplayer has been broken by hackers. But what can you do? There are also going to be short introductions to each game, as this commentary will be unusual compared to the others I've done. The original Modern Warfare sub-series didn't come out back-to-back, as the production company of the trilogy, Infinity Ward, began a rotation with Treyarch beginning with Call of Duty 3, where they would go back and forth producing a game for the COD franchise every other year. The short version is that a new COD game came out in between each Modern Warfare game, so those will be mentioned in each introduction for where things stood at the time of each game's release, and any notable changes that popped up in between each Modern Warfare entry. Finally, you are free to disagree with anything I say in this video, as I believe open discussion is essential for anything you can talk about. As such, please leave comments letting me know your thoughts, stories, and criticisms as the video goes on. I enjoy reading them, and they help me iron out the kinks in future commentaries. But let's get down and dirty as we jump into arguably the biggest Call of Duty sub-series, the Modern Warfare Trilogy. The original Modern Warfare came out in 2007 and was the fourth Call of Duty released at the time, but the first to take the franchise out of a World War II setting and into the modern era. This is a significant change, as they couldn't rely on historical conflicts like the Allies versus the Axis powers for content, and had to become more topical, at least aesthetically. Because of this, the game shifts tensions from the Allies versus the Axis powers to Russian ultranationalists fueling a civil war in Russia, and conflicts in the Middle East, where you will usually play as an American Marine or a British SAS officer. This modern jump allowed for an exploration of modern technology not present in the previous games as well, as you'll see when we jump into the campaign itself. This new setting also lends itself to the multiplayer, but we'll get there when we get there. Now let's dive into the campaign proper. Before you reach the main menu, you'll have a cutscene play beginning with the famous 50,000 people used to live here, now it's a ghost town. This is a reference to the Chernobyl disaster of 1986, where a nuclear reactor in Soviet-controlled Ukraine had a meltdown and radiation spilled out around the area. They won't go too deep into that in the game, but I'm mentioning it now for context. Then we get the primary antagonist of the game, Imran Zakhaev, monologuing about the leaders of Russia prostituting them to the West, destroying the Russian people's culture, economies, and honor. Then we launch into several action scenes where we see Marines in the Middle East, SAS officers on a cargo ship, and civilians getting gunned down before we return to Zakhaev, saying that as they have laid waste to our country, we shall lay waste to theirs, as we see a nuclear explosion in the background. Then we get a visual of nuclear missiles launching before we get something in Russian. I couldn't find a translation of this on the internet, so please let me know what this means if any of you speak Russian. Anyway, we cut back to more action scenes with attack helicopters shooting rockets, some samples of the night vision mechanic, as well as some sneak peeks as to what is coming. We get more shots from various missions we'll see later, and lots of explosions and bullets, before crashing into the logo for the game itself. But with that, we can get into the campaign proper, which is broken into 5 sections: the Prologue, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and the Epilogue. The campaign starts you off as a member of the SAS, where we get a description of current events from the perspective of 2 of our squad mates, Gaz and Captain Price. They go over the good news, how a civil war is taking place in Russia between government loyalists fighting ultranationalist rebels, with 15,000 nukes at stake. Then we shift to the Middle East, where we get information about Khaled al-Assad, the second most powerful man in the Middle East, with the resources to be top dog, but Intel is keeping an eye on him. Then Captain Price asks what the bad news is. Gaz informs him that they've got a recruit fresh out of selection, and his name is Soap. This is the man we'll be playing as, and we'll drop out of the cutscene into the actual game. From here, you'll get a basic tutorial for the shooting mechanics and some basic facts about gunplay. You'll also notice the Porter Justice posters around, poking fun at the absurd action heroes often portrayed in movies. Then we'll move on to the actual tutorial, where Gaz runs us through some shooting exercises. He'll explain that bullets can penetrate thin, weak material, and he tests our shooting ability. Then we'll pick up a sidearm and swap back and forth a bit before we're told that switching to our pistol is always faster than reloading. Then we're told to gut a watermelon, where Gaz commends our fruit-killing skills. We'll then be told to head to Captain Price as he wants to see us. Simpler times for video games, wasn't it? We'll walk up to the hangar and the door opens to reveal Price and another guy that sounds like Gaz. They really seem to love the voice actor for Gaz, as he appears several times throughout the trilogy as a whole, which was weird at first, but now seems like a running joke within the series. Anyway, Price questions our name and calls us a Muppet before telling us that it's our turn for the CQB test. This test involves running the cargo ship test solo in less than 60 seconds, reminding us that Gaz holds the squad's record at 19 seconds. We'll climb the ladder and grab an MP5 at the top, along with some flashbangs before Price explains the rules. We'll be going from position 1 to 2 and so on, while following his instructions at each point. When we're ready, we'll slide down the rope and wipe out the targets at position 1, then head to the lower level before Price tells us to throw a flashbang. We'll do so, and move through the next 2 rooms before using another flashbang to clear a room before the final sprint to the finish. Depending on your time, the reaction will change. If you take too long, Price will chastise you, saying that you should take less time, not more. If you have trouble with accuracy, Price will comment on that as well. If you beat the Infinity Ward best time, or get anything that recommends the veteran difficulty, he'll say will do. A little underwhelming of a response, but he isn't one to throw out idle praise. But you can run this course until you get good, so have at it if you aren't satisfied with your time. When you've gotten enough cargo ship practice, you can head to the monitors to debrief, where Price will inform you that the cargo ship mission is a go, and we're heading out at 0200. With that, the mission is over, and you can select what difficulty you'd like to play the rest of the game in. It will automatically target whatever your course score was, but I'm picking Recruit because I'm here for the vibe, not the grenade spam. With that, we'll saddle up for the next mission. The next mission begins with Price informing us that the intel for this operation came from a Russian informant, who we'll meet later, and that the package is on a freighter with a small crew and security detail aboard. Gaz will ask what the rules of engagement are before Price says, crew expendable. Then we jump into a stormy night as we close in on the ship. You can see Price smoking a cigar before readying up for entry. You'll slide down and cut down the bridge crew, then you'll go through the area where you can kill a drunk and some sleeping dudes, where you'll find your first intel. Intel is a collectible that allows cheats once you've acquired various amounts of intel. These cheats range from enemies exploding into tires all the way up to infinite ammo. Fun stuff, but you'll have to find most or all of the intel to achieve the real fun stuff. Anyway, we'll clear the deck before the chopper helps us clear out the upper floor of enemies. We'll then breach a side door with Gaz pulling out a shotgun, as he likes to keep it for close encounters. We'll breach and make our way below deck, where we'll deal with more enemies. After dealing with them, we'll reach the cargo hold and clear each section as we get closer to the package. We'll run into more enemies on the catwalk, and then more in the next area. Price will throw a flashbang in, and we'll clear it out before finding the package. It gives off radiation readings before we open it to find what appears to be a nuclear warhead with Arabic writing on the paperwork. We were supposed to retrieve the package, but we have no time, as we're informed that 2 enemy helicopters are on the way. Price has us grab the manifest in the container before we make our way topside. On the way back, the ship will be attacked and begin to sink. Price will grab us up after the shock, and things kick into high gear as we navigate our way out as the ship begins to fall apart around us. We'll eventually make it outside, where we'll jump for our chopper. We nearly fall because of Soap's weak arms, but Price saves us from going down with the ship. The pilot will inform command that the package was secured, which isn't technically correct, and that we're returning to base. Then we get the title card with the famous Modern Warfare theme as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Marines tracking a car that President Al-Falani is in. This mission is basically a story mission without interaction, so it's a good time to go to the bathroom or get a snack or a drink while it plays out. For those who care about it, it features you driving from Al-Falani's previous location to his last one. All the while, you will see different scenes of Al-Assad's troops in action as they take over the city and kill anyone that opposes them, civilian or otherwise. You'll be thrown into a car where you will also meet a character that will appear later. You'll also get a speech by Al-Assad saying that today they rise as one nation in the face of betrayal and corruption. He goes on to disgrace Al-Falani by explaining that the people of his country trusted him to deliver the nation to a place of prosperity, but like the monarchy before, only colluded with the West for his own personal gain. Collusion breeds slavery, and Al-Assad says they shall not be enslaved. He goes on to say that the time has come to show their true strength as the West underestimates their resolve. The West needs to be shown that Al-Assad and his nation do not fear them. As one people, they will free their brethren from foreign oppression. Their armies are strong, cause is just, and as he speaks, their armies are nearing their objectives, by which they will restore the independence of a once great nation. Then we arrive at our destination as Al-Assad says that their noble crusade has begun. Then we are taken into an arena with Al-Assad, along with the main antagonist of the game, that we'll talk about later on. Then we are tied to a cross as Al-Assad says Zakayev's line from the intro cutscene, "Just as they lay waste to our country, we shall lay waste to theirs." We see a small power play by Zakayev as he points a Desert Eagle pistol at Al-Assad before flipping it so Al-Assad can take it. I found that to be an interesting thing to show given the power dynamic between the two, and the differences between these two leaders that we'll see as we go through the rest of the campaign. With pistol in hand, Al-Assad says that this is how it begins, before executing President Al-Falani, and the mission ends there. The next mission begins with Gaz recounting Al-Falani's execution on national television, before Captain Price explains the situation. The Americans have plans for Al-Assad, and it's too late to do anything for Al-Falani, but in less than 3 hours, codenamed Nikolai will be executed in Russia. Then Price informs us that Nikolai is the informant in the ultranationalist camp who supplied the intel on the cargo ship operation. Then Price says Nikolai's in hell right now, but we're going to walk him out, and that we take care of our friends, before we drop into the mission. We'll begin in a small creek, where Price explains that we're meeting the Loyalists half a click to the north, before Gaz and Price have some banter about the Loyalists being the good Russians who won't shoot us on sight. Then we get moving, and we are able to use night vision goggles to see in the dark and take out the enemies in the way with our silenced M4A1 SOT mod, or silenced M21 sniper rifle. You can also see to the left that we have a myriad of explosives available to us as well. After taking out some guards, you can hear a television recounting what happened with Al-Falani with the news report that the American military were given the order to invade just a day after the execution. But we've got to move on. The next area has a few enemies and houses where Gaz tells you to place claymores in front of the door and then to get the enemy's attention. We do so, and one enemy gets blown up by the claymore while we shoot the rest. This has always been a weird thing for me because it feels like a tutorial for how claymores work, but we do it in such a weird place in the mission and campaign since we don't get claymores very often, and there are very few missions where we have to defend a location, which would be the best opportunity to use claymores. Just seems like a weird place to put a claymore encounter. Regardless, you can stealth past them if you're quick with your gun, and move up to meet the Loyalists just behind the next building. When we meet them, Price and Gaz say they can smell them before we meet Sergeant Kamarov and his men. He'll inform us that their target is the BM-21s on the other side of the hill. He further explains that those rockets have killed hundreds of civilians in the valley below. Before heading out, Price stops Kamarov, reminding him of Baru, before saying that he's with us, implying that they've worked together before. Kamarov guesses he owes us one before we head up the hill. When we reach a good sniper spot, we see the rockets going out and an opening in the hedges where we can lay down sniper support. You'll be able to snipe some folks before enemy helicopters appear. Then we move to take out the helicopter troops as Price tells Kamarov that he wants the informant. Kamarov brushes it off, saying that they'll take out the BM-21s and carve a path straight to the informant. On the way to the helicopter troops' position, Gaz says that we should just beat it out of Kamarov before we engage the helicopter's payload of troops. You'll see my special sniper skills of click, click, click until I hit them. You'll also see that I forgot there was a second wave of troops that spawn. Then Kamarov asks for help to support his men from the cliffside. Price refocuses on the informant, but Kamarov says that the further his men can get into the village, the closer we will be to securing the informant. From here, you'll join the boys as you look down into an area with several enemy soldiers in compromising positions, as well as a small tank. All of them are vulnerable to your grenade launcher from this vantage point, so have fun. We eventually make it to the power station at the top of the hill, where Kamarov begins describing a need for more sniper support before Price motions to Gaz to do it. Gaz pushes Kamarov over the edge, demanding where the informant is before he tells us he's at the house at the northeast end of the village. Gaz is happy with this, then tells the sergeant to go sit in a corner. Then Price says we have to reach the informant before anything happens to him. We'll hook up and rappel down, where we get down and dirty with the enemy. We'll clear the area before moving up to the house we need to breach. Price orders Gaz to cut the power around the back of the house. He does so, and we go stealth again as we take out enemies inside. Price even comments on the night vision goggles making it too easy. This only lasts a while as we reach the upper floor, where some dudes spray around the room before we reach the informant. We identify him, and he says he can still fight. We then meet our helicopter to exit the mission, where Nikolai asks if the Americans have already attacked Al-Assad. Price says their invasion begins in a few hours, and Nikolai says that the Americans are making a mistake, and that they will never take Al-Assad alive. The next mission begins with a transition to Sergeant Paul Jackson of the U.S. Marine Corps in the Middle East. We're going after Al-Assad, but we have to find which building he's in. It's short and sweet before we helicopter in. You can see and shoot RPG enemies on the ground, but it won't matter since you're a main character and can't die yet. We'll rope down and head over to the first building we need to breach. We'll take point and clear the building out, which houses a stock of weapons if you want to try something other than the M4A1 out. Personally, I like to keep the shotgun for close encounters. We'll finish clearing the building, but there's no sign of our target. Once outside, we'll get intel that he's broadcasting from a TV station half a click from our position, so we gotta make our way there. We'll clear the streets on our way to the building, with Lieutenant Vasquez leading the way. There are a few buildings around that have a couple different weapons like RPGs, Dragunov sniper rifles, and AK-47s available if you ever want to switch weapons. We'll run up to a street where we'll shoot a technical and continue pushing toward the broadcast station. We'll lock down the TV station and breach, clearing enemies we run into as we go. This area can get hectic with the shooting here because of hundreds of computer monitors and TVs that will spark and distract you from the actual enemy shooting at you. We'll eventually make it to the upper level, where we'll need to eliminate some hostiles coming from the way we came into the parking lot. Then we'll move on to the broadcasting room, breach it, and find that Al-Assad isn't here and that it's a recording. S. Sergeant Griggs gives a very apt description of military intelligence before Lieutenant Vasquez tells Griggs to turn it off before informing command. We'll get some hip-hop before we get a new assignment as the mission ends. The next mission begins with the newscaster explaining that after heavy fighting, U.S. Marines began the push to Al-Assad, where he is making his last stand. Fighting has intensified, and anti-aircraft fire and burning buildings light the night. Then we'll be informed that an Abrams tank is dead in the water, but we're on our way to help him out. We'll make our way forward into an ambush where we'll need to enter the building to kill the enemies. This mission allows night vision, which can be helpful, but it is light enough for you to see everything if your brightness is high enough. We'll clear our way up to the second level, where we'll use the enemy machine guns against them. Once they're taken care of, we'll move past the building into a courtyard area below an overpass with more enemies. After taking them down, we'll be informed of enemy tanks coming to us. Vasquez orders Private West to go on the roof to take the tanks down, but he is killed. We'll run to grab the Javelin missile launcher, a launcher that fires a missile up into the air where it comes directly down on the enemy target. After locking on to tanks through walls and turning them into scrap metal, we'll hear that the Abrams we're coming to help has heavy fire on their position, so we gotta hurry up. We'll make our way through a market area before reaching the tank, and they were right, they're taking a lot of enemy fire. We'll be told that there's 4 Marines left, but the tank is okay. We gotta hold the perimeter to keep the enemy from coming in with explosives to blow up the tank. After running out of ammo, I'll switch to the local arsenal before pushing up close and personal. We'll eventually pick up the RPD, a light machine gun, and start mowing them down. We'll hear Vasquez request air support, but they can't help until a nearby ZPU is taken out. We'll make our way to the weapon in question and blow it up, just to make sure the enemy can't use it again. After destroying it, Vasquez orders us to plant an IR beacon to get the attention of air support. After planting it, 2 friendly attack helicopters come in and wreck the building we're taking fire from before bugging out. We'll regroup at the tank, and Vasquez will explain that they'll take up tactical positions to give the incoming engineers some time to fix up the tank. With that, we'll head back over to the SAS crew. The next mission begins with us transporting Nikolai to a safe house in Hamburg, but will be shot down by a missile. We'll wake up to find Price telling us that we need to get moving before the search parties get here. We'll learn that the pilots and another soldier died in the crash, so you can be the Vulture and scavenge one of their weapons if you choose to. We'll begin heading to our extraction point before being contacted by Baseplate. They inform us of an AC-130 gunship that is on the way to assist, but it will take some time before they get here. We'll move ahead to find Sergeant Walcroft eyeing the road, which is weird since he didn't appear in the mission we last saw the SAS crew in, but I'll just say he was in the chopper when we got picked up. Anyway, we'll hide under a bridge before making our way to a house with several soldiers threatening an old man. Price tells us to drop him before they kill the old man, but I fail, so he's a goner. Sorry, Pops. We'll move out into a field where we'll hit the deck once we see a chopper patrolling the area. Once it passes, we'll defend our position as Gaz tries to open a door into a basement. We'll get inside and make our way through the building, where we'll be ambushed by enemy troops. We'll make it into a creek where we'll hide in the bushes to avoid the spotlight before moving on. We'll go through another field where we'll engage more enemies before moving forward. We'll make our way through buildings and greenhouses while dealing with enemy troops before we reach a barn with a Stinger missile inside. Be wary of the enemy helicopter, as it will try its best to shoot you when out in the open. We'll take out the chopper with the Stinger missile and move on. Near an intersection with an enemy convoy of tanks and several troops, we'll be informed that the AC-130 is ready to assist, and Price relays the position of the enemy convoy. The AC-130 blows them to bits, and then the mission ends.
Bravo 6 will cover you all the way to the extraction zone. You better get moving.
Roger that, Warhammer. We're moving now. Out. Come on, let's go.
The next mission is a unique one, because you get to be the gunner of the AC-130 from the previous mission. You'll be able to toggle a white-hot and black-hot thermal vision to see friendlies and enemy troops. Friendlies are marked by strobe lights, so don't shoot the flashing people. We'll identify the church, a place we can't fire upon, and we'll wait for permission to engage hostiles. We'll start using our 3 guns to eliminate them when ready. The weakest is the machine gun style weapon for precision kills. The secondary gun is an explosive weapon with a decent splash radius. The primary weapon is the secondary's big brother, offering a massive explosive blast to hit a large area. This mission doesn't have much story to it besides defend the team and watch them commandeer vehicles to help them escape. The AC-130 crew does make fun of the situation by mentioning that the guy must be angry that they took his nice truck, but you gotta think of how scared he must be. Anyway, the vehicles will be marked with strobe lights, and we'll follow them down the road and into the next village. They'll eventually disembark, where we'll clear the area before defending the team, while friendly choppers come in to get our guys out. With that, our mission is complete, and we'll head back over to the US Marines. Once we return to Sergeant Jackson, we'll get a news report explaining that fighting continues as US Marines are pushing towards the capital city in pursuit of Al-Assad as his forces retreat. We'll then see the strength of Warpig, and it will aid us throughout the mission. This is one of my favorite missions because of the chaos of the constant battle. There are tons of enemies, and guns you can use to take them out. I like sniping until I run out of ammo, then I'll grab the LMG and move forward. We'll move up with the tank where we'll clear some buildings to prevent an ambush. The tank will attack specific points, blowing holes in buildings, so stay back until a building gets hit a few times. We'll move through each building, clearing the area and using different guns because it's fun. I really like the AK-74U, and I miss that it never showed up in multiplayer in the other games. You can go into each building to find enemies hiding behind doors where they will spray out the crack of it or throw grenades at you, so be careful when clearing each building. You'll eventually make it to a point where you'll have to push a dumpster forward toward a machine gun nest that's spraying your position. This area can get a bit crazy because of all the cars here that will cause an instant death if they explode near you. We'll breach the building and move up to the next floor where we'll see an enemy tank moving up the road. We'll inform Warpig and they will shoot through a building to take out the enemy armor. We'll make our way to the extraction point where our chopper will land, and we'll be informed that we're moving in to grab Al-Assad, and we'll head into the next mission. The next mission involves us moving into the capital city, as we learn that Al-Assad may have a Russian warhead, and that we are deploying teams to deal with it. With that, we'll begin our assault from a helicopter where we play gunner. You can see dozens of helicopters and tanks around us as we begin our assault. Be careful of the RPGs on the rooftops, as you have no way to dodge or hide behind cover. In true Michael Bay fashion, you'll see many explosions all over the place, so enjoy the chaos. You'll stop to unload some troops before moving ahead into the city to help a forward recon team who is pinned down. We'll land and make our way to them, where we'll help clear the area of hostiles. You'll notice this weird glitch where my gun disappeared, so enjoy the fact that my face can spray bullets now. This is a good time to mention that every death you have will offer a quote relating to something in a military or combat context. Some of these texts can be quite interesting, but you have to die to see them, so it's a bit of a weird experience to get a quote after failing to survive. Anyway, we'll regroup back at the chopper, and we'll get into the gunner seat again. This is where we'll learn that a SEAL team has located a possible nuclear device in Al-Assad's palace, so all forces are ordered to fall back out of range in case of a detonation. As we learn this, our escort attack chopper goes down, and we go in for the rescue at our own risk, as Command explains. We'll land and run over to pick up the pilot within the time limit and carry them back to the chopper. We'll load up and begin heading out of the blast radius before we witness the nuclear device detonate, seeing us crash and throwing one of our own out of the helicopter on the way down. The final mission of Act 1 explains the nuclear detonation before listing all of the Marines assumed to be killed in action, before it highlights Sergeant Paul Jackson. We'll wake up hearing a heartbeat and our radio cutting in and out. We'll make our way out of the chopper, where we'll see the wasteland that the capital city has become after the blast, covered in debris and bodies before we fall over, presumably from the radiation and physical trauma, resulting in Sergeant Paul Jackson's death. Act 2 begins with the SAS crew being told by Nikolai that Al-Assad is a coward and would never sacrifice himself. Then he sends us the coordinates for a safehouse Al-Assad has used in the past, found in Azerbaijan. Then we'll jump into the dark outskirts of the town. We'll meet up with Kamarov's men, who informs us that the Russian ultranationalists are protecting Al-Assad. This goes on as we can hear screaming and gunshots in the village. When Gaz asks about it, the Russian loyalist we met says the ultranationalists are killing the villagers, but Gaz says not for long before we head up and engage the enemy. One thing I don't get about this mission is why we spawn in with a silenced assault rifle when, as far as I can tell, you can't stealth at any point during this mission. Granted, I think the M4 with a silencer, red dot, and grenade launcher is rad, but it doesn't really fit with what we'll be doing. Maybe they just repurposed the asset from an earlier level instead of rebuilding the arsenal from the ground up. But it's not a big deal in any case, so we'll move on. The main objective of this mission is to move from house to house and find Al-Assad. While doing so, you can call in air support to help deal with the infantry in the area, which is pretty cool for this mission. This also gives you an opportunity to use some shotguns if you choose to breach and clear that way. We'll eventually make it up to a barn at the top of the village, where we'll find Al-Assad. After breaking in and giving Al-Assad a good punching, we'll interrogate him to know where he got the bomb. His phone will ring, and Price will listen to it. Afterwards, Price executes Al-Assad. Then Price explains that the caller was Imran Zakhaev, the main antagonist of the story. The next mission takes us back 15 years, when Price was a lieutenant doing some wet work. He goes on to describe the Chernobyl disaster as Christmas for the bad guys, explaining that even a decade later, a lot of them still used it to get their hands on nuclear material, including Imran Zakhaev. He then goes on, saying that this was the first time the British government had authorized an assassination order since World War II, and that he was under the command of Captain Macmillan. Then we'll jump into one of the most unique and iconic missions in the game. As soon as you spawn in, you'll notice the ghillie suits you're both wearing, and Macmillan explains that there's too much radiation, so we'll have to go around. As can be seen based on your silenced weapons and attire, this is a stealth mission. This is the only full stealth mission in the game, being that you'll want to keep quiet during this whole section. You don't have to, but it is more enjoyable to be a stealthy devil. You'll spend the majority of this mission working with Macmillan to stealth through enemy patrols and locations, so you'll spend a lot of time following his instructions by staying low and waiting for the right time to strike. We'll take out one patrol before moving around a building, or we'll have the option to take out a guard. We'll move up to a church where the lookout in the tower needs to be taken down, along with a patrol on the ground. We'll take them both out and then move through the church. Near a clearing, we'll go prone to avoid a chopper spotting us. Then we'll continue toward a large open area that was featured in the opening cutscene of the game. We have to crawl and stealth our way past a large patrol featuring several hostile foot soldiers and armored vehicles. This can be a bit tricky, as the pathing of the AI can be a little hard to predict, and tag-teaming Macmillan's rear end leads to disaster. What I usually do is camp at this tree until the patrol passes. It works fairly consistently, and it's an easy drink break if you need it. After the patrol passes, we'll crawl over to Macmillan and move up to a scrapyard with some soldiers throwing bodies into a small pool of water and a patrol behind them. This bit can be a little hectic to deal with because sneaking past them and taking them out are difficult. It's better to take them all out while you have the element of surprise, but that usually leads to extra men coming as reinforcements. Past that encounter has a few troops in a small maze of cargo containers. Macmillan will smack one upside the head and shoot another, that drops a silenced P90 if you want something better than a pistol, but you probably won't end up using it. Just past them, we'll reach a convoy where we'll have to stay close to Macmillan to survive getting through it. This is one bit where I really wonder how 2 humanoid bushes didn't get seen amongst the convoy, but I'll chalk it up to action movie logic. We'll crawl under some vehicles before making our way into the actual city we're trying to reach. We'll then take out a sniper and move up. We'll hop into the building the sniper was at and make our way down into the streets where we'll see a wild dog. You can choose to shoot it if you wish, but you can stealth past it to avoid unnecessary attention from the local pups. Then we'll enter an abandoned building, where we hear some sound bites of what seems to be children talking and laughing, setting the mood that this may have been a school before the disaster.
Move up.
Macmillan mentions how 50,000 people used to live in the city, but now it's a ghost town, before we see a chopper go by. We'll eventually make it out of the building, where we will reach our destination, an abandoned hotel, where Macmillan says we can observe the exchange from the top floor, setting up the next mission as this one ends. The next mission begins with a time lapse where we see that we've camped out in this hotel over 2 nights, allowing us to set up an M82 50 caliber sniper rifle we'll use to take out Zakhaev. We'll observe the exchange as Macmillan explains that the wind will affect the shot, and that we need to keep this in mind when we go for the kill, but Zakhaev might leave if we wait too long. He also mentions how we have to take the Coriolis effect into account, which is basically how the Earth's gravity affects objects moving quickly across large distances. Anyway, we'll see Zakhaev come up to the troops where he delivers gold bars to them. We'll keep an eye on the flag as it helps us adapt to the wind speed and direction. We'll be briefly blinded by a chopper before it moves on. We see Zakhaev seem exacerbated by something before we take the shot, severing his arm. Now we've gone loud, and take out the chopper in front of us before we leave. We'll rappel down as the top floor explodes, and we'll work our way to the extraction point. Our chopper will arrive in 20 minutes, so we gotta get ready for them. We'll gun down enemy troops and dogs as we make our way through an apartment complex before getting attacked by a helicopter that we'll shoot down. Macmillan begins walking away from it in true action hero fashion before it crashes into the building. He falls down trying to run from it as the blades seem to hurt his legs, so we'll have to carry him. He says that we'll have to put him down so he can cover us, and this process will repeat as we move through the next few areas. Personally, I don't like this mechanic, as it's usually better just to jog past people like I'm doing now. It's kinda cumbersome and totally ignorable, so it doesn't really have an impact on the mission if you don't do the gimmick the game wants you to do, which is a telltale sign of a useless gimmick. Anyway, we'll make it through an indoor swimming pool before making it to the extraction point at a Ferris wheel. We'll plant Macmillan in a position where he can provide sniper support as our helicopter comes to get us. We'll have claymores and several weapons available, so prepare to defend our position with everything we've got. Eventually, we'll see a large patrol come from the swimming pool building, and we'll engage the enemy. Eventually, enemy choppers drop more enemy troops off, and we'll take them out as well, but they keep coming. Once our chopper arrives, we'll grab Macmillan and get aboard before we get shot. We'll be covered by friendly soldiers, with one of them being Private Wallcroft, who seems to be a recurring character at this point. It's like a game of Where's Wallcroft. But with that, we'll fly away as the mission ends. We'll return to the present-day SAS crew, where we'll learn that our chopper is 30 minutes out, but will be dead by then. Price explains that every ultra-nationalist in Zakhaev's pocket is about to show up to claim Al-Assad. Then Price lays out a plan to set charges along key points of the village, where we'll fall back to each key point and hold out at the extraction point in the fields until the chopper arrives. We'll drop in and make our way to the southern hill, where we'll take a sniping position atop the church tower. While this happens, the Russians are telling us to surrender to make this easier on ourselves. But we'll give them a surprise as we blow them to Kingdom Come. We'll snipe several of them before falling back because of mortar fire from the enemy. We'll move back to the downed chopper's minigun, where we'll mow down anyone that gets in our way after seeing our last position destroyed by mortars. We'll take out some choppers before Price tells us to fall back to the next phase line, where we'll run into a tavern where we'll set off small chains of explosives covering various areas. We'll learn that we've got incoming tanks before one of our guys goes down. Price then orders us to head up to the barn to grab a javelin to take out the enemy armor. As we make our way there, enemy troops push up to surround us. We'll grab the javelin and make short work of those tanks, especially since we can detect them through walls. Once they're all dealt with, we'll have to survive as we gain additional air support. We'll eventually learn from our evac chopper that the current LZ is too hot because of SAM sites all over the surrounding mountains, but they'll try to land closer to the bottom of the hill to avoid a lock-on, which means we have to fight all the way through the previous locations we were defending. Gaz is rightly ticked off because of this, before Price says we gotta move to get to the LZ. You got 4 minutes, so get running and gunning. We'll eventually make it to the bottom of the hill, where we'll be picked up by our evac team, which carries S. Sergeant Griggs from the Marine side of the campaign. Looks like he didn't stay to get blown up by the nuke from earlier. One thing you can see here is the formation and process that the soldiers use to get back on the chopper, which is a nice touch. But with that, we'll move to the next mission. The last mission of Act 2 begins with a joint operation between the US Marine Corps and the SAS, where we'll learn that Zakhaev has gone underground, but Price points out that we could go after his son, displayed in his pimp tracksuit. Price explains that Kamarov has a location on Junior, so we'll head out to grab him. We'll come through a junkyard to attack a guard station we'll need control of for later. We'll take out the enemy troops before cleaning it up and dressing like them, where we'll appear later in the guard tower with Griggs insulting our camouflage skills. We'll have a convoy stop at our location, where we'll find Junior in the Jeep. We need to take him alive, so we'll open fire on everything else before he rams his vehicle into the tower. We'll be stunned after the fall as we see him get out of the Jeep and begin running away. We'll begin pursuing him, dealing with enemy troops as we go. We'll deal with several choke points where enemy troops slow our progress. We'll deal with more enemies before reaching a large building with a fortified machine gun that our air support will take out. We'll proceed into the building in pursuit of Junior as we clear each room as we go. We'll run into another fortified machine gun that our air support takes out before we reach the roof. Gaz tells Junior to drop his gun before Price tells us to take it from him. As we go to take it, Junior shoots himself in the head, and we lament our failure. When Gaz mentions that Junior was our only lead to the big boss, Price says that he knows Zakhaev, and that this won't go unanswered, as Act 2 ends. Act 3 begins with Zakhaev giving his monologue from the cutscene at the beginning, saying the leaders of Russia prostituted them to the West, destroying their culture, economies, and honor. Then he says they have spilt their blood, his blood, on their hands. Then he calls us the invaders, and says that all US and British forces will leave Russia immediately, or suffer the consequences. This is shown with his forces taking over a missile silo, before we see this will be a joint venture between the US Marine Corps and the SAS. Price says that it's simple: we retake the launch facility or we won't recognize the world tomorrow. We'll see 2 teams parachute into the area, with Griggs going off away from the others. When we load in, we have our trusty M4 SOP mod, and we learn that Griggs landed away from us, and we'll have to regroup with him. We'll make our way through a winter forest, clearing out patrols we come across, before we reach a building we'll enter in search of Griggs. We'll clear it, but we won't find him. We'll go outside and deal with more hostiles, before clearing another house. We'll hear Griggs being interrogated in an upstairs room. We'll breach it, killing the enemy troops and freeing Griggs. He was worried we were going to leave him behind. Price said he thought about it, but Griggs had all the C4. We'll move up to a tower as enemy choppers fly by. You can fight them if you want, or take a dirt bath to avoid them. We'll plant charges on the tower and set them off, causing the tower to collapse, opening a window for Charlie Team to breach the perimeter, where they will wait for us. We can hear an alarm going off in the distance as we go through a fence and move on. We'll reach an area with several weapons before we engage enemy hostiles. Be careful of the explosive barrels around, as they will be a pain if not dealt with. We'll move through several buildings and down a road until we regroup with an American sniper team, when we'll see a missile launch, followed by a second. Now we gotta move to prevent another nuclear disaster. Command informs us that we need to retake the facility while they try to get the abort codes from the good Russians. With that, the mission ends. The next mission begins by showing us the trajectory of the missiles and the estimated casualties if they hit the US East Coast, leaving the death toll near 42 million people. We'll eventually jump into the action where we'll have to plant C4 on tanks. We'll have to throw smoke grenades to allow us to get close, or we can use RPGs to blow them up. Rockets seem to take a few hits, so C4 is usually your best bet, unless you're on higher difficulties. This mission is really strange because it essentially only serves to take you from outside the base to almost entering the base. This could have just combined from the previous mission or led into the next one, and it wouldn't really make a difference. I would assume it was probably separated for hardware or technical reasons, but it just seems weird to have a mission where only one thing really happens. Regardless, we'll clear the area and regroup with other friendlies before cutting our way into the vent shafts. We'll rappel down as we transition into the next mission, further showing why this mission feels weird to be separate from what came before or after. Anyway, the next mission begins with the plan being for some of our teams to head for the security center while the others go for launch control. The good news is that it's not far away, but the bad news is that we still don't have the abort codes yet. We'll be heading to launch control with Price and Griggs as we jump into the vents. We'll make our way through various vents as we see other squads clearing areas below us. We'll jump into the showers, not in that way, and move through the base as we get the abort codes. We'll have 15 minutes before the missiles reach the US East Coast, so we've got to gun it. We'll go through several areas filled with enemies before running toward a secure area to avoid getting cooked alive by further missile launches. We'll learn that Gaz and others have taken control of the security station, and we need him to open the door for us. It takes forever, and everyone reacts to it, with Gaz saying that we could pull it if it makes us feel better. We'll continue clearing our way forward until we find a wall to breach to enter the launch room. We'll clear it along with a Marine team, and we'll enter the abort codes to stop the missiles. We'll see a security feed showing Zakhaev leaving in a chopper. Gaz then informs us that we can use trucks to leave the area before we're swarmed by enemy troops. We'll head down an elevator where Griggs mentions that he wouldn't mind getting a shot at Zakhaev, with Price telling him to get in line. We'll regroup with Gaz and his team as we clear the vehicle depot. Again, be careful of explosive barrels. Once every enemy is defeated, we'll load up as we head into the finale. The finale begins with Griggs, Gaz, and Price talking about having a drink once we're out of here, and Gaz is buying. Then we'll drop in as we're driving away from enemy trucks. You'll have to keep an eye on where the trucks are, because they can run up on you and do some damage if you aren't paying attention. We'll cause some wrecks along the road and in some tunnels, leading to many explosions and death before an enemy chopper appears. The chopper will chase us all the way to a bridge we need to cross, but it fires rockets on it, causing it to begin collapsing, resulting in us having a last stand on the bridge. As we mount a defense, Baseplate explains that Loyalist forces in the area may be able to assist, but they can't confirm that at this time. For now, we're on our own. We'll defend against several incoming troops before Kamarov says he's on the way, ETA 3 minutes. Griggs says the tanker on the bridge is about to blow when we'll all be stunned. Griggs comes to our aid by dragging us out into the line of fire? I got no idea what he was thinking with that. I guess we just have to be in the correct position for the next bit. Anyway, he'll be cut down before we look over to see a wounded Price and Gaz. Zakhaev executes Gaz as his men do the same to our other squad mates before the enemy hind is destroyed by a Loyalist chopper. With Zakhaev distracted, Price slides us a pistol and we finally take the bugger out. Kamarov's men come in shortly thereafter and he says we're going to be alright. As they load us onto a stretcher to go with the chopper, we see another Russian soldier trying to resuscitate Captain Price, but to no avail. As things fade to white, we hear a news report stating that the Russian government released a statement confirming a series of nuclear missile tests in central Russia. Although world leaders quickly denounced this action, Russian officials maintain that the tests fell within established UN protocols. The newscast also mentions that no comment was received from the ultranationalist party, as there are rumors of a possible leadership struggle taking place. In other news, a search for a ship lost in the Bering Strait due to a major storm was called off, a callback to our first real mission with the SAS team. Then we hit the credits, where we get a traditional score until we get to a hip-hop song about the actual game, which is kind of funny. Especially when you learn that the voice actor for Griggs, Mark Grigsby, is also the animation director for the game. His character is modeled after him, and he raps in the song. Neat details that I didn't know before writing this. There is a bonus mission upon completing the campaign, where you go through a plane to rescue a hostage. It begins with someone sounding like Gaz saying we're going deep and hard. Someone says he surely can't be serious, and he responds by saying he's serious, and not to call him Shirley, which is a reference to the 1980 parody comedy film Airplane. This is fitting, as we are in a plane and about to throw down. We'll cut through the ceiling and drop in, where we'll take out several enemies as we make our way through the plane. We'll eventually make it to a door that opens with an enemy holding the hostage at gunpoint. We'll have to shoot him somewhere, preferably the leg, where he will release the hostage and allow you to cut him down. The Gaz guy will say that someone's on the bomb, so we have to go before we breach the door and jump out as the plane explodes. Then we'll get a pic of Vasquez, Gaz, Price, and Griggs with a note saying, Heartbreakers and Life Takers, thanks for playing. Semper Fi. It's a nice little touch from the developers to thank us for playing the game, but I really gotta ask why this mission is here. It has nothing to do with anything, so I'm just confused on why it's here. I guess they just had an idea they didn't include in the story, and decided to make it an Easter egg of sorts. But with that, the campaign is finally over. With the campaign out of the way, let's delve into the real meat and potatoes of the Call of Duty franchise, the multiplayer. It's no stretch to say that no matter how good or bad the other modes are, most people came to Call of Duty for the multiplayer, where it's become infamous for trolling, inflammatory speech, and general toxicity. I mean that in the best of ways, of course. In this section, we're going to go over the maps, different setups you can create for your class, the different game modes, as well as progression in the multiplayer mode, while viewing whatever multiplayer footage I could find or make. We won't go over every individual map or attachment or the like, but we will go over a basic rundown of how some things work and how they were used or abused. But we'll take it as we go. Another important thing to mention is that the Call of Duty series, especially older games like the Modern Warfare Trilogy, have been completely broken by hackers, including those that use malware to infect your system. With that said, I would highly caution you to play multiplayer in private lobbies with people you trust, and avoid the larger online multiplayer in general at this point, just to be safe. I think it can be fun to hop on the old games and take a nostalgia trip, but not at the cost of malware and possible hacking of sensitive data. With the word of warning out of the way, let's jump into the multiplayer of COD 4, which I managed to recreate with a mod I found to fill the game with bots. All links will be in the description. The first thing we'll tackle is what maps we play on. These range from long-distance areas perfect for sniping, like Overgrown, tight spaces for shotgun maniacs, like Vacant, and everything in between. Some even go stupid small, like Shipment, which hosts an astoundingly tiny map where enemy players may even spawn in front of you because of the lack of safe areas out of sight of enemies. There are a host of maps you can play on, with several of them allowing variability in the approach to dealing with the enemy. A great example of this is the map Crash. You have an open center of the map which allows for avid use of medium-range weapons, such as assault rifles and LMGs, but you also have vantage points for snipers and tight spaces for rushing with SMGs and shotguns. This appears in other maps as well, giving each map flexibility in what strategies are available, while also allowing each map to stay unique in its design. A great example of a unique map with similar attributes to Crash is Wetwork. It contains long, medium, and short-range combat options, but it shakes things up by having the map be the entire upper level of a cargo ship. This means a very narrow structure to how it all works, but cargo containers and vantage points near the bow and stern add an extra layer of options for allowing different playstyles to succeed on the map. All that being said, there are some things you just shouldn't do on some of these maps if you want to avoid death. Don't run out into the middle of the street in crossfire, because that is a great way to get sniped, since you're essentially running down the main channel of gunfire. This also works in reverse, where you probably don't want to be sniping on Chinatown, considering all the ways you can be cut down with SMGs or shotguns from the numerous pathways into and out of each building that surrounds you. This intuitive nature often leads many players to funnel into certain setups on specific maps, because those maps are ideal for said setup. For example, Bog is a great level to snipe, so many players will know that if they don't go with a sniper setup, someone else probably will. Likewise, if you're going into a fight on District, it's probably a good idea to go for quick kills with a shotgun or SMG, as you'll be in tight spaces most of the time. That said, different setups demand different strategies unto themselves, as you can't snipe with a shotgun, and rushing with a sniper will usually lead to death. As mentioned previously, most maps offer a variety of options available for each type of setup, usually having long sight lines for snipers, buildings to enter for close quarters combat with shotguns and SMGs, and areas that demand some power over a medium distance with some accuracy that you'll get from assault rifles and LMGs. Honorable mentions to some of my favorite maps go out to Overgrown for sniping and the scenery, Crash, Backlot, Crossfire, and Strike for a lot of balanced options for every setup, and finally Shipment for the chaos. But with all the previous points in mind, it is often left up to the player to decide what setup they want to use on most of the given maps. Very few maps are restrictive in any real way, with the more extreme examples being Overgrown for snipers and Shipment being perfect for anything but sniping. But that also comes down to your knowledge of the maps and knowledge and skill with the setup you decide to use. Now we'll jump into the setups you can create in the Create a Class system. You start off with a few well-rounded classes available from the beginning that show you various loadouts that fall into 5 categories of basic builds available. After advancing a few levels, you'll unlock the ability to customize 5 classes to your liking. These can be made into whatever setup you wish, if you've unlocked what you want, that is. You progress by leveling up from level 1 to 55, with each level usually unlocking a new gun, a new perk, or challenges available for bonus XP. You gain XP through killing other players, completing objectives or challenges, and from match bonuses for taking part in the match at all. Once you unlock a weapon, you need to get specific amounts of kills to unlock various attachments for said weapon. Assault rifles start out with a grenade launcher that removes your blue perk slot from use, which is dumb in my opinion, but it's fair to call it a balance choice. Then you'll need to get kills with the weapon to unlock a red dot sight, a silencer, and an ACOG sight. The sights affect your accuracy, and usually allow a better view when compared to the iron sights of the weapons, but that varies from gun to gun. The silencer makes your shots quiet, and prevents you from appearing on the minimap when you fire them. They usually impact effective range and damage, but the difference is usually minimal. You'll also have to take into account the fire rate or fire type, as you will have to learn to use full auto, semi-auto, burst, bolt action, and pump action during your time with COD 4's arsenal. You'll also unlock different color schemes for your guns after getting headshot kills with them. You can have the classic color of the weapon, or you can get some different camouflage and eventually reach more elaborate colors like tiger prints and solid gold once you've completed every challenge in the weapon category for the assault weapons, including headshot challenges. All other guns work in a similar manner, but with some attachment differences, mainly that non-assault rifles don't have grenade launcher attachments. Submachine guns share a red dot, a silencer, and an ACOG sight with their assault rifle brethren. Light machine guns have a red dot, an ACOG scope, and a grip that stabilizes the gun by reducing recoil, but also negates the blue perk slot. They really hate that blue slot, don't they? Anyway, sniper rifles only feature an ACOG attachment, and shotguns get a grip and a red dot, but those are only the primary weapons. Each class comes with a sidearm that usually features a silencer, except for the Desert Eagle pistol and its golden counterpart you can unlock once you reach level 55. Each class also gives you a primary frag grenade and a secondary grenade that comes as a stun, flash, or smoke grenade that are all self-explanatory. From here, you get to choose 3 perks that you can use, unless you have a grenade launcher equipped, from a blue, red, and yellow category. Blue perks usually affect your explosive inventory and awareness. You can get additional special grenades, 2 C4 explosives, 2 RPG rockets, 2 claymores, 3 frag grenades, the ability to see enemy explosives through walls, or you can spawn with max ammunition for your weapons. I usually prefer the final one since you'll use your gun more than any of the other explosives, but that also depends on what setup you're running with and if you think you'll need ammo. The red perk category affects your overall efficiency with weapons and your physical attributes. You can increase the damage of your bullets, increase your health, increase your reload speed, double your fire rate, carry 2 primaries, avoid appearing on UAVs, or increase the damage of explosives. This is a very useful set of perks to have, but some are almost mandatory for certain setups. As a sniper, you will need stopping power, otherwise you'll need to get upper torso or headshots to one-hit kill enemies. If you don't care about that, pick what you want, because they are all useful in their own ways, with Juggernaut being a good one for beginners to avoid getting killed in 2 seconds. Instead, it'll take 3. Moving on, the yellow perk category affects your physical attributes when using weapons or general movement and senses. You can increase your sprint before it needs recharging, reduce the spread when firing from the hip, pull out a pistol before death, drop a live grenade upon death, increase your bullet penetration, increase the time you can hold your breath when sniping, silence your movements, or eavesdrop on the other team's voice chat. That last one is so gimmicky and specialized that you're better off to avoid using it, as it will only work for you if they're talking, which they usually aren't going to be. Plus, every other perk has some functional use in combat, so this eavesdrop perk seems useless in my opinion. Now on to the 3 kill streaks available. As the name implies, you need to get different kill streaks to unlock these. After killing 3 enemies, you'll unlock the UAV, which sweeps over the map for 30 seconds, revealing enemies on the minimap, unless they have the stealth perk. Once you reach a 5-player kill streak, you can call in a directional airstrike that bombards a specific location with 3 bombing runs. This is very effective at killing large groups of enemies. So effective, in fact, that it can hit you too, so be careful when using it near you. Being inside will usually protect you from the blast if it's too close, but sometimes you'll get tagged and killed by your own kill streak in what would truly be an ironic death. The final kill streak comes after 7 kills, when you can call in a chopper that will attack enemies for about 60 seconds. This thing will chase them down and take out several enemies until the timer expires or it is shot down, which doesn't take too much, but it is still a major threat to anyone in its sights. Then there is Prestige Mode, at least on console. Prestige Mode allows you to return to level 1 with a new icon for your rank, where you can unlock everything over again, but you gain an additional custom class. You can do this repeatedly until you reach rank 55 of Prestige 10, at which point you can no longer level up again. The remastered version ups it to Prestige 20, but we aren't talking about that game. Now that you've got the basic gist of what everything is and how it works, I'll explain some of the setups I enjoy using. I usually like playing with the M4 or M16 with a silencer, as they are accurate with decent damage, especially the M16 since it's a 3-round burst weapon that can usually kill in a single burst. On the SMG side, I enjoy the MP5 or P90 with a silencer, as they are both decent guns, especially given the extra ammo of the P90's massive clip. For sniping, I usually use whatever is available that has the most damage per shot, so it's usually the M40A3 until you get the R700, and then you cap off with a Barrett 50 cal. I don't really use LMGs that often, as they're rather cumbersome given their weight and long reload times. If I had to pick one, it'd be the RPD, just because I like its balance of damage and fire rate. Finally, for shotguns, I usually enjoy pump-action weapons, but the M1014 is a great unlock once you get it. Just watch your ammo and shells loaded. I usually am pretty uniform in my perk choice, traditionally sticking with Bandolier for the extra ammo, stopping power for high damage, and a mix of steady aim and deep impact for lower spread or stronger bullet penetration. I'll occasionally use claymores and a longer breath on sniper classes, but it's pretty much the same across most of my classes. But you're free to pick whatever you want when playing. Let's finish off the multiplayer with a rundown of the different game modes available. The most famous is Team Deathmatch, where two teams are pitted against each other, where they must reach the score limit of 75 total kills, or have the higher score when the timer runs out. This is one of the most common modes that people play because it's a simple shoot people and win kind of mode. Plus you can carry or be carried if a better player picks up the slack. The reverse can also happen, where phenomenally bad players can cause a defeat no matter how good you are. It's a fun, simple game mode that allows you to play with friends or with a team to get some kills. If you're more of a loner, there is Free-for-All, where it's every player for themselves as you all fight to reach the score limit of 30 kills or have the highest kill count by the time limit. This is a more chaotic form of TDM, where you'll need to watch your back as well as your front, often leading to tense moments when you hear a firefight going on between other players. This can also lead to people stealing each other's kills, so use that to your advantage if you can. If you want a game mode that is more of a team exercise, Domination is it. This mode has two teams fight for control over 3 locations on each map. While holding these positions, points are rewarded for each held by your team. You get 1 point per 1 location held per tick. So the more locations you control, the better. The first to 200 points wins. The catch with this mode is that some maps can push a team that only has 1 location into a corner, where they will essentially be trapped in their spawn with no way around or out of it. That depends on the map as well, so pay attention to what locations you have, and whether it's in your best interest to push to that final location or not. Spawn trapping is either fun or painful depending on who is doing the trapping. If you want something more defensive, you can try out Headquarters. This mode has 2 teams fight for a location that randomly spawns on the map, that awards points for every 5 seconds that you control it. The catch is that whatever team holds it down does not respawn until the timer of that location ends or it is destroyed by the opposing team. The first to 250 points wins. This is the campiest mode out there, so it's no surprise that not many people seem to play it, which is a shame because it's an interesting mode. If you want something more aggressive and explosive, Sabotage has 2 teams fighting over a single bomb where you have to grab and plant it at the enemy bomb site and prevent the enemy from disarming it before it detonates. This is a fast-paced mode that mixes objective completion with a lot of death, so I'm naturally in favor of it as I enjoy team-based modes quite a bit. The final mode we'll discuss is Search and Destroy, which is a high-risk, high-reward game mode. You get increased XP as you either attack or defend 2 bomb sites. Be careful though, as you only have 1 life per round. This game mode is great for a quick dump of XP if you're good, or lots of bathroom breaks if you're not. After 3 rounds, teams switch sides, so the attacker now has to defend, and vice versa. I actually dislike this mode as it's not balanced for each team, usually having one team go through 3 rounds of something that may be easy or hard at first, before switching sides. If I could tweak it, I'd make it shift back and forth every round until one team reaches the score limit of 4-round victories, but that's just me. There are also hardcore game rules that you can activate for each mode. This turns on friendly fire, limits your HUD, and increases susceptibility to all damage, so it's a tense experience to play through. Just be careful not to shoot your friends. This game also includes a classic mode where you all start off with the same loadout and find guns and perks found throughout the map that you can pick up to help you win. All of this is on top of every game mode being customizable, from the score limit, round number, kill streaks available, etc. In short, there's a lot in this multiplayer to enjoy, assuming you don't camp like a loser. Now let's get into the analysis section. This will be pretty short and sweet, as Modern Warfare is a fairly simple game with the simple pleasures of shooting and blowing up enemy players, so there's not much to talk about, unless you're willing to discuss it. This analysis will follow a similar format to my previous commentary, beginning with a discussion on the atmosphere of the game, where we'll go over the levels, sound design, and music. This will be followed by the lore section, where we will go over the story and characters involved. The section after that will go over the mechanics of the game, including the gunplay, customization, kill streaks, and equipment. The penultimate section will deal with the art of the game, involving the animations and textures, before we end the Modern Warfare discussion with a conclusion where I will give my thoughts on the game overall. Now let's jump in. Let's begin the atmosphere section by tackling the levels we get to explore. The levels during the campaign are often linear, with a relatively straightforward path toward your objective, with a few exceptions. Most maps tend to fall into the realm of a forested village, like in Blackout, a desert town, like in Charlie Don't Surf, or tight urban or industrial buildings, like in Sins of the Father or War Room. There are unique missions on the cargo ship, and when you drive away from enemy troops in the finale, but most missions usually take you through similar areas depending on the section of the campaign you're in. You'll stick to woodland areas for the most part when playing as the SAS, and you'll be pushing through various desert buildings and structures when playing as the Marines. These levels aren't really anything to be amazed by, but they do serve their purpose well enough and allow some freedom in how you tackle different combat encounters, especially during the more chaotic missions that involve pushing forward toward an objective during a firefight. Honorable mentions to my favorite campaign levels include Blackout, War Pig, All Ghillied Up, and Heat, as those missions have you go full on into the vibe of the mission, whether it be during a push through a hostile area or stealthing your way through enemy checkpoints. The multiplayer levels offer more freedom, as they aren't as restrictive as the campaign. This naturally leads me to enjoy the multiplayer maps more on average, and I wouldn't say there are any bad levels in the multiplayer. There are some that can lead to some frustrating encounters, looking at you, Shipment, but that map is just broken to begin with, so it's not really unfair. It's just chaotic. The only problems with the maps usually comes from the spawn system, as Call of Duty has rarely had spawns that consistently work well. Ask anyone who played any of the games, and they'll all have at least one story of spawning near enemies or having them spawn behind you. That being said, many of the levels offer variability in how you can fight on them. As mentioned earlier, Crash is a good example of how most of the maps work, because it allows every type of setup to succeed if you use them correctly. There are vantage points for sniping, open areas for firefights, and tight spaces for rushing. A few maps have a disposition for sniping, like with Overgrown, or for rushing, like with Vacant, but most maps give you the option to play as you want, which makes most of these maps solid multiplayer spaces for the various game modes. Once you learn the maps, you'll have a grasp on what parts of each map are most advantageous for the setup you want to run, which makes each map blend together a bit, but also lets players use various setups on most of them, so I'm okay with the trade-off. The levels in general also have a fair amount of extra detail in them, ranging from graffiti on the walls to objects placed throughout the world that can be moved by explosions or being shot. These things usually don't add anything to the experience besides realism or adding to the aesthetic, but sometimes a flashing TV exploding can be a decent distraction when you need it. Now let's talk sound design. The audio for the game does a good job of immersing you in the moment, such as the silenced weapons making little sound to add to your sneakiness, or your ears ringing from War Pig's massive cannon going off. These things, along with the other sound effects, work well to provide unique sounds to indicate different weapons, enemies, or encounters ahead. This also lets you identify things in multiplayer, as a silenced M16 doesn't sound the same as a silenced M4, as well as differentiate the direction of nearby fights or grenades being chucked. It helps to have a headset so you can hear everything accurately, because it might just save your life. When discussing the voice acting, everyone does a solid job voicing the various characters in a believable manner. I've got to give props to Bill Murray and Craig Fairbrass for doing a fantastic job voicing Captain Price and Gaz respectively. Their vocal gravitas during the time we interact with them helps solidify the cool factor during the campaign, especially when they deliver certain lines. After killing Al-Assad and hearing Imran Zakayev on his phone, you can hear the venom in Price's voice when he says the man's name.
Who was that, sir?
Zakayev. Imran Zakayev.
It's also funny how Craig Fairbrass appears as other characters throughout the game as well, which becomes a recurring joke in the later games. Now let's talk about the soundtrack. The score was orchestrated by Stephen Barton, who did a great job of capturing the different vibes of each mission and the culture of certain places. A key example is the music played during the Coup, where you can hear an obvious Middle Eastern influence in the music. You'll notice a lot of the pieces that play during the Marine campaign contain elements of that Middle Eastern style. Then we go hard into the opposite direction with pieces like Pinned Down, where it makes use of an orchestra with accompaniment by an electric guitar at the beginning that's wheedling away. Not to mention the main theme, setting up a cool vibe for deadly and efficient soldiers. You'll also get tracks like Pripyat, Showdown, and Loyalists that help accentuate the moments when we're walking through an abandoned city, killing the guy who killed our friends, and when our allies arrive to take us home. These pieces do a great job of heightening the moment, and a lot of people don't really seem to appreciate the soundtracks to video games. So cheers to all the musicians who work on game soundtracks. You make great work, and you have my respect for what you do. Now let's talk about the lore of the game, beginning with a brief summary of the story. There's a civil war in Russia with thousands of nukes at stake, and the second most powerful man in the Middle East, Al-Assad, has some connections to it. We learn this as we drop into playing a SAS member, Soap McTavish, under the command of Captain Price. We'll go after a Russian cargo ship which contains a nuke with Arabic writings with it. We'll witness the execution of the former leader of Al-Assad's country by himself, after staging a coup to take it over, along with an appearance of a man later identified as Imran Zakhaev. We then go after the informant who supplied our information for the cargo mission, as he's being held by ultranationalist Russian troops. With the help of loyalist Russians, we'll save him an evac via chopper. At the same time, the American military begins an invasion of Al-Assad's country as a response to the coup that he staged. We'll play as a Marine as we try to find him, but to no avail, before we push further into the capital city, where we'll reach a damaged tank that needs our help. We'll protect it as it's repaired. Jumping back over to the SAS side, our evac chopper, after picking up the informant, will be shot down. And we'll make our way through some rural areas, before being provided air support until the team is extracted. We'll come back to the Marines in the Middle East as we escort the tank out of hostile territory, before moving further into the city to capture Al-Assad. We'll push into the city before rescuing a recon team and later a downed helicopter pilot as we learn of a possible nuclear threat in the city. This will be confirmed by SEAL teams before a withdrawal is ordered, but it detonates suddenly, with many Marines caught in the blast, including the Marine you played as. We'll wake up after the blast down your chopper, where you'll witness the devastation of it before dying. As a response, the SAS go after a Safehouse that Al-Assad has used, thinking he's still alive. We fight our way through it and find him hiding. We'll interrogate him to find out who he got the nuke from before his phone rings. We'll listen to it before Price executes him, informing us that the man on the call was Imran Zakhaev, the man shown during the coup mission. This prompts a flashback 15 years ago, a decade after the Chernobyl disaster, where Price and his commanding officer, Captain Macmillan, go after Zakhaev as he got his hands on nuclear material after the disaster, so they've been ordered to kill him. We'll sneak our way up to a sniping position to watch an exchange between Zakhaev and other Russians, where we'll take a shot that takes his arm off. We'll escape and return to the present, where we'll defend our location at the Safehouse until we're extracted. After this, we'll go after Zakhaev's son, as he's our only remaining lead on Zakhaev himself. We'll set a trap for him, where we eventually pin him down on the roof of a building. Rather than surrender, he offs himself. This prompts Zakhaev to action, where the ultranationalists take over a nuclear launch facility in Russia. We'll parachute in with other SAS and US troops to stop Zakhaev from using any nukes. We'll rescue a squad member who parachuted too far away, and will assist in getting other friendly forces into the base. We'll reach the base itself as we witness 2 missiles launch, with a casualty report of over 41 million dead if they connect with their target. We'll work to reach the command center as we wait for Russian officials to give us the abort codes to stop the missiles in flight. Once we make it to the command center for the base, we'll input the codes and stop the nukes before witnessing Zakhaev leaving the base. We'll also leave as we're getting swarmed by enemy troops. We'll escape via trucks as we fight our way out of there. We'll be trapped on a bridge after a hind blows half of it up, where we make a last stand against the enemy troops. We are slowly overwhelmed, resulting in the death of a few characters we've met throughout the campaign, with one of them killed by the hand of Zakhaev. Loyalist troops arrive, distracting Zakhaev long enough for Price to slide us a pistol, where we take out Zakhaev once and for all. We'll be med-evac'd by the Loyalist troops as we hear a news report stating the global reaction to the nuclear launches, along with the responses to cover it up, and a power struggle amongst the leadership of the ultranationalist party. We also fight our way to a VIP that we rescue from the plane before it explodes in the bonus mission. Just throwing that in for good measure. So, how good is this story? It's not necessarily that complicated, and doesn't really require the player to make many real decisions, but it does serve as a solid vehicle for the set pieces the game takes you through. As a result, it's very grounded, if a bit simplistic, but most of us aren't here for some Witcher-level story or intense storytelling you'd see in other games, like BioShock, Dead Space, or World of Warcraft. The plot is mainly a way to move from each set piece, but that's fine in my book as long as you have compelling characters with actual stakes in place. This game has those elements, as Captain Price and Gaz are likable and convincing characters with their own ideas and quirks to them, along with the main antagonist Zakhaev, but we'll delve into characters in a moment. Overall, the story is very simple and to the point, which is part of the reason it's tight and compelling. It doesn't overcomplicate things to keep the narrative interesting, or to throw twists and turns in just for the sake of it. They all serve a purpose in a realistic or meaningful way. It's not the greatest story ever told by any means, but it is a good enough story for what the game is trying to do, which is make you feel like an elite soldier. I think that's one reason why a lot of people came back to this game, and why they continued the story, because they really captured the cool factor of being a Special Forces soldier, along with giving you some fun to be had along the way, not to mention the multiplayer. Now let's talk about the characters themselves. The cast of this game isn't very large, but it never really needed to be. Captain Price and Gaz give some British flavor to the SAS story, and Vasquez and Griggs give some charisma to the Marine side. Not to mention Griggs' whole production and involvement when you look behind the scenes. But it is obvious that Price and Gaz are the two characters that you'll really remember from the game, especially since we get more dialogue and story with them. But that also extends to Zakhaev and Al-Assad in a parallel with what I just mentioned, where the Middle Eastern campaign has a lot of arguably throwaway characters, while the Russian campaign gives us more to work with and do, especially regarding the characters involved. This also extends to what happens outside of the game, as a lot of events of this game are built up or expanded upon in the sequels, but we'll deal with that later. The other minor characters that appear are fairly realistic and grounded within the military personnel you might see from various factions. Marines cheering for each other when Warpig takes out the enemy tank, your squad going to rescue the downed chopper pilot, the relationship between Captain Macmillan and Price during the flashback, along with the personality of Zakhaev being very grounded in a post-Soviet Russia that slowly dissolved after the Union fell, ultimately leading the ultranationalists to believe that Russia's former glory was destroyed by the West, leading to the conflict of the game. It's also worth mentioning that the main character, Soap McTavish, doesn't really have a character that we see until the sequels, which is a bit of a shame considering the interactions we could have had if Soap was a voice protagonist in this game. That being said, Gaz and definitely Price make up for that with their own characters and histories. This is something I'll bring up later, but Price has had a lasting impact on the Call of Duty series, especially easy to see when you look at the reboot series. But this game's main character conflict comes from Zakhaev, as he is a bitter man as a result of his country falling apart, or what he sees as falling apart. Zakhaev doesn't get a lot of screen time, but the delivery of information about him, along with the monologue he gives near the finale, builds up that things aren't quite so black and white as we'd expect. With Al-Assad, he's your stereotypical dictator, masquerading as a liberator of the people, but Zakhaev is different. He sees the SAS and the Marines, and the West in general, as the invaders that caused the struggles of his country, even though historically this would be inaccurate. Still, it is worth mentioning that he isn't completely evil, more so misguided in what he thinks will make his country strong again. But based on the rest of the games in the trilogy, we see that Russia is still pretty tough in this universe. Before we move on to the mechanics section, I'd have to say that the best overall character is Price, given his backstory, delivery of his lines, and characterization throughout the game as a tough old boy who gets the job done. This is further expanded upon in the sequels, as you'll see soon enough, but in this game alone, he started gaining momentum to become one of the most iconic Call of Duty characters. Is he the best overall? That's up for debate. Personally, I think Reznov or Mason from the Blackout series are more interesting, but Price is a strong presence in all three games in the trilogy. Now let's jump into the mechanics, beginning with the staple of first-person shooters, the shooting. The gunplay of COD 4 is serviceable, and that's not a slight to the game. It's not really a compliment either. The guns work how you would expect if you've played any other shooter at the time. Aim and shoot. Pretty simple. The stuff that makes it more complicated than that comes with what you have attached to your weapons. Certain sights will affect accuracy by zooming in, which usually increases the visible kick as well. Silencers can stabilize some weapons more than others, and grenade launchers and explosives have to be used differently, since they aren't as easy to aim as with normal bullets. You either have to angle or hope the shot connects with your target. But other than that, the gunplay is serviceable and functions as you want it to. Nothing amazing to mention, but nothing to really criticize, except when stray bullets magically hit you in the head and kill you. But that's a staple of every shooter until the end of time. Now let's talk customization. Part of the fun of the multiplayer of each game is that you can create whatever class you want to play as. You can rush with a shotgun, drop shot people with SMGs, defend a position with LMGs, run and gun with an assault rifle, snipe from a distance, or just blow things up if you're that crazy. Or any combination of what I just said. The flexibility of changing your classes to your specific skills and strategies is a major point in playing the game, as you'll need different setups to deal with different threats. This adaptability and customization leads to many interesting setups like I just mentioned, but you can also change it up. Do you want to run and gun your way through every situation while spraying wildly? You got that. You want to defend a choke point with claymores to watch your back? You got it. You want to sneak around where nobody can detect you via the map or sound? You can do that too. The flexibility allows for a lot of fun to be had, as each setup has their strengths and weaknesses, but the setup you pick needs to blend with your strategy, otherwise you'll probably die and rage quit. Unless you don't care and want to be that guy that uses only explosives and explosive amplifying perks to annoy the enemy. But that choice is left up to the player, and you'll have enough options between the guns, attachments, and perks to make your choice viable. Just don't expect to blast someone with a shotgun if they're looking through a sniper scope at you from 100 meters away. Now, most of this is found in the multiplayer, and the campaign usually sets you up with an arsenal appropriate for the mission at hand, but you are usually free to swap out for whatever weapon you want to use. Now let's talk about the kill streaks and equipment you can use. We'll start with the multiplayer first. The kill streaks are pretty basic. UAV at 3 kills to find enemies, 3-round airstrike at 5 kills that carpet bombs a location of your choosing, and an attack helicopter at 7 kills. These can stack, so getting an airstrike on 2 enemies will lead you into chopperdom. As previously said, the chopper will do the most damage, as it will chase and mow down the enemy whenever it's in range, but it can be shot down. But the other 2 are very useful for clearing an area, or helping your team find the enemy. The equipment you can use includes various special grenades, such as flash grenades that blind and deafen, stun grenades that slow movement, and smoke grenades that cover you for a quick getaway. Then there's the frag grenade as your primary, with certain perks increasing the number you have and damage it deals. This is usually a one-time use, though, so be careful not to waste it or screw up the angle. You don't want them bouncing off the wall to come back to you. You also have special equipment you unlock in the blue perk category, ranging from RPG rocket launchers with rockets so spazzy that you might miss your target, even if they're 10 meters away from you. They're that unpredictable. Then you have C4 explosives you can place for traps. Using them on cars while watching players run past them can be very entertaining. Then you have the claymores. These are good for defensive purposes if you're going to defend an area or camp, so they are a good thing to use to watch your back. Now we'll get into the campaign kill streaks and equipment you can use. They aren't as prevalent as in the multiplayer, but you'll find various things you can use during certain missions. You can use helicopter support in Safehouse, you have an airstrike in Heat, and you have claymores and C4 available at certain points in the campaign. These things keep things fresh for those missions and give you some extra firepower should you need it, but most of the time they're just something extra to help you feel cool. Now let's talk art. We'll start with the animations and textures. For a 2007 game, they look fairly decent and will run on pretty much anything unless you have a potato for a system. The animations are believable, offering small details like idle movements and hand gestures during fights, or soldiers smoking or reaching out in the dark. All of them are serviceable, with a heavier focus on unique moments where we see NPCs and animations unique to certain missions, with the Coup being a great example of this. You get to see soldiers and civilians in animations that you won't see much of, seeing Zakhaev Jr. looking you over on the way to the execution, and unique interactions with Al-Assad and Zakhaev that you see through other missions like Al-Assad's interrogation in Safehouse, and sniping Zakhaev in One Shot, One Kill. There's rarely texture glitching or awkward animations that will distract you from the experience, although the ragdoll in multiplayer may lead to some funny contortions. The textures for things are believable enough given the technology of the time, and convey what they need to without using too much power on the part of your system. The textures also vary wildly between the environment and the various weapons you'll wield during your tenure in the Call of Duty military, although most guns usually have a gray-black color scheme by default. All in all, nothing amazing, but good enough to immerse you in the experience for the time. Now let's briefly go over the cutscenes. The Call of Duty franchise at the time didn't really have what you'd call traditional cutscenes. Certainly nothing like what you see in something like StarCraft, Dead Space, or Resident Evil, or their releases around the same period. Most of them happened during the loading time for each mission, usually detailing the location of the mission, along with details about what you'll be doing, or the situation relevant to the briefing. My personal favorites include the cutscenes for Death from Above and War Pig, as you get a bunch of images and stats about the various weapons used on the AC-130 and Abrams tank. I just love military tech when it's displayed like that. The cutscene of the bonus mission, Mile High Club, is hilariously lazy, seeing as all you get is the cutting of the metal and the piece you cut hitting the floor before you drop in. It's kind of funny how simple it is. But other than that, the cutscenes do what they need to as an extra flavor and loading filler, so I don't find anything wrong with them, especially given how short some of them are. We'll wrap up the art section by discussing the NPC and player designs. They are all serviceable and help you easily identify each character, whether that be Marines in desert camo, Al-Assad's men in brown, Russians in woodland camo, or the SAS officers being identified by their various hats. The NPC variants serve their purpose by making sure we don't kill the same guy 50 times per mission. We just kill the same group 50 times per mission, but that's good that they at least had variations for the extra NPCs. The main characters look good, with Price and Gaz sporting their trademark hats, Macmillan being a Bush, Zakhaev Jr. in his traditional Russian pimp suit, Zakhaev in his thick coats, and Al-Assad. Actually, Al-Assad looks like his henchman. I guess he gets brownie points for being on their level. But altogether, the designs involved do a good job of differentiating everyone, especially when you really need it. Now let's wrap up the discussion on this game. Overall, this was the first major success that Call of Duty had that captured millions of players for the campaign and multiplayer, as both were very engaging, and most importantly, fun to play. This was also the first time in the franchise to make things more modern, allowing for a more current state of military tech and philosophy, opening up a market to a lot of people who may not have been into a World War II game, but a modern shooter sounds pretty cool. In short, this game delivered on the cool factor, and that showed in the sales of the game, as it broke 10 million copies sold within 7 months of its release in November of 2007, up to June of 2008, going on to sell over 15 million by 2013. Those are massive numbers for a game like this, and it shows just how much this game meant to people at the time and afterward. It struck a good balance of simplicity and fun, making it a generation's shooter. On an objective level, the campaign is short and sweet, keeping you busy with different challenges to overcome and encounters to be had. The multiplayer offers a varied range of loadouts, maps, and game modes to please many different types of players who are allowed to play the way they want. It is the leanest entry of the Modern Warfare trilogy, being simple and to the point, making it not as flashy as its sequels, but grittier in the boots-on-the-ground approach to shooters that makes for a more visceral experience. All in all, a great beginning for the trilogy, and a massive sweep across a generation of gamers to jump into the Call of Duty franchise, kickstarting a new wave of massive multiplayer shooters, something its sequels would only continue to enforce. Now let's dive into the much-anticipated sequel to COD 4, Modern Warfare 2. Here's a quick recap on what the franchise had been up to by the release of Modern Warfare 2 at the tail end of 2009. World at War had come out after COD 4, returning to a World War II setting and bringing the brutality of that setting back to the forefront, both in its campaign and the multiplayer, which retained many elements of mechanics from COD 4, but also added Treyarch's best addition to the series, the Zombies mode. Any Call of Duty player is familiar with zombies, but World at War started something with this new mode that Infinity Ward had to respond to, as players wanted something that wasn't a single-player campaign or competitive multiplayer. So Infinity Ward created something to fit that extra slot, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Outside of the franchise, YouTube gaming content was exploding at the time, especially thanks to channels like Machinima, along with other Call of Duty-focused channels, creating a tidal wave of excited players for the release of the sequel that many players called their first Call of Duty. They were chomping at the bit, ready to devour the new Modern Warfare. The pressure was mounting for that release. And now, let's jump into the sequel, Modern Warfare 2. Before we get into the campaign itself, we'll get an intro cutscene that recaps what happened in the first game. using a mix of sonar effects over various global areas while showing different sections of the original Modern Warfare. It's short and to the point, but does a good job of reminding you of all the important stuff you'll need to know before going into this game. Then it tells us that it's been 5 years since the events of the first game before we drop into the first mission. The first mission begins with a General Shepard lamenting that the more things change, the more they stay the same. He says this because the events of the previous game didn't lead to the outcomes we would have liked, with Imran Zakhaev being turned from an ultranationalist terrorist into the hero of the new Russia. General Shepard says to a Sergeant Foley that he knows what he's looking for. Sergeant Foley replies by stating that a new batch are hitting the pit, and he'll send Shepard the best he finds, as we drop into playing U.S. Army Ranger Private Joseph Allen. Like the first game, this intro mission is a basic tutorial, showing you how to shoot, aim, crouch, and throw grenades without killing yourself. This is done in the context of teaching local soldiers how to improve their skills, so it's more diegetic than the first game, which I consider an improvement, as it gives a functional story mission to train the player again without making it seem like the player's soldier has never known this stuff before, like in the first game. After teaching the locals how it's done, Sergeant Foley, voiced by Keith David, tells us to head over to the pit as Shepard wants to see us run the course. If you pay attention, you can hear and see other soldiers doing various things around the base on the way there, such as a few of them repairing a vehicle, playing basketball, having conversations, and so on. It helps to breathe life into what many could see as a pretty boring mission. We'll reach the pit, where we'll meet Corporal Dunn, who explains more tutorial stuff, but not in a diegetic way from before. Come on, game, you were doing so well. Anyway, he'll explain that Shepard wants to pull one of us for a special op, but we have to run the pit, a training course similar to the FMG training sections from the first game. Only this time there are civilian targets to avoid shooting, so watch your fire. You also get a wider array of weapons to choose from, including a SCAR or ACR assault rifle, an MP5K, and you can switch out your pistol if you choose. I personally like using the ACR just because it's accurate and the sight is cool. When we jump into the course, we'll move through 3 areas where we'll deal with various enemy placements before sprinting to the finish. Once completed, you can choose to run it again with the added bonus of extra guns, like the Mini Uzi or the Spaz 12 shotgun. Otherwise, we can regroup with our team to move on. When we do so, we get ready to move out as something goes down, so we'll load up for the next mission. The next mission begins with Shepard describing us as the most powerful military force in the history of man. Every fight is our fight, and what happens here matters over there, so we don't get to sit one out. Then he says that learning to use the tools of modern warfare is the difference between prosperity and utter destruction. We can't give you freedom, but we can give you the know-how to acquire it. Then he makes a good point when he says that it matters who's got the biggest stick, but it matters even more who's swinging it. Then he says this is a time for heroes and legends. Then he says history is written by the victors, and it's time to get to work, before we drop in. We'll spawn in lying on the ground for some reason, before Shepard tells us to get up and that Rangers lead the way, an actual US Army Ranger saying, before we start shooting hostiles across a river. You'll hear Foley say that if the bridge layer gets hit, we're swimming, hinting that we're going to make a bridge, which you can see if you look up at the bridge. You'll be able to use your grenade launcher against the enemy troops before a few enemy trucks appear on the opposite end of the bridge, that you'll have to deal with before the makeshift bridge is lowered. Once they're dealt with, the enemy will retreat, and we'll prepare to cross the bridge. We'll mount up into a Humvee with a minigun before we get info about an airstrike on one of the large buildings nearby. When someone asks if this is danger close for us, Dunn chimes in, inferring that Shepard doesn't care about danger close missions. The building will be brought down as we cheer before moving into the city. We'll be told to avoid firing unless the enemy fires first, and to keep an eye out for hostiles on the rooftops. We'll see several civilians moving around before spotting a few enemy troops watching us. You can see enemy troops moving around as well before we come under fire. We'll spin up and engage the enemy before being almost killed as we drive out of there. We'll run into more enemies before we have our Humvee blown up. We'll survive, but we'll duck into a nearby building to avoid being killed. From here, we'll make our way through the building where we'll take out as many enemies as we see before we are asked to push into the school to deal with the hostiles inside. We'll push through several hallways and rooms, taking out enemies throughout the school, before Dunn makes a joke about cutting through history class. After we clear the school, we'll find some intel on a crate, but intel doesn't involve cheats this time around, which could have been fun, but we'll move on through an alleyway with a few more hostiles. Once near the evac point, we'll see an enemy shot up before regrouping with Shepard, who says we'll be taking orders from him from now on. He says he'll brief us on the chopper before the mission ends. The next mission picks up as Alan is now a part of the CIA. with Shepard telling him that he looks like one of the bad guys, which is perfect for his undercover assignment. Then they mention Makarov, a mad dog killer for the highest bidder. Then we're introduced to Task Force 141, the best hand-picked group of warriors on the planet, according to Shepard. Alan says it's an honor, and asks when he can meet the rest of the team. Shepard explains that they're on a mission recovering a downed ACS module behind enemy lines, where they're just about freezing right now, before we drop into one of the most iconic Modern Warfare 2 missions, Cliffhanger. We'll be chilling on a ledge as Sergeant Gary Roach Sanderson in a mountain range as a jet flies by. You'll also see a familiar name in Captain McTavish, Soap from the previous game, who tells us the break is over, so we gotta go. We'll creep along the edge of a cliffside where Soap climbs the ice with some ice picks, and we'll follow suit just behind him. Once you reach the top, you'll make a jump to another area you must reach, but we'll slide back and nearly fall off before Soap saves us. We'll recover and make it up to the airbase we're searching for the ACS module, when we'll see our ACR rifle with a silencer, red dot, and the new heartbeat sensor. As Soap explains, the heartbeat sensor registers friendlies as blue dots and hostiles as white dots, something that is a pretty cool feature for stealth sections and multiplayer in general, but we'll talk about that later. We'll make our way into the base and take out a few patrols as we go. We'll split off so Soap can provide cover from a nearby ridge using a thermal scope, something we'll also talk about later. He'll explain that we'll be a ghost in this blizzard, so the guards won't see us until we're very close. This mission is the first in the trilogy to give you a truly free roam style stealth mission, as you have a wide open area with several routes to your objectives. There are multiple buildings and patrols to maneuver around, giving some extra replay value based on your decisions for what path to take, whether to kill everyone you see, or try sneaking past. You'll have several points where Soap can help you by killing some of the patrols, but that won't always be the case. It is possible to do the whole stealth section without killing anyone yourself, which gives you an achievement, but you have to be careful of the patrols moving around. Once you're deeper into the base, Soap will tell you to head to the southeast and plant C4 at the fueling station as a plan B if things go south. You'll also see the USP pistol with a silencer and a shank efficiency, which we'll go over more in the multiplayer section, as this game drastically expanded the attachments available for weapons. Every so often, Soap will warn you of a truck that will drive around, so keep an eye out for that as it holds a full patrol and will be able to see you with its lights. Thankfully, the Winter Ghost is strong with me, so we'll plant the C4 and are told to regroup with Soap at the far hangar, where he says he'll race us there. We'll make it to the rendezvous, where Soap comments on us taking the scenic route, before he rushes a guy inside and stabs him. Then we'll look for the ACS module upstairs, while Soap tinkers with a satellite in the garage. We'll find it, but Soap will be compromised, so we have to keep a low profile. We have a few seconds where Soap tells us to go to Plan B, where we blow up the fueling station to cause a distraction, so Soap isn't killed, which can happen if the timer runs out. From here, we'll make our way across the tarmac toward a hill as we deal with enemy troops, and a few of them on snowmobiles. We'll slide down a hill where a few enemies will attack us, but we'll commandeer their snowmobiles and make our way down the mountain towards the backup LZ. As you can tell, we got to punch it, so you'll need to focus more on driving than actually shooting, but the Glock you have helps to deal with enemies that are in the way. We'll reach a large ramp down where the intensity heightens as you floor it across a canyon, where some tanker randomly explodes when you land on the other side. No idea why that happens, but these games are explosive wet dreams after all. Anyway, we'll make it to the chopper and move into the next mission. The next mission is one of the most infamous in COD history, and is something that even I would caution people to prepare for before going in, and you'll see why in a moment. Anyway, we'll begin with Shepard telling Alan that 2 men took down an entire base, and he is asking more from him now. Then Shepard says that the war rages everywhere, and there will be casualties. He explains that Makarov is fighting his own war, and he has no rules, no conscience, and he has no loyalty to any flag, country, or set of ideals. He trades blood for money. Then he says he's Alan's new best friend, before saying he'll lose a piece of himself to do this, but it's nothing compared to what he'll save. Then we drop in. We open in an elevator as we and other members of Makarov's group suit up before he says, remember, no Russian. Then we see why this mission became infamous. You are involved in a terrorist attack, which is completely voluntary on the player's part, which is a key thing to remember, but you will witness the casualties of this as Makarov and his men cut down dozens of civilians and airport security. This is also one of the few COD missions that is skippable, which I think is fair given the content. After making our way through the blood and bodies, we'll make our way outside, or we'll run into the Russian military. As we prepare to engage, Makarov will say, "For Zakhaev," linking the two of them together. We'll see more of this later, but we've got to deal with the enemy troops. We'll actually fight them, and push through their riot shield lines. We'll lose one of our own as we head back inside to our escape vehicle and an ambulance. The driver will say that they've sent a strong message with his attack, before Makarov says that this was no message. He then turns and shoots Alan, as he is the message. The mission ends with Makarov explaining that they knew about Alan's real identity, and that when his body is found, all of Russia will cry for war. The next mission begins with a new guy, Ghost, saying the Russians won't let this go unanswered, and that it's going to get bloody. You may recognize his voice as he also voiced Gaz in the previous installment of the trilogy. Then Soap will chime in, saying that the world will see the Russians as the victims, and nobody will do anything when the Russians club every American they can reach. Soap goes on to say that we're the only ones who knew it was Makarov's op, but our credibility died with Alan, and we need proof. Then Shepard says to follow the shell, before we move across the pond to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, as we have to find Alejandro Rojas, the man who supplied the assault. He's our ticket to Makarov. We'll dive in as we follow Rojas' right-hand man as he meets with local militia before gunning them down and killing me because you have to duck manually during this. Anyway, we'll leave our vehicle and chase after him. He manages to cause quite a lot of destruction with just a pistol, as several cars are on fire or have been blown up. As we move past the streets, Soap says non-lethal takedowns only, as we need this man alive. We'll shoot him in the leg to catch him. We'll move ahead to see Soap tell us to go with me and Royce to check out the favela for any sign of Rojas himself, as we see Ghost preparing some interrogation materials with car battery cables. On our way to the favela, Royce reminds us that there are civilians around, so we need to watch our fire. We'll jump into the favela as Meat yells and fires his weapon to get the civvies out of here. We'll then be attacked by the local militia, and we'll make our way through the tight quarters on our way to Rojas' location. Along the way, we'll see Meat go down, followed shortly by Royce. We'll make our way up and through more ambush points while dealing with the militia. We'll eventually learn that Rojas is on the move and that we need to cut him off. We'll deal with more militia and some dogs, as Soap reminds us that this is their territory, and they know it well, so keep an eye out for ambush points and check your corners. A little later, we'll run into a building with akimbo G-18s, which are pretty fun to use if you like the power and hate aiming. We'll cut our way through the enemy as we get closer to Rojas, but Soap says that we can't harm him. We'll eventually reach the point where Soap dives through a window to pin him against a car. This scenario can be a little underwhelming if you reach it too quickly, like so, because you get dialogue not matching with the moment, which is always a bummer. Anyway, Ghost will call for a chopper, but we can tell from his tone and wording that Command isn't sending one, so we're on our own as the mission ends. Act 2 begins with communications around the US stating various enemy signals coming toward US shores. We go through several people saying it's an error, before we get a response from someone seeing enemy fighter jets over I-95. Command gets a hold of Sergeant Foley, and all stations are advised that satellite surveillance has been disabled, and our defenses have been compromised, before we drop in during a massive invasion. The mission begins with our squad moving through suburban streets, as we see enemy troops parachuting in all around us. The mission name can be seen as a reference to the 1984 film Red Dawn, where enemy troops stage an invasion of America, as well as the achievements for completing this and other mission being labeled as Red Dawn. It's also a good movie, and I'd recommend you check it out if you can. Getting back to the mission, we'll run into an enemy BTR, where we'll have to run away from our convoy before it takes us out. We'll learn from Command that all air support is already engaged, and there are reinforcements on the way, but we're on our own for now. Dunn asks if Command just told us to F ourselves, and Foley confirms it. We'll move through the neighborhood as we watch the BTR destroying various homes, or we'll see that we're headed for a crash site with a special person, codenamed Raptor, that we must reach. We'll eventually push up to a location where we'll throw smoke grenades to cover the BTR so it can't fire on us, before we move into an alley. We'll engage enemy troops as we push forward toward a gas station and make our way toward Raptor's location at the Nate's restaurant across the street. We'll enter the building and learn from friendly troops that Raptor is in the meat locker and is unconscious. We also learn we've got a supply drop on the roof with a sentry gun and thermal weaponry. We'll use the sentry gun to auto-target enemies and thermal to identify hostiles via the heat coming from their bodies. It's helpful since the enemy is using smoke. We'll take out hostiles on top of the Burger Town restaurant and near the bank to the north. We'll eventually have hostiles breach our roof and we'll repel them until the Russians pull back. Then we'll be attacked by a UAV Predator drone with rockets, forcing us to take cover inside the restaurant. We'll learn the location of the soldier controlling the Predator across the street in the diner, but we have to get past enemy troops, 2 BTRs, and a Predator. If you do this, I'd recommend picking off the little guys before moving out of a building. You can double back to go in through the window of the diner to kill the enemy troops and take control of the Predator for yourself. We'll use it to take out the BTRs before regrouping at Nate's. We'll be ordered to take our team and secure the Burger Town restaurant as we're going to move Raptor there. You can use the Predator as often as you want here, so clear out any enemies that cause you trouble. We'll push up and secure the Burger Town before the rest of our team moves Raptor over to us. We'll cover them with the Predator and our thermal rifle. We've got to hold our position until our friendly convoy arrives, so have at it with the Predator drone. It will eventually be disabled, and we'll be informed of enemy attack choppers coming in, so we've got to find a Stinger missile in the diner where we nabbed the Predator drone. We'll use the Stinger missile to take out the first helicopter before we engage more enemy troops. We'll eventually be attacked by the second chopper, where we'll grab a Stinger on top of Nate's to take it down. With that, the convoy will arrive, and we'll make our way to it to get out of here as the mission ends. The next mission jumps back to our boys in South America as they try to contact anyone, but only get reports of the Russian invasion of America. Ghost says they're out of friends, before Soap says he knows a guy, as a picture of Nikolai appears. Then we learn that Rojas knew there's one guy Makarov hates worse than Americans, and he's locked up in a gulag, but first we need to escape South America. Once we drop in, we'll hear Ghost say that we've got hundreds of militia troops coming from the front and back, so we'll have to fight our way to the landing zone. If you look at Rojas, he's been pinned to the wall and got the same treatment as his right-hand man, but we've got to run. We'll have to rush through the streets as we deal with various militia ambushes and attackers, so check your corners and keep an eye out for RPGs and snipers. We'll eventually make it to the market where Nikolai is supposed to pick us up, but the LZ is too hot, so we'll meet him at the secondary LZ. Like before, we'll fight our way through more enemies, but be wary of explosive barrels so you don't look like a fool. Like me. We'll make our way across some rooftops where we'll slip and fall. We'll get up without guns and make a break for it to reach Nikolai and the rest of the team. We'll sprint across some rooftops while dodging enemy fire before we slide down through a window and jump for the chopper. The mission ends with Nikolai taking us back to our submarine to plan our next move. The next mission returns to America as we hear an emergency broadcast playing before Shepard says to turn it off. Since the 141 is out of the country, Shepard commandeers Sergeant Foley's unit, giving us a Striker to help us defend the area before we jump right in. We'll be supported by the Striker as we make our way through the suburbs towards some AAA guns that are taking our aircraft down. We've got to deal with them to get the civilians out, but we got to push through the neighborhood to reach them. This mission is unique because you get a laser designator that you can use to call for attacks on specific buildings or troops. Simply aim, laze, and wait. The Striker will usually take out everything in your target area, but be careful when entering the buildings you target, as the Striker won't stop shooting even if you're in the way. We'll clear through several houses before we reach a point where enemy choppers drop in new troops, but you can laze the choppers to be shot down by the Striker. Shortly after, we'll reach a checkpoint we'll need to clear before we can move up. Once it's cleared, we'll hear from command that we need to head to a specific address after we've eliminated the AAA guns. More on this in a moment. We'll push up through another neighborhood until we reach a large house that leads to the AAA guns. We'll laze each site for an artillery strike, and once they're dealt with, we'll move on. We'll move to the address mentioned earlier, and Shepard will explain that we've come to extract a high-value individual from a panic room at the address. We'll reach the house where an AC-130 went down, and we'll find a Russian looking for beer for some reason. When we get to the panic room, we'll find our contact dead, with a few unusually dressed Russians nearby. We'll grab what's left of our target's intel before we inform command that the HVI is dead, as the mission ends. We'll bounce back to the 141 as we regroup with Shepard, where he'll tell us that we're leading the counterstrike. We're going to the Gulag to find prisoner 627, as we believe that's the man who Makarov hates, but we can't get to him. Then we learn that the Russians are using oil rigs as SAM sites to avert any attacks, which effectively gives them human shields. Then we'll dive in. We'll begin in the water as we make our way toward the first oil rig. It's a small but cool sequence where you can hear the sonar and even a whale call as we go past another friendly sub. We'll come up to the oil rig where we'll take down the guards on the lower level by cutting their throats underwater. Imagine drowning in your own blood and freezing water. What a way to go. Once we've gotten out of the water, we'll set up to clear the rig of hostiles with our SOT mod M4 like the good old days, and a SCAR with a silencer and thermal sight. Then we'll get to our first room to breach, where we'll see the breach system of the game. Once you're ready, activate the door, and you'll get a slow motion sequence where you can shoot the enemy troops in the room, but watch out for civvies. We'll head upstairs and avoid an enemy helicopter before reaching the next breach point. We'll clear it and save a few lives before we secure the hostages and plant explosives on the bodies as the patrol is on the way. We'll pull back to a small scaffolding vantage point where we'll lie in wait for the patrol. Once they're in range, we'll detonate the charges and go loud, where we'll learn of more hostages up top that we need to clear before we can get the Marines in to disable the SAM sites. We'll move up through the oil rig and run into the chopper from before, so be ready with explosives to deal with it. We'll continue pushing until we reach the upper level, where the enemy will deploy smoke, as they've got thermal sights as well. We'll switch to a thermal weapon to take them out before we breach the final room, but be careful of all the explosives around you. With the rig cleared, we'll regroup for Phase 2 of the operation as we lift off in a chopper. We'll be moving in to reach the Gulag with several squads joining us as the mission ends. The next mission begins with a history lesson on the Gulag. It started out as a castle with an actual dungeon, built to withstand any siege. Over the last century, it's held prisoners the government didn't want but couldn't kill, which I don't really get how that works, but whatever. Soap remarks that this place is filled with living casualties of the last war that he swore he thought we'd won, but we're here for 627, so let's grab him as we drop in. We'll fly in with some fighter jets destroying a radio mast nearby before we fly in for our attack. We'll see several hostiles on the walls and towers of the base that you can snipe once the chopper stabilizes to give you better shots. We'll get close to the next tower when a danger close fighter fires his rockets at it, nearly hitting us in the process. Soap tells Shepard to call off the fighters, but he says that one man in a gulag doesn't mean much to the Navy. Since that's the whole point of us being here, why would they risk that? It might be this way for a reason we'll see later, but we aren't there yet. Anyway, we'll land and begin our assault on foot. We'll push through several hostiles and make our way into the bowels of the castle. We'll reach a control room where Ghost will look for 627. We'll move ahead and search the cells for the prisoner as we engage more enemies. We'll have to wait while Ghost opens a security door, but the hardware is ancient. We'll make it through another gate and make it to the armory. There's a ton of guns here, so have your fill, but be sure to grab a riot shield. We'll have to wait for Ghost to open the door, so use the riot shield for cover. Once it's open, we'll move up, smacking our enemies to death until we reach a point where we'll rappel down to the bottom level. Once down there, we'll learn the power is out in the area, so we'll use night vision to compensate. Be wary of the prison cells to your right and left housing enemies. We'll be knocked down by a sudden quake of the castle under the barrage of the Navy. Soap will ask Shepard to get the Navy to calm down, which they will for a time, but not for long. We'll clear our way up to a wall to enter the shower room that we'll use as a shortcut to 627. Be careful of the enemies on the second floor, as it's hard to maintain cover from most angles in this room. We'll eventually drop down into the sewer system of the place, where we'll follow Soap when Ghost says two people are behind a wall, with one of them being 627. When we breach, we'll see our old commanding officer Price strangling a Russian soldier, before he pushes him into us and knocks us over before holding us at gunpoint. Soap pulls a gun on him before Price recognizes him, and Soap pulls out the pistol he used to kill Zakhaev and says that it belongs to Price, which is a nice touch to show that he kept it all these years. Then another officer questions who Soap is. Then the building will begin crumbling under the Navy's bombardment, and we'll try to reach our chopper. Right before we reach it, we'll be caved in, so we've got to find another way out. We'll double back and see a Russian soldier looking like he's contemplating his own death, as we make it to a large room with a hole in the ceiling. We'll be knocked down before Price yells at Soap to do whatever he's going to do, and to do it fast. Soap shoots a flare through the hole in the roof before our chopper drops a cable down that it'll use to pull us out, before we almost burn to death as the mission ends. The next mission brings us back to America and begins with an emergency broadcast, with details to go to specific locations for evacuation, before we drop in. We'll be in an underground bunker of sorts, where we'll see various soldiers dealing with wounded and other activities. We'll regroup with Dunn and Foley before we head upstairs to buy an evac site some time, where we get this great reveal of a war-torn Washington, D.C. That was one of the main factors that appealed to many people during this campaign, because America hasn't seen such a destructive encounter on its own soil in quite a long time, so this imagery is haunting for many Americans to think about. Anyway, we'll push into a building and begin clearing it out as we need to make it to an upper floor to deal with enemy troops bombarding an evac site. We'll see a Marine pulling one of ours along the ground before he gets killed, which really helps build up the atmosphere of everything going to hell. We'll eventually make it to the upper levels and engage the enemy troops hammering the evac site. Once it's cleared, we'll use the ammunition and explosives they have to protect the evac site. We'll use a Javelin rocket launcher and a sniper rifle to cover our troops at the Washington Monument before we're attacked by enemy troops as well. After cutting them down, we'll be told to leave, but Foley says we've got to deal with the enemy vehicles approaching the evac site. We'll blow up several choppers and ground forces before we're ordered to the roof to evac. before we're overrun. We'll eventually reach the roof, where we'll board a chopper as the gunner, and we'll continue to help the evac site as we mow down whatever enemies we can see, as we see troops swarming over the World War II memorial. This whole mission is a destructive piece of art depicting what a war could do to your home, and I love it. Anyway, we'll be hit, but stay airborne, as we go to take out enemy SAM sites before we go down. We'll wake up in a daze as we're surrounded by enemy troops at our crash site. We'll have a soldier give us a gun before he's killed, and we'll defend our position with the last mags we have. Dunn will be hit before the mission ends, as an enemy helicopter shines its light on us. Act 3 begins with the 141 making contact with Shepard, where Price is updated on the situation. Then Price sends Shepard a schematic for a nuclear sub nearby, and mentions that if you want to put out an oil fire, you set off a bigger explosion right next to it, which sounds ludicrous, but we are working with action movie logic. Shepard tells him to get it together before Price asks him if he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. Shepard says he always is, before he tells us to focus on Makarov. Price says we need to end this war today, and Shepard is about to give orders to the contrary before we lose connection. Price's tone suggests he cut it himself, which gives him some character of independence, especially regarding Shepard's orders to ignore what's happening in America at the moment. We'll drop in with Price into a snowy area, which gets points from me just for that, where we'll be told that we've been separated from the rest of our group after parachuting in, and we'll regroup as we go through the mission. We'll run into some patrols with dogs where Soap says he hates dogs. Price says they're nothing compared to the ones in Pripyat, and Soap says it's good to have the old man back, which it is. We'll pick off the patrols after a convoy rolls through, and we'll make our way down the road. We'll see enemy choppers bringing in mobile SAMs before we encounter enemy armor and run into the forest to avoid them following us. We'll nearly die in the encounter before we get out of sight. Then we'll stealth our way through the forest as we deal with multiple patrols. You have the option to deal with some of these patrols or let them pass, but we've got to avenge all the dying people in the US right now. We'll run into a large patrol where we'll take them all out before moving up. We'll reach the top of the hill where we'll check out the village with our Predator drone, but it will be shot down, although I did get a shot off. We'll slide down into the village to regroup with our team and grab an LMG with a heartbeat sensor since we're going loud. We'll deal with hostile infantry until we get our second Predator within range. We'll soften up the enemy with a bang before engaging the military base. We've got to hurry to get to the nuclear sub Price mentioned earlier, as it can dive at any moment. Throughout this mission, you'll be able to use the Predator to your advantage in clearing out the area. It has a 20-second timer, but that flies by when running and gunning. We'll make it to the sub, where we'll defend the area as Price goes inside. We'll deal with several hostiles before we begin seeing the sub-missile silos open. Ghost freaks out at this, as Price doesn't respond until we see one of the missiles launch, with Price saying, "Good." Looks like it's time to put out the oil fire, as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Shepard talking to military and government officials, as we learn that the missile is en route to Washington, D.C., and we will lose the White House. Shepard says we've rebuilt it before, and we'll do it again. Then we'll learn that the casualties of the blast could range from 30 to 50,000, depending on the exact location of detonation. We also learn that all systems will go down. Someone says that Shepard warned them, and they should have listened, before Shepard says that they will not be the ones who stood guard while America died. He is then given a blank check to do what he has to in order to bring Makarov to light. We'll drop in at the end of the mission of their own accord, where we'll relive the moments up to the light shining in our eyes. Then we'll go up into space as an astronaut near the International Space Station. We'll be told to look toward a light coming over the dark side of the planet. The people at Houston don't know what it is and question it before it detonates, and we see the lights go out all over the East Coast, before our astronaut friend is sent flying into the void, along with the International Space Station. We'll drop back to Earth with our Ranger friends, where every chopper begins falling out of the sky, as an EMP has gone off because of the missile blast. We'll reach shelter from the debris as Dunn starts losing it, but Foley tells him to shut up as we still have weapons, so we can still fight. We'll wait for things to quiet down before we go out into the streets again. Everything is quiet, and a cool detail is our red dot sights don't work anymore. Another cool thing you can do is pick up a different type of the same weapon, and you'll effectively double your ammo for said weapon in the process. Neat detail. Anyway, we'll move through the streets as we look for friendlies to regroup with. We'll run into another Marine who doesn't remember the countersign to the STAR call, but he explains that we're assembling a task force at Whiskey Hotel, and we need to keep heading north. Then he'll be off to inform other US troops he can find. We'll move into a nearby building where we'll encounter enemy troops. After cutting them down, we'll move toward the hotel as a monsoon comes in. We'll check a Marine on the ground before we learn he's dead, and then move up. We'll encounter enemy armor. We'll take out the ones outside, but the ones on the inside of the vehicle are trapped, so we'll move on. We'll see a group of soldiers before we give the star call, then we engage them as hostiles. We'll make it into a nearby building where we'll head into the basement. We'll find the presidential seal on a door, where we'll learn that this is the real president's bunker. We'll drop into the wreck that it is as the mission ends. The next mission begins immediately afterwards, which is weird since it's a relatively short mission and could have just continued with the previous mission, but I guess it was a hardware limitation or some technical issue that caused the split. Anyway, we'll meet up with other US troops where we'll be told that we have to reach the White House as it still has power. We'll need it to talk to command. We'll work our way to the left where we'll cut down any hostiles in our way. We'll reach the Oval Office where we'll hear a transmission that all US troops should deploy green flares on the roof to avoid getting blown up, along with the White House. We'll clear out more troops as we move through different offices and press release rooms until we start heading up toward the roof. We'll pop green flares just before friendly jets fly over, saving us from a fiery death. Then a soldier will ask when we're going to Moscow, as we look down upon the burning ruins of our capital. Dunn is ready to burn Moscow down, and Foley says we'll go when the time is right, as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Shepard telling officials that it's been a tough week, but we will recover. He's got a blank check, and he's going to use every cent of it to kill Makarov. Then he says that despite what the world may say, we are not savages. We don't kill civilians. We use precision. We're going to bring Makarov into the light, and we will write history. Then Shepard explains that there are 2 places left as safe houses for Makarov, so we're splitting up with Ghost and Roach heading to the estate along the Georgian-Russian border, and Price and Soap are taking the Boneyard in Afghanistan. Shepard approves and says that this ends now, before we drop in. We'll group up with our assault team as we head toward the safe house when bouncing Betty explosives erupt from the ground, where you'll need to go prone to avoid getting killed. Then we'll be ambushed, and we'll have to fight our way through enemy troops on the way to the estate. Once we get close, we'll see a few trucks heading away that our sniper team will use javelins to destroy. Once they're dealt with, we'll be told they may have been decoys, as we've not spotted Makarov. We'll deal with more enemy troops before we begin breaching and clearing the house. Once each room is cleared, you'll have the pick of the litter of the weapons in the house. The armory downstairs has a plethora of weapons to choose from, and the house has so many guns and ammo in it that it takes an hour to use it all up. Don't ask me how I know that. Anyway, we'll regroup with Ghost on the main floor, where we'll connect a DSM to Makarov's computer, as Makarov isn't here, and Price and Soap haven't seen him in Afghanistan either. We'll have to defend the house once we start the DSM transfer, as it has vital intel on it, so use your claymores and weapons available to deal with the incoming hostiles. Once the transfer is complete, we'll hightail it to the extraction point, fighting enemy troops as we go. Along the way, other members of our team are cut down until it's just Ghost and Roach. Roach will get hit, and Ghost will drag him to the LZ as a friendly chopper lands with Shepard aboard. Then we get the big twist of the game. Shepard asks if we have the DSM, and once we confirm it, he says that's one less loose end, before he shoots both of us. We watch as he takes the DSM, his troops throw us onto a pile of bodies and set us on fire, as we hear Price and Soap react to being attacked by Shepard's men on their end. This is a twist that caused a major reaction in the community, with several people loving it, and others hating it. We'll go over this later in the analysis section, because I've got quite a bit to say about it. But 2 of our boys are gone, as the mission ends. The next mission takes us over to Soap and Price, as Soap tries to reach anyone, before Price says they're dead, and that Shepard's cleaning house. Soap says Shepard betrayed them, before Price says that you have to trust someone to be betrayed, but he never did. Price will call Nikolai in to fly us out, as Nikolai explains that we've got Shepard's men on one side and Makarov's on the other, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to let them kill each other. We'll drop in as Soap as we begin making our way toward the LZ. Then we'll tap into Makarov's comms to reach him. Price reaches out to Makarov, saying that Shepard's a war hero now, and that he's got his operations playbook and a blank check. Then Price asks for any dirt on Shepard and says that he'll take care of the rest. After some silence, Price says that he knows Makarov is on this channel, saying that he won't last a week. Makarov replies, saying that we won't either. This is where we get Price mentioning the old phrase, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," and Makarov says that cuts both ways, hinting at Shepard and Makarov possibly allying to kill Soap and Price, which we'll touch on later. Then he tells us that Shepard is using Site Hotel Bravo, and that we know where it is before saying he'll see us in hell. Price will say he's looking forward to it, and to give his regards to Zakhaev if Makarov gets there first. We'll continue fighting through the various ruins of plane parts and letting Makarov and Shepard's men fight as much as they want. We'll eventually make it to Price and another guy in a jeep, as Nikolai says he's taking off in 1 minute. We'll defend our vehicle as we head toward Nikolai until our driver is killed. Then we'll drive it into the back of Nikolai's plane and get out of here as the mission ends. The next mission begins by showing that Price and Soap are now wanted men, before Soap laments what they're going up against. Price then gives a small speech that I'll let play because it's actually pretty sweet hearing him say it before we drop in.
The healthy human mind doesn't wake up in the morning thinking this is its last day on Earth. But I think that's a luxury, not a curse. To know you're close to the end is a kind of freedom. Good time to take inventory. Outgunned, outnumbered, out of our minds on a suicide mission. But the sand and rocks here, stained with thousands of years of warfare, they will remember us for this. Because out of all our vast array of nightmares, this is the one we choose for ourselves. We go forward like a breath exhaled from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight. We will kill him.
What can you say after that? It's just cool as cool can be. Anyway, Nikolai will tell us that he'll return for us in 3 hours, before Price says not to bother, as this was a one-way flight. Then Nikolai wishes us good luck as we head into Site Hotel Bravo. We'll reach a vantage point where we'll see Shepard's men, confirming that he's here. Then we'll start tapping into their comms, and we'll start clearing our way towards Shepard. We'll rappel down as we hear enemy comms trying to communicate with the patrol we took out. Then we'll slide down and cut some throats before entering a cave structure. We'll avoid enemy patrols as we stealth our way through the caves. We'll eventually reach a large cavern where we'll be attacked by Shadow Company. We'll take them out and hear Shepard say it's Price, and he'll order his men to back up priority items and burn the rest. He also tells them to just delay us until they're ready to pull out as we head outside. We'll grab a riot shield to cover Price as he deals with some enemies on the catwalk. We'll hear that they're transporting Shepard to an LZ before Price says we've got to hurry. We'll deal with more enemy troops as we push up to a control room. We'll breach it as we see they're about to blow up the control point. Afterwards, we'll hear Shepard giving an announcement that he's executing Directive 116 Bravo, and that if you're still inside, your service will be honored, showing that he'll dump his men if it means protecting himself. We'll override the door controls before we run outside as the place blows up around us. We'll see a compound ahead with Shepard ordering a fire mission that ends up killing a lot of his own men instead of us. Keep that in mind for later. We'll push through the wreckage as more enemy troops chopper in. We'll also hear that a sandstorm is coming, preventing airborne extraction for Shepard, so he says they'll use the Zodiacs instead. We'll see what those are in a moment. After pushing further up, we'll head into a tunnel as Price mentions Zodiac use, so there must be a river nearby, as the mission ends. We'll begin the final mission, where Price gives a small speech about history and those who write it.
This is for the record. History is written by the victor. History is filled with liars. If he lives and we die, his truth becomes written and ours is lost. Shepard will be a hero, because all you need to change the world is one good lie and a river of blood. He's about to complete the greatest trick a liar ever played on history. His truth will be the truth, but only if he lives and we die.
I could listen to him talk for hours. Anyway, we'll drop in and grab a boat to pursue Shepard. We'll go through several hostile checkpoints and deal with enemy RPGs and choppers until we see Shepard picked up by his own chopper. We'll steady the boat so Price can take some precision shots to cause the chopper's fuel to explode and crash in a valley below us. Then we'll go over a waterfall into that same valley. When we wake up, the sandstorm will surround us as we head toward the wreckage of the chopper. We've only got our knife to kill Shepard, but that'll be enough. You can see a few soldiers after the crash, one crawling away as he bleeds out, and another with an empty gun. Then we'll see Shepard run off to a rusted ruin, where we'll fight him before he stabs us and gives his story. 5 years ago, during the attempt to capture Al-Assad, he lost 30,000 men in the blink of an eye, and the world just watched. Then we see him with his Magnum as he says that tomorrow there will be no shortage of volunteers, no shortage of patriots. Then he says he knows we'll understand, before he prepares to shoot us. We'll be saved by Price as he attacks Shepard, causing him to drop his gun. We'll go for it before Shepard kicks the gun away and kicks us over. We'll see Price and Shepard going at it, trading blows back and forth between them before Shepard pins Price and begins beating him to death. We'll look toward the knife we were impaled by and get the interaction prompt, where we'll button mash to get the knife out. Once out, we'll ready it and throw it at Shepard, getting him square in the eye. That's for Ghost and Roach. We'll almost fade away before Price gets back up and Nikolai arrives. Price says our bandages will hold for now before he tells Nikolai that he told him this was a one-way trip. Nikolai says that it still is, and that the enemy will be looking for us before he comes to help. When Price says that they've got to get Soap out of here, Nikolai says he knows a place, before we reach the credits. This sequence features parts of the bonus mission we'll see in a little bit, where you'll see various scenes from the campaign. I don't know if you'd call these acting sequences or not, because the guys involved freeze, so I guess it's just a neat display. You can also see people walking around this museum, as they look at the scenes and vehicle displays in another room. One nice touch toward the end of the credits has the Infinity Ward team give a special thanks to a few folks, and the Navy SEALs, before we end on a picture of our team. Doom on you, Mr. Tango. The bonus mission, Museum, allows you to look at the various scenes and models from the game, as this is a gallery of sorts. You can also shoot and kill the people in each scene, which is hilarious, as well as pick up weapons in 2 of the 3 rooms. They've got a wide variety of guns to choose from, all with random attachments, so grab what you want. You can also pick up ammo as well. The reason I mention all this is because of a bell that you can ring in either of the rooms with the NPCs. Once you do, the NPCs will swarm and try to kill you. I've got no idea why this is here, but it's entertaining and funny. Just be careful of the Juggernaut. The enemies will reset, so you can do this over and over with different guns if you want. It is kinda weird shooting everyone you've met in the campaign though. But that's the long and short of this mission, so we'll move on. Now let's dive into the multiplayer of Modern Warfare 2. For this section, we'll be going over the various maps, setups, and game modes you can play, as well as personal favorites of mine. We won't go over every single map or attachment, but I will bring specifics up when I deem them worth mentioning. I'd also like to add that I used a mod to recreate multiplayer with bots, and the relevant links to that will be in the description. These mods make the game much more enjoyable, as they are totally customizable, including whether you want to work your way up to max rank like normal, or if you'd rather skip it all to unlock everything now. I unlocked everything for the sake of this commentary, but I'll explain the grind you'll have to go through to unlock everything once we get to the setup section. With that out of the way, let's dive into the acclaimed and infamous Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. We'll begin with the maps of the game, and boy are they varied in both style and substance. You have your fair share of tight spaces on maps such as Scrapyard, Invasion, Skid Row, and the chaotic Rust, while also sporting long-range fights across Wasteland, Derail, and Afghan, with several other maps offering various mixes of everything in between. These are some basic ones, but several of these maps also offer a variety of options in terms of different locations to fight in, as well as keeping the door open so every type of player can enjoy themselves on the same map. Take Afghan for example. You have your sniper and assault rifle sections between the cliffside and cave facing off against those in the bunkers on the opposite side of the wreckage of a downed plane. You also have the entire area surrounding the backside of the cave, as it is ripe for close encounters of the bullet variety. This isn't the only example I can list. Terminal became a fan favorite as every strategy could be employed on that map. Want to snipe? You've got massive sightlines and vantage points all over the place. Want to defend a specific section? You've got several choke points to guard that will usually lead prey into your sights. Want to rush? Weaving in and out of the cargo containers on the outside or flanking around through the shop in the center will give you plenty of opportunities for kills. Several maps feature this same mix of various strategies being viable on the same map. High Rise offers significant sniper and assault rifle combat on the upper levels, but those with SMGs and shotguns can dive into the underbelly for quick shoot-and-go gameplay. Favela has much of the same, with sniping along the rooftops while rushing through each of the buildings on the street level. Some maps have identifiable dead zones, where you'll usually be shot because of the obvious choke points at certain spots. Take the 3 bridges on Rundown. Running across any of those leaves you open to getting shot, or the large open areas on Fuel, where snipers are sure to pick you off in seconds. There are some maps with a unique dynamic because of the layout. Estate is a great example of a map that is very much a King of the Hill style, as whoever controls the house has significant sightlines across the whole map. Derail is a massive map, with enough cover from bushes that you can recreate the Contingency mission if you stay in the weeds as much as possible. Rust is just pure insanity with how small it is, even though it's still bigger than Shipment from the first game. Then you've got revamps of old COD 4 maps including Overgrown, Crash, Vacant, and Strike that came in the 2 DLC map packs, which boosted the total number of maps to 26, after the initial 16 from the base game, not to mention the diverse climates you can fight in. Urban slums, airport, war-torn town, desert base, Arctic junkyard, top of a building, mountain house. Lots of options to be had here. All in all, the maps of this game are just as varied and open to every type of playstyle and aesthetic as the previous Modern Warfare, but things have gotten a bit denser because of the increase in attachments and killstreaks that they have to account for now. Now let's talk about the setup options you have. Like the first game, you can pick from various weapons you saw in the campaign, along with the numerous attachments involved, slowly unlocking them as you level up through kills, challenges, and objective completion. This time, everything has been drastically expanded in terms of attachments for weapons and how to unlock them. Each main weapon has 2 phases of attachments to unlock. Phase 1 attachments unlock via kill counts at specific points, like 10, 25, and so on. Once you've unlocked one attachment, you must then use it to unlock its Phase 2 counterpart. For instance, once you have the red dot sight, you'll need to get 60 kills with it attached to unlock the holographic sight. Likewise, when you attach the silencer, you'll need 15 kills with it to unlock the heartbeat sensor, and so on. The attachments match up like this for all primary weapons. Grenade launcher kills lead to an underbarrel shotgun, ACOG kills lead to thermals, and so on. All assault rifles share the same attachments and have the most straightforward unlock system, so it really boils down to what guns you want to use and what's available at the time. When we get to the SMGs, we'll start to see some changes. You unlock everything down to FMJ like normal, but the silencer leads to nothing as SMGs can't have a heartbeat sensor. They also have the grenade launcher to underbarrel shotgun replaced with the rapid fire to akimbo attachments. Apart from that, the unlocks function the same way. When we move to LMGs, it's largely the same as assault rifles, although no underbarrel, but they do get a grip for added accuracy. The sniper rifles are more of a mini unlock system, as you only have the silencer, ACOG scope, and FMJ unlocks to get. But good luck getting some of those, because you'll find it's not so easy getting the type of kills you'll need to unlock certain things. You need 40 FMJ kills through objects to unlock the extended mags, so good luck sniping through things. Then we get a new addition in the Riot Shield, the invincible shield that bonks people to death. You'll have to hit people twice for a kill with this, so be aware of the ways they can try to blow you up before you get close. It has no attachments, which makes sense since it's just a bulletproof shield. But with that, that's all the primary weapons. They also all unlock different painted patterns based on headshot kills like the first game, but there are way more skins this time around. One question you may be asking is where are the shotguns? They've been moved to the secondary weapon category, which saw a massive expansion from the previous game. You now have the option of having a machine pistol, shotgun, regular sidearm, or a launcher in this slot. Unlike the primary weapons, attachments are unlocked by kills only, so get to slaying if you want that extended mag. Machine pistols are essentially mini submachine guns, usually featuring a smaller clip and reduced accuracy, but are helpful in a pinch as a sniper rifle is harder to use at close range than a Kimbo G18 spraying everywhere. The Raffica is arguably the best machine pistol because of the extremely high burst fire rate, along with strong damage, usually guaranteeing a single burst kill if they all land. If they don't, you'll be able to send another burst quickly afterwards. They've been commented on as a weapon that's almost a primary level of strength, and I'd have to agree based on how strong they are. Shotguns are also helpful as secondaries, as they are extremely effective at close range, giving you some room to stretch your overall setup to deal with any threat. Some shotguns are better with certain attachments compared to others, as several of them feature a grip you should probably use, while 2 others, the Ranger and Model 1887, allow akimbo functionality. With this in mind, you can dominate close quarters battles when you've got twice the shotgun for tighter engagements. Moving on to pistols, several of them feature the same attachments as the machine pistols, but they get a unique tactical knife attachment that allows for faster melee attacks. Something you can have quite a lot of fun with when using a certain perk we'll go over in a minute. Not all pistols contain the same attachments, as the Magnum and Desert Eagle don't allow sights or silencers, which makes sense given the firepower of the guns already. The launchers are a handy addition as secondaries, because you'll definitely use them when enemy kill streaks come into play. Not to mention how one well-placed rocket blast can alter the trajectory of a fight when a kill streak isn't allowed to remain on the board. We'll touch on that more when we go over the kill streaks. But most launchers will get the job done. They can also be effective for annoying other players, as the Thumper and RPG give you quick shots to destroy your enemy, or you can go for a delayed surprise with the Javelin, as it will shoot up into the air and won't reveal its lock-on location until it's too late. I personally prefer the Stinger, as I like shooting down kill streaks, but that's just a personal bias. Now let's talk equipment. The options for your primary equipment have increased dramatically from the previous game, and it also incorporates several of the blue perk equipment from the first Modern Warfare as equipment, so you can choose from those now. You've got your frag grenade, but now you've also got a sticky Semtex grenade, a throwing knife, a tactical insertion to choose where you respawn, a blast shield to deal with explosives, and the classic claymores and C4. Because these are equipment specific instead of perk specific now, the blue perk slot was open for changes, which we'll see in a moment. Your secondary equipment remains the same, with a few flash, stun, and smoke grenades available to you, but we'll see how that changes in the sequel. Now we'll dive into the perks, starting with the blue section. These perks offer a wide range of resource management or efficiency upgrades, along with the added bonus of Pro perks. Pro perks are additional bonuses to perks once you complete a specific challenge with them. For example, killing 120 enemies with sleight of hand gives you the bonus that you can aim faster, along with the regular perk of reloading faster. This allows you to quickscope with sniper rifles, as you can aim fast enough to get a relatively accurate shot off within a single second, making it an almost permanent perk for anyone quickscoping. This Pro expansion also extends to Bling Pro, allowing you 2 attachments to your primary at the base, and 2 attachments for your secondary once you unlock the Pro version. Marathon doesn't give quite as much of a boost from one version to another, as the regular mode allows unlimited sprint, and the Pro lets you climb objects faster. It's helpful, but the unlimited sprint is a much more impactful perk than climbing stuff a little faster. But they are realistically connected, so there is that. Scavenger and One Man Army are 2 perks that allow for some crazy strategies, as Scavenger lets you regain everything from dead enemies. This means that you can place a claymore at an entrance, let it kill an enemy, and that kill replenishes your claymore for you. You can also replenish ammo for any weapon through the blue packs that enemies drop upon death. The Pro version gives you max ammo from the start of a match, but that resupply is a game changer. One Man Army is also a game changer, because you don't even need to resupply. One Man Army replaces your secondary, but allows you to change class at will, without dying. You can even change into the same class you were already in, but it refreshes your inventory, allowing you to bypass resupplying from enemies altogether. The Pro version makes the change go faster, which is a little underwhelming, but it's still an overpowered perk in the right hands. We'll go over this more when we deal with one of the red perks. Speaking of the red section, let's go over them. The first perk you'll see is the classic stopping power from the original game. Like its predecessor, it increases bullet damage, making it a staple of sniper classes everywhere. The Pro version allows higher bullet damage against vehicles, which isn't terrible, but it's usually going to be a waste if you don't have enough ammo to deal with the vehicle in the first place, or if you have a launcher for the job. Lightweight is a perk that is perfect for rushing, as the base perk makes you move faster, and the Pro version lets you aim faster after sprinting. The only catch is that you have to run 30 miles in-game, which is arguably the longest you'll spend on a single perk in the game, outside of another perk we'll talk about later. In any case, grade A rush perk in my book. Hardline is the streak buffer, allowing you to obtain kill streaks with 1 less kill than normal, with the Pro giving you death streaks with 1 less death. This is helpful when 1 kill can mean the difference between an overpowered kill streak or a reset after dying. The Pro version is utter trash though. If you're getting a death streak, you're already losing pretty badly, so getting a little help a little earlier probably isn't going to change much when you're already dying a lot. The next perk is Cold-Blooded, which is one of the cooler perks, pun intended. The base perk makes you invisible to kill streaks and thermal sights, although players can still make out your character outline in thermal, but it still helps avoid glowing like a light bulb in their scope. The Pro version makes you especially invisible, as now red crosshairs or even your name won't appear when the enemy looks at you. This is extremely helpful when stealthing through an area with shrubbery, as you can hide in it without being noticed at all, depending on your character's outfit and the enemy's eyesight of course. Plus, being invisible to kill streaks, especially the automated ones, is a lifesaver. The final red perk is Danger Close, which increases explosive weapon damage, and the Pro gives your air support extra damage. This perk, combined with One Man Army and a grenade launcher on a rifle, has become the epitome of noob tubing, the strategy of shooting explosives somewhere close to your enemy instead of aiming like a normal person. Going up against these setups are a battle you'll seldom win, as they can shoot their explosive, which gets a boost from Danger Close, then reset with One Man Army, and then the process repeats. This is arguably the most annoying setup in the game, as it removes almost all skill and just turns the game into a cheap, random nade strategy. But if you do choose to play it, you can abuse it to your heart's content. Now we'll move to the yellow perk section. These perks offer several utility functions that boost certain aspects of your character. The first perk, Commando, allows you an increased distance to knife people, with the Pro preventing you from taking fall damage. This perk has been the subject of memes because of the excessive lunge this allows, often letting your character leap several feet forward to sink your blade into the enemy's flesh. Steady aim, like its counterpart in the original, increases hipfire accuracy, but the Pro increases the length of time that you can hold your breath when sniping. This is helpful for snipers, as a smaller hipfire reticle means you're more likely to hit opponents at close range, and the longer breath allows for more controlled sniping. The hipfire accuracy also helps with every other close range setup, as it makes several weapons so useful when firing from the hip that you'll never have to aim again. Scrambler jams the enemy radar when you're close, and the Pro delays enemy claymore explosions. This perk is probably the overall worst in the game, as people will immediately know you're nearby when they see their radar begin fuzzing up. So it's literally the opposite of stealth. The Pro isn't bad, but the base just lets people know you're near, and gives away one of the perks you have. Really shouldn't have the jam function in my opinion, but I'm not sure what you could have put in its place. Leave a comment letting me know what you would have liked it to do as a perk. Moving on, we'll get to the Ninja perk. This makes you invisible to heartbeat sensors, which is helpful, but the Pro makes your footsteps silent, which I'd argue is better. Listening to footsteps while playing can mean life or death in a match, so it's good to have whatever you can to help you locate enemies as soon as possible. Speaking of locating enemies, Sitrep helps you detect enemy explosives and equipment, as well as make enemy footsteps louder once you've unlocked the Pro version. This is quite handy in matches where claymores are in use, or when you're lying in wait to shoot someone. The only catch is that you need to destroy 120 enemy equipment to unlock the Pro. That's a ridiculously high number to reach, and that puts it on the same tier as Lightweight in terms of astoundingly long time to unlock Pro type of perk. The bonus is absolutely helpful, even if Ninja is more useful and easier to get, but that Pro requirement brings it down a few pegs. The final yellow perk is Last Stand, where you'll pull out your pistol before dying, with the Pro allowing you to use equipment during Last Stand. The functionality of this perk is basically a small extension of your life where you make one last-ditch effort to kill your attacker. It's one of those perks that I don't really see much use for, as it's only to help you when you're about to die anyway. Literally every other perk in the category has a more useful function than that. Even Scrambler. That says something. But now that we've gone through the perks, let's go over the death streaks. As the name implies, after dying a few times without a kill, you'll be given a small bonus of some kind to help you get out of that pit you're in, where you keep dying. The 4 different death streaks you have available all do something different. Copycat allows you to steal your previous killer's class, even if you haven't unlocked the gear they're using. This can be helpful if you're going up against an annoying noob tuber and can help level the playing field, or just give you a better setup. The next death streak is Painkiller, which gives you a large health boost upon spawning in. This makes you harder to kill, but kill streaks will usually be able to punch through Painkiller pretty easily, so you better hope you aren't caught beneath enemy air support, even with Painkiller. Martyrdom drops a live grenade upon death, which can be handy if you nearly kill your assailant, but that also begs the question if you should be able to harm an enemy after they beat you or not, and we'll go over that concept more in the Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer section. The final death streak is Final Stand, which acts as the Last Stand perk on steroids. You'll go down but retain control of your guns, allowing you the chance to kill your attacker. If you manage to do so, you'll eventually leave the down state and return to normal. This essentially acts as a second wind if you've failed enough. Personally, I'd switch this death streak with Last Stand, but then we'd have to figure out how to balance them properly. But this game was rarely balanced to begin with, so I'll leave that up to you to decide what could have worked better. Now we'll go over the kill streaks, as we went from the 3 of the previous game to a whopping 15 this time around. Instead of giving every player a predefined set of a UAV, an airstrike, and then an attack helicopter, you now get to decide what kill streaks you want to use, if any at all. These range from UAV locations, or interference, to care packages with random kill streaks or ammo in them, all the way up to an actual tactical nuke that makes the team with the nuke the winner if set off. You can be losing a game 74 kills to 25, but if those 25 went to a guy with a nuke, he can win the match for your team. Pretty crazy. Although that isn't crazy compared to what's on the table as far as options for kill streaks in total. You have 2 variations delivering care packages with random kill streaks or ammo inside. You have a Predator drone that allows 1 guided missile strike. You have various aircraft you can call in for airstrikes, lingering air support, or both. Not to mention the overpowered team killers in the Chopper Gunner and AC-130. Those 2 kill streaks alone grant you an entire team wipe over and over until those streaks expire. Like the previous game, kill streaks stack towards the next one. A common setup includes getting a Predator missile at 5 kills, that leads to a Harrier at 7 kills, that will eventually lead to a Chopper Gunner or AC-130 at 11 kills. The classic setup for a nuke run involves the Harrier leading into the Chopper Gunner that leads into the nuke itself, as once you unlock the gunship or gunner, it's basically over unless you get killed while using the kill streak. One problem that can be leveled at the multiplayer of the game is that the kill streaks are not balanced properly. For example, a 9 kill streak like the Pavlo can be attacked and shot down by the 7 kill streak Harrier. The same goes for the Chopper Gunner. While you can shoot the Harrier with the Chopper Gunner, it's still ridiculous that a 7 kill tier streak outdoes higher kill streaks. The only reason an AC-130 is safe is because it's farther away. I wish they balanced it better during the run of the game, because it kills all momentum when your hard work to get the chopper gets dissolved when a Harrier appears. The odd kill streak out is the EMP, as it has no offensive capabilities and is best used against kill streaks. It takes so much effort to reach 15 kills that it's usually better to worry about other kill streaks besides it. It's just a really weird kill streak to have in the upper tier next to the team killers, like the AC-130, Chopper Gunner, and an actual nuke. Thankfully, they used it more effectively in the third game, but we'll get there when we get there. Now for some of my personal favorite setups. For rushing, I'll usually use the UMP with the silencer and have Marathon Pro, Lightweight Pro, and Commando Pro so I can be as fast and aggressive as possible while staying super mobile. I also enjoy using the ACR as it hardly kicks and has decent damage and a good fire rate. I'll usually use all my assault rifle picks with Scavenger for extra ammo, Hardline for those streaks, and Ninja for added sneakiness. One more niche setup I like going with is Bling Pro, Cold-Blooded Pro, and Ninja Pro, with both guns using silencers and a heartbeat sensor to create the ultimate in stealthy devils. The only problem is I usually run out of ammo. Finally, you have the Sniper class with the classic quickscope setup of the Intervention or Barrett 50 cal with Sleight of Hand Pro, Stopping Power Pro, and Steady Aim Pro, along with the Raffica or a shotgun for close encounters. But I also enjoy mixing and matching different things for different results. Let me know in the comments what some of your favorite setups were or are. It's always fun to see what other setups people used when they played these games. For kill streaks, it usually depends on the mood for me. If I'm chilling, it's usually a UAV, Predator, Harrier setup for me. If I want to wreck people, and actually manage to, it's Predator, Harrier, Chopper Gunner. The Chopper Gunner is mean and in your face, which is half the fun of using it, but also most of the reason people hate going up against it. Now let's talk about the game modes available at this point. Like the previous game, you have your free-for-all with every man for himself, the team-based kill match that is Team Deathmatch, the slow objective to capture and hold points like Domination and Headquarters, and the classic of blowing up or preventing something from blowing up in Sabotage and Search and Destroy. The new additions in this game include Capture the Flag and Demolition. Capture the Flag is pretty straightforward. You need to grab the enemy flag and bring it back to your flag while it's still at your base. Whoever has the highest score after 2 rounds will win. It also helps that the flag marker for where it isn't constant. There's a bit of a delay, which gives the runner with the flag a little bit of leeway when becoming the main target for the enemy team. Demolition is a favorite of mine, as it essentially combines Search and Destroy with Sabotage. In Demolition, you attack and defend 2 bomb sites over the course of 2 to 3 rounds. Every attacker can plant a bomb at either bomb site, and both must be destroyed for the attackers to win. When one is destroyed, the time limit gets extended, and you switch sides each round. Whichever team reaches 2 wins first will win the game. I really like that kind of tactical gameplay, because it combines the fun of Search and Destroy and Sabotage, without the wait time of the former if you die, as well as you actually have to achieve the goal of blowing up the bomb site or defending it. One of my main problems with Search and Destroy is that it usually devolves into a kill fest, where each team tries to wipe out each other as quickly as possible, like every other kill count game mode. In Demolition, you actually have to play the mode correctly to win, and I enjoy that a lot more than just shooting dudes or getting shot over and over, but that's a personal preference. Now let's dive into the new addition to the game, Spec-Ops. Infinity Ward had to respond to Treyarch's Zombies series, so they tried taking elements that people would enjoy from the campaign and expand upon that in short and entertaining missions where they can jump in with a friend. This mode takes you through specific encounters like the campaign, but in a more compact format where objectives are simpler in nature, with some built specifically for co-op. This mode features 5 tiers of ops, which slowly escalate in the time and skill needed to complete them. As you complete each Spec-Ops mission, you are rewarded with star ratings based on the difficulty you completed it on, whether that be regular, hardened, or veteran, or based on your performance during the mission. As you gain more stars, you unlock the other tiers of missions. If you wish to get the coveted 69 stars, saying that you beat every mission on veteran and aced every encounter, you'll have to put the time in. But let's jump in. The Alpha missions begin with the Pit, a repurposed mission in the training course where you run around shooting enemy targets while avoiding civilian casualties against the timer. Just make sure to hit every target along the way, as if you miss one, you'll have to go back to tag them, which will waste time that affects your star score. The next mission, Sniper Fi, has you defending your position against various waves of enemies until you complete every wave. You'll have a 50 cal sniper rifle, a few other guns, claymores, and a predator drone available to you. The number of waves increases as the difficulty goes up. This mission is usually pretty easy given how overpowered the predator is when attacking the enemy troops and vehicles. Moving to the next mission, O Cristo Redentor, you'll have to kill real enemies in the Brazilian militia while avoiding civilian deaths. The number of enemies increases, and the number of available civilian casualties decreases as the difficulty goes up, so watch your fire. The follow-up, Evasion, puts you back into the opening of the Contingency mission, where you'll have to make your way through enemy patrols to find your way to the village you need to reach. This operates similarly to the campaign, but there are more patrols to deal with, so you can't simply slip past everyone. You also don't have Price here to help, so chin up and push through. The final mission of the Alpha tier, Suspension, has you fight your way across a large bridge to an extraction point while dealing with hostile forces. It starts out with enemy infantry that later develops into snipers and an attack chopper, but you only need to get to the green smoke at the end of the level to win, so you can actually pacifist your way through this if you're fast enough. Once you've gotten enough stars to unlock it, Bravo tier begins with the Overwatch mission. This is similar to what happens in a mission in COD 4 after your rescue of Nikolai causes your chopper to be shot down. This is one of the few co-op only modes, as one player will move on the ground to specific points, dictated by difficulty, while the other provides air support from an AC-130 above. It's pretty fun, and a nice rework of existing content from the previous game. The next mission, Body Count, is a kill mission where you get a score for each kill. You'll get more points for chaining kills together, with a small bonus depending on the combo you reach. You must reach a total of 30,000 points to win, so have at 'em. The follow-up, Bomb Squad, takes you back to the Hornet's Nest mission area, where you'll have to fight through the streets and disable 3 bombs around the area. Armed with an AA-12 shotgun with a heartbeat sensor, you should do just fine. The next mission, Race, takes the snowmobile section from Cliffhanger and puts a timer on you, where the longer you take to jump the ridge, the less stars you'll earn. Full throttle, and watch out for trees. The last mission, Big Brother, is another co-op only mission, where one of you moves on the ground, while the other mans a minigun on a chopper that escorts you through the town in the Wolverines mission of the campaign. You'll fight your way down the street, around the diner, and up to Nate's, where the ground player will link up with the chopper for extraction. Once Charlie tier is unlocked, you'll begin with Hidden. This is a backwards version of the All Ghillied Up mission from the previous game. You'll slowly make your way through enemy patrols and enemy ghillie snipers until you reach the extraction point. The difficulty scales the enemy's numbers up, so be wary of increased ghillie snipers eyeing a shot at you on the higher difficulties. Take your time, and as Captain McMillan said, don't do anything stupid. The next mission, Breach and Clear, has you go through the shower section of the Gulag mission, fighting your way through various enemies until you drop through a hole in the floor. Be careful of enemy sightlines here, as just like in the campaign, there are very few safe spots to avoid all fire angles on you. Plus, be careful with the riot shields. It's possible to flash your way through this and simply sprint to the hole and drop down, which is intense and tricky, but it also gets the mission done in less than a minute. The follow-up, Time Trial, takes the Cliffhanger snowmobile section again, but you've got a short window to reach each checkpoint. Each one grants more time as you make your way to the extraction point. As the difficulty increases, the timer gets smaller and smaller, so learn the best path as soon as possible. The next mission, Homeland Security, is one of my personal favorites, because it's a simple wave defense. You must defend your position against 5 waves of enemies that slowly add more enemies, BTRs, attack choppers, and an enemy predator drone that will attack you if you stay outside too long. You'll have several weapons, launchers, claymores, and sentry guns available to use during this. One thing I never knew until recording for this commentary was that you can shoot the choppers with regular bullets to bring them down. I was always trying to bring them down with RPGs, which we all know aim worse than a blind grandma with a bad twitch. Anyway, the final mission of this tier, Snatch and Grab, has you fight your way to the extraction point while dealing with Shadow Company and Juggernauts, enemies that you wouldn't have seen outside of the museum bonus mission until now. They take a beating before they go down, but several well-aimed intervention shots can take them down fairly quickly. Keep an eye out for an ambush by one spawning behind you though. That bugger can get you if you aren't careful. Once the Delta Ops are unlocked, we'll start with War Driving. This mission is a repurpose of the Exodus mission from the campaign, but now you have a striker with you to help you recover data from 3 laptops. These laptops must be defended while the downloads happen, so it's a good idea to set up shop in each location before triggering the download. Thankfully, you can use the Striker to your advantage, as it's a great tool to take out enemy troops surrounding you. Once all downloads are complete, you'll retreat to the start of the level to finish the mission. The follow-up, Wreckage, is a fun blow-em-up style mission, where you have to destroy all the vehicles on the bridge we saw in Suspension. It's as simple as that. Once you get a combo going, you'll have infinite ammo as long as you keep the combo adding up. This makes dealing with the enemies a joke, as the Thumper shoots fast, reloads quickly, and you've got infinite ammo to boot, so have fun blowing up all the cars. Next up, Acceptable Losses takes the stealth section from the Cliffhanger mission and asks you to plant C4 at key points around the base, and regroup at the extraction point near where you entered the base in the campaign. This has many similarities to the campaign version, so if you know those patrol patterns, you should do fairly well. The next mission, Terminal, has you fight your way past riot ambushes throughout the airport map from No Russian. Use your explosives and flashes to deal with the enemy, as riot shields are hard to get past with something that doesn't go boom. The final mission of this tier, Estate Takedown, has you hole up in the Safehouse with the massive amount of guns, where you'll have to eliminate 40 hostiles, ranging from regular troops to ghillie snipers and juggernauts. One of the best ways I've found to get through this mission without suffering too much is to just camp in the house, as the enemies will eventually make their way to you. Beats running around in the woods as you get shot by guys you can't see. The final 3 missions in the Echo tier begin with Wet Work, where you'll breach and clear the various locations on the oil rig from Only Easy Day Was Yesterday campaign mission. This mission is largely the same as the campaign, only a bit shorter because it cuts out the stealth section at the beginning. You know what to do. The next mission, High Explosive, demands that you kill 10 juggernauts with nothing but an RPG and a Thumper. This is possible, but you gotta develop a good strategy to deal with the jugs fast, as you'll eventually have to fight multiple jugs at once. Keep an eye on your surroundings, and make the most of your explosives available. I like messing with the AI's pathing, as they can't jump over stuff, so going in and out of one of the buildings near the ammo crate can help you in a pinch. The final mission, Armor Piercing, tells you to kill 15 juggernauts on the oil rig. It gives you a few different options for your loadout, but the Barrett is your best tool. It takes roughly half a clip to kill a jug, so it'll be your best friend as you clear the rig of the armored potatoes. A strategy that really breaks the mode is activating a jug, then running back near the scaffolding section and repeating that so you don't get ambushed by a jug spawning behind you. But once you've killed them, you've played every Spec-Ops mission. Now see if you can get all 69 stars. I did it once, and I don't want to try again. But with that, we've completed the Spec-Ops section. Now we'll get into the analysis. Like the previous analysis section, we'll go over the game in 5 stages. The first will go over the atmosphere of the game, referring to the levels and sound design. The second will go over the lore of the game, revolving around the story and characters. The third section will cover the mechanics. This will range from gunplay, customization, all the way up to the kill streaks. The fourth section will deal with the art of the game, that being the animations, textures, cutscenes, and NPC and player designs. The final section will be the conclusion, where I will give my final thoughts on the game before we end the discussion for Modern Warfare 2. With that, let's jump in. We'll begin the analysis with a discussion of the atmosphere of the game. First, we'll discuss the levels themselves. This game kicked things up a notch from the first game, expanding the dynamics of what the player does in each level, so the levels had to become more intricate than before to account for the new things the developers wanted the player to do during the campaign, and what things could happen on the multiplayer maps with the crazy kill streaks and perks involved. Take Cliffhanger for example. That mission features a stealth section during a snowstorm, which is already a small step up from the likes of Blackout or All Ghillied Up from the first Modern Warfare, but added the extended chase on the snowmobiles, and the level suddenly feels much larger and grander. The overall dynamic of the levels improved from the previous game, partially thanks to the technical improvements they made from COD 4. You can also see the detailed parts of specific levels to help with immersion, with some of the best examples being Wolverines with all the restaurants and their menus, the various locations and monuments we see during our run defending America, and No Russian with all the environmental detail you get during the slaughter. These help to build immersion, which is paramount if you want your audience to care about what's going on. The levels also give you a larger variety than the previous Modern Warfare, as we have new level aesthetics introduced, such as the snowy maps during the campaign like Contingency, or during the multiplayer on Derail. COD 4 had a few levels that had a slightly frosty look, but this game pushes forward with more variety on the cold front, as well as the push for more dynamic maps. We also have several maps that are just built different, with a few easy examples being Wasteland, State, and Rust. I cited it before, but Estate is a good example of how to make a map feel more unique when you have one location that provides an advantage throughout the rest of the map. It creates a different dynamic than other maps because the main house is a key point on the map. It is usually fought over in multiplayer, and is a safe bet to believe the enemy will head there or can be seen from that location at the very least. This aesthetic expansion also extends to some of the other maps in weird ways. Derail is arguably the largest map in the game, but with that comes the caveat of where you choose to fight your battles. With the shrubbery around the edges of the map, you can try sneaking or rushing toward each location, or snipe across the whole thing from one of the vantage points in or on the buildings. But because the map is so separated by the town section and the industrial area, you'll usually end up with both teams taking positions around their respective spawn to make use of the advantages of both areas, especially for snipers, or rushing to get out of the open areas where you'll be picked off. The maps of the campaign and Spec-Ops also offer unique scenarios that we didn't get previously, such as the Cliffhanger snowmobile run as mentioned earlier, the run from the local militia in Hornet's Nest, No Russians Terror, the slow-mo breaches in Only Easy Day Was Yesterday, and the final mission pursuing Shepard in a Zodiac. Not to mention the Spec-Ops run along the ridge in Suspension, or whenever you're going through the Wolverines map. They really liked reusing that map, which I would, considering how unique it is to fight in and around restaurants. The thought of unloading into an enemy, then having a burger is very appealing to me. Going back to the multiplayer, it created some maps that almost demand certain setups because of their aesthetic, with Wasteland being a strong example. Because it's so open, you're almost guaranteed to fight or see snipers involved, whereas on Rust, you're almost guaranteed to see shotguns, commando bros, and explosive spammers. Other maps are more balanced overall, like Terminal, but others push people towards certain setups because of the layouts of cover. Karachi and Invasion are extremely close quarters, but they also offer a few points where long-range combat is effective as well, but be careful of all the flanking routes. It's terrible when you're 1 kill away from a chopper gunner, only to get knifed in the back because you weren't paying attention to the paths your enemies could take, which can be quite numerous. Another example of a weird map is High Rise, with a standard map, but with some key construction points where you can reach new heights and vantage points, or hiding points if you want to avoid people. Just know that trying to get to these spots will usually get you shot, but you can hide on the crane, so that may be useful for certain people. All in all, the scope of the levels in the campaign and the variety of play options in the multiplayer were a great step forward from the previous game, keeping the game fresh, along with all the new additions to the game that make things crazier than before. Now let's move on to the sound design and music. Tackling the sound design first, the game has a noticeable increase in the various sounds you hear, because of the new additions to the game both from attachments, as well as kill streaks and guns. The sound is tight for the most part, but I really gotta tip my hat to the voice actors specifically. Lance Henriksen as General Shepard was a scene stealer, but Henriksen usually is whenever we get him in something. I also have to give props to Keith David as Sergeant Foley and Kevin McKidd as Soap, as they do a good job voicing them, especially given Soap's mute performance from the first game. I also like Craig Fairbrass's performance as Ghost, as his delivery is spot on, plus it's fun to see how many characters he has that always die in the games. At this point, it's an in-joke that I'll gladly take. But in all seriousness, he did a great job. I would say that Roman Varshavsky did an alright job voicing Makarov, but we don't get much of him where he shows more emotion than cold killer vibes, so there's not much range to him. Still, it's better than Ada from the Resident Evil 4 remake. As stated in the Modern Warfare section, Bill Murray, listed as Billy Murray in the credits, gave another great performance as Price. I'd even say that his performance here surpassed his previous performance by a country mile. Those last two loading screen speeches are grade A delivery from a tough old man about to throw down with everything he's got. Props to him for giving a great performance. Now let's discuss the music. The score for the game was largely composed by Lorne Balfe, but iTunes listed them all under Hans Zimmer, since he wrote the main theme. Get your info correct, iTunes. Anyway, the soundtrack is great. You will remember when things happen during the game depending on which tracks you hear. I equate it to listening to a great soundtrack in a film, where as soon as you hear it, you're taken right back to the moment that the piece plays in the film, or in this case, the game. This should automatically tell you of the individuality of each piece present on the soundtrack. It's a grand orchestral score for most of it, with sweeping melodies during the dramatic moments of revelation found in tracks like Coup de Grace, or an intense melody with percussion highlighting the tension in tracks like Guerrilla Tactics. You also get some nostalgic pieces if you've played the multiplayer a lot, with tracks like Chain of Command and Extraction taking you back into matches dealing with the crazy kills and deaths you'll witness. Overall, the soundtrack maintains a lot of the same music cues from the previous game, with an orchestra featuring some electronic instruments here and there, as well as extra sound effects to enhance the experience. A great follow-up to the original in my opinion. Plus I really enjoy the sonic march that several of the tracks have, where it feels like you're pushing toward your objective. Now let's get into the lore of the game, beginning with the overall story. First, a brief summary. We begin as Private Allen, a ranger who is selected by General Shepard for a special op as a member of Task Force 141. While he's preparing for the op, Soap and Roach infiltrate a Russian base to find a downed ACS module. After recovering it, Allen is sent as an accomplice to Makarov as they wage a terrorist attack at a Russian airport. Before Makarov leaves, he kills Allen, leaving evidence that a CIA operative from America was tied to the airport attack. With tensions rising between the US and Russia, the 141 pursues one of Makarov's suppliers in Brazil. While this happens, the Russians stage an invasion of the US, where we learn that they cracked the ACS module before we retrieved it. Back in Brazil, we'll learn that Makarov's supplier knows of someone that Makarov hates more than Americans, so we'll regroup and plan to go after the guy Makarov hates, as we bounce back and forth with Rangers defending the US from the invading forces. We'll head toward a gulag where prisoner 627 is held, where we find that 627 is Price from the previous game. We'll extract him and go after a Russian nuclear sub, against Shepard's orders, where Price will launch a missile toward the east coast of the US. It detonates in the atmosphere, sending an EMP blast across the eastern seaboard, neutralizing most electronics, but ultimately halting the advance in its tracks, at least for now. We'll eventually pinpoint two of Makarov's safe houses, with Ghost and Roach going after one along the Georgian-Russian border, and Soap and Price going through one in Afghanistan. We'll play as Roach as we find a load of info at the safe house along the border. We'll extract after grabbing a DSM with all the info before Shepard betrays us, saying it's one less loose end before killing Ghost and Roach. Soap and Price come under attack by Shepard's men and make contact with Makarov. Price says that if Makarov supplies him with information on Shepard, he'll take care of the rest. We'll learn where Shepard is hiding and evac out of Afghanistan through the help of Nikolai, a friend from the first game. We'll pursue Shepard to a base in Afghanistan where we'll fight our way to him. We'll learn that he lost 30,000 men during the pursuit of Al-Assad from the first game, and the world just watched. We'll fight and kill Shepard, but he stabs Soap. We'll meet back up with Nikolai, where he says that he knows a place to go as the campaign ends. So, how good is this story? All in all, it's a very mixed bag, especially in the last few missions. Is it believable that the Russians could get a large force over to the US for an invasion based solely on a hacked satellite? I don't know, but it seems like they'd be seen by somebody before they reached US soil. I don't really have a problem with a lot of what happens per se, but Shepard's betrayal is the point where I and many other people started asking questions, because this seemed to come out of nowhere. That was clearly the intention to shock the player, but I've got to question Shepard's motivation after everything is said and done. When researching exactly why Shepard betrayed everyone, I found an answer on Quora, which is a site where people post questions and others give answers that are listed based on popularity, which led me to the answer I found. The fact that it's the most popular response on the topic is telling when you see some of the reasoning behind it. When answering the question, you'll notice several entries where the author of the answer is filling in motivation and explaining things away with information that has been highlighted. The problem is, we don't get this in the game. That's the biggest problem with Shepard's betrayal. We don't get enough for it to be considered objectively good as a motivation for him, because we have no real answer why he did it, and there are too many conveniences that must happen for this to work in his favor. In short, it's a contrived mess where they wanted the shock, but left out any meaningful explanation as to why Shepard would do what he did, or at the very least, why he would think it would work out for him. A few lines here and there that identify his patriotism and his anger at what happened 5 years ago don't justify helping to start World War III for personal or your own country's glory. The plan he has for glory, if that even is his real motivation, is full of problems. If he tipped off Makarov that one of his men was an American operative, then the operative is killed and left for dead to start a war, then Shepard kills the only people who know it was Makarov's op at the airport, and that's supposed to work out in your favor? You see the problem, right? The world still knows the operative was American. The world will still look at the US as the aggressor. This doesn't bolster your honor or power in the eyes of the world, you moron. It just makes you and your country look like you're gunning for a war. Plus, if Makarov was in direct cahoots with Shepard and knew of Alan, as soon as Shepard's men started coming after him, Makarov would certainly tell the entire world that Shepard orchestrated the airport attack, which Makarov was paid to do as a mad dog killer for the highest bidder, in order to start a war with Russia as revenge for what happened 5 years ago. I just did a better job setting up motivation for Makarov screwing Shepard over and Shepard's warmongering plan than the team did with Shepard's betrayal in the first place. The information we get in the game does not stack up to make Shepard look like a hero or save the US from looking like pro-terrorism warmongers. If Shepard wanted to be a war hero or something of a similar status, while also defending his country's image, why didn't he just continue going after Makarov with the rest of the 141? They were close to finding Makarov, and Shepard would have been seen as the hero who orchestrated the capture of the man responsible for World War III and the airport massacre. He would have cleared the US reputation, put an end to the war, and brought the truth to light without screwing over his own troops for no reason. My biggest problem with this is that they botched the setup and payoff for Shepard's betrayal. As said before, if you want him to betray people, have Makarov explain his true colors to Price and Soap after Ghost and Roach are killed, where we learn that Shepard is a warmonger and wants to expand US influence through force. If you don't want him to betray people, you can go with what I said earlier, as they continue after Makarov and maybe they find somebody who paid Makarov to shoot up the airport. You can make either work, but they didn't do anything to set up anything more than, I'm old and angry at the enemy, let's start World War III. The Shepard betrayal drama aside, I do like how the story ends, as veteran warriors going into hiding while being pursued after getting revenge for their friends. It's a cool concept, and opens the door to a lot of things that we'll see in the next game. I just wanted them to flesh out Shepard's betrayal, because that shocker of a plot point instigates several events, but it has a multitude of problems. Unlike the previous game's story, this one sets up a sequel. As Makarov is still at large, the war is ongoing between the US and Russia, and Price, Soap, and Nikolai have to escape to safety as fugitives. It's a decent setup for the next game, but we'll tackle that more when we go over Modern Warfare 3. Now let's discuss the characters we meet. General Shepard as a character is relatively impressive and intelligent until his betrayal, then he falls off a cliff after that, so I really don't have much more to say on him. He was cool while it lasted, then he turned into a moron. Having Soap talk was helpful in getting more personality from him, especially when you see the little details toward his relationship with Price. Welcoming back the old man in Contingency and giving him his pistol back after 5 years are cool touches, and they do add to both characters in that respect. We don't get much of an arc for him, or any of the characters, but he was a serviceable leader in the field, and it was a lot of fun playing as him near the end. Then we have Price, which I would say just gets better and better each game he's in. That's partially because of Bill Murray's performance as him, but also because they saddle Price with the coolest sounding lines and speeches. Those two speeches at the end are great, and the character behind them only enforces the coolness of it all. A lot of people liked Ghost more than they probably should have, as he just appears and helps here and there during the 141 missions. But Craig Fairbrass's performance was always fun to see, as you can tell that he gives it his all, and probably enjoys it, even when his characters keep getting killed. I would have liked to have seen more of him as Ghost, like many others, but we got what we got. It really wouldn't matter anyway, since they probably kill him off and give Craig another character to voice. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the timeline we could have gotten. Then we get Makarov. He's okay, but that's mainly because we don't get much from him in the game. We see the things he's done and what he's capable of, but it's little more than serviceable, so I wouldn't call it a standout character. We'll get more of him in the sequel, but we'll get there soon enough. Then we get some of the lesser characters like Private Allen, Sergeant Foley, and Corporal Dunn. They all appear reasonable, given the situations they're in, and get their fair share of good lines, especially between Foley and Dunn when the EMP goes off and Dunn is freaking out, before Foley tells him to shut up. Seeing that line after a few years was pretty funny. Plus, Keith David's performance is always solid. Overall, the characters of the game fit well into the story at large, besides one beret-bearing boy's motivation. But other than him, they all serve as effective vehicles for the plot and story the developers wanted to tell, no matter how good or bad some of the sections were. Now let's dive into the mechanics, beginning with the gunplay. Like the previous game, the guns will perform as well as you do, but you will need to take into account how your weapon functions with or without certain attachments. Certain guns will perform better with certain attachments than others. A good example is using a thermal sight. The ACR barely has any kick to begin with, so a thermal would be useful on it, but not so useful on an MP5K, so experiment and see which setups work best together. With this in mind, it helps to understand the guns that people gravitate toward on certain maps. You'll see more snipers on Wasteland, you'll see more shotguns and SMGs on close quarter maps, and you'll have to make your own judgments on what gun will be best suited to your style of play on any given map. But that's not new for this series. It's just been expanded upon with this game. Plus, you never know what setup may sound bad in concept, but work well in practice. Gunplay relies on the strengths of the actual guns themselves, with a few of them offering greater performances than expected, or are way worse than you think they'd be. A good example is the ACR, as it barely kicks and has a high rate of fire, so you can bridge a large gap between sniping with it or rushing. On the flip side, you have something like the F2000, which kicks like a mule and seems to have more in common with SMGs than any of the assault rifles. Then you've got standouts in their category, like the Raffica, where it's nearly strong enough to be a primary. As mentioned before, there are a lot of tools you can use to achieve victory. Just make sure you pick the best tools for the job. Now let's talk about the customization more thoroughly. Like the previous game, your attachments and perks help individualize your playstyle, whether you are a running gun type or the slow and methodical ninja. This game expanded upon that massively with the new attachments and pro perks you can use, effectively doubling the options for what you can use to your advantage. The number of combinations for rushing, defending, sniping, and even the crazier builds have become much more varied and involve more strategy to best use your setup to its fullest potential. You don't rush with a sniper rifle unless you've got sleight of hand pro and stopping power. You don't go explosive without danger close. You don't want to sneak around without a silencer. If you want to hear people, you put Ninja Pro or Sit Rep Pro on. If you want to rush, Marathon and Lightweight will make you quick and deadly, and so on. That's just the perks. The attachments have changed the game as several of them open up new strategies not found in the previous game, or expanded upon already existing strategies. The heartbeat sensor is a great tool to find enemies before they find you, but you might have to sacrifice whatever other attachment you'd want to use. Likewise with Bling, if you want 2 attachments, you can do so, but you'll sacrifice the blue perk slot in the process. These trade-offs makes each setup more unique as the strengths and weaknesses fluctuate depending on what you use. The only exception to these rules would be the specialty setups that focus on one gimmick and run those into the ground. Just look at commando knifing and one-man army noob tubing. It's really just a matter of what you want and how best to apply what that is to the given situation. Overall, a major improvement from the previous game, and a step forward for the franchise overall. Now we'll discuss the kill streaks and equipment. The big boys first. As you've seen, the kill streaks have increased in both number and power since the original Modern Warfare. You have so many of them that can cause a team wipe, or change the tide of a match because of how insane they are. Not to mention the combos you can create when certain kill streaks work together. The classic Predator to Harrier to Chopper Gunner, or the Predator to Harrier to Pavlo, or the Harrier to AC-130 to Nuke. That compounding power leaves destruction in its wake, and it can begin early if you get a care package with one of the more violent kill streaks. Imagine getting an AC-130 for 4 kills instead of 11. Now that's terrifying. Half the battle is the streaks themselves, but the other side is how to deal with them. The launchers in the game will usually have enough strength to take out some of the lighter kill streaks in a single hit. But it can be hard to hit later ones when they're shooting at you, or have flares they'll use to lose the lock-on from your missile. Those can be a pain to take out, but that's up to the side getting pounded by heavy air support, not the ones calling it in. Like I mentioned before, they are incredibly imbalanced, especially the Harrier, given how it can take out higher tier kill streaks, and the fact that it's essentially an airstrike mixed with an attack chopper. There's a reason the Harrier was an integral part of most kill streak setups. Now we'll go over the equipment. The classic frag grenade has been revamped with several other types of weapons to suit more varied playstyles. Want a grenade that sticks to a surface? Semtex is here for you. Want to defend an area? Put a claymore at the door. Want to choose where to respawn? Tactical insertion lets you pick where to come back to the fight. These things also recharge when using Scavenger or one-man army, which makes them that much more powerful or painful depending on which end of the claymore you're facing. This variety also led to some unique kill cams whenever the match-winning kill would be had by some rando who threw a knife into the air and it managed to hit somebody. That stuff is random but hilarious when it actually happens, which also adds to the dynamic in the fun way, because you have a weapon you can use repeatedly without a replenishing perk. Plus the final kill cam looks cool. All in all, the kill streaks and equipment both had huge overhauls, resulting in crazy kills from above and below. This is part of the reason people have such a fond memory of the game, because everything was crazy, and we'll go over that more in the conclusion. Now let's go over the art of the game, starting with the animations and textures. This game was a noticeable step up in terms of the animations and textures, as we see much more unique movements and actions during the campaign specifically. From the time you drop down after cutting a throat, or the entire fight with Shepard at the end. The animations and textures had to improve given what gamers always expect from sequels, with better quality visuals usually being a big one. The animations that I would say are the best involve the end fight with Shepard and the betrayal sequence after Ghost and Roach are shot. Those animations are different from the norm, and as such are a little more unique because of this. Now, are these animations the greatest animations of 2009? Not by a long shot. Still, there was a noticeable improvement from the first game regarding the fluidity of the animations and the overall graphical fidelity of the textures involved, even if it wasn't necessarily groundbreaking. Now let's talk cutscenes. The cutscenes we see at the beginning of each mission have a bit more going on in them this time around, so they are a bit busier, if marginally better than the previous game's cutscenes on a technical level. No major changes during those sections as they follow the same format as every other Call of Duty at the time. They use the in-game engine to render things in-game, and they have special visuals created for the loading screens. To me, that's enough, since this isn't your typical cutscene type of game, but I could see how people may have wanted more out of a franchise that could have benefited from more extensive cutscenes, similar to what was done later on in the series, but that's a conversation for those games, not these. When we talk about the NPC designs this time around, things have gotten a bit more varied. We don't just reuse the same Russian soldiers A, B, and C, or Middle Eastern soldiers A, B, and C like the previous game. Most of that is tied to the locations we fight them in, as we see various types of Russian soldiers in the more frigid areas, while seeing entirely different troops during the invasion of the US. This also extends to some of the other enemies we face briefly, like Shadow Company or Airport Security. They have their own uniforms to help distinguish them from the other enemies we face, which is a nice touch, since having generic soldier would get stale after a while. Then again, that's probably why we bounce back and forth between the various viewpoints to break up the monotony. When it comes to the character NPCs and their details, I really like what they did with them. Ghost is recognizable from the mask he wore, Soap is rocking his mohawk thingy that he has, Price has his classic bucket hat and beard, and Shepard has his beret, mustache, and a cigar. A lot of little details to separate the different characters from each other, which helps, especially when we get cutscene sections later in the game, where we see the various characters killed and burned, or when fighting each other. Overall, I like how the designs of the NPCs improved from the previous game, as you can tell that there is a lot more gear on the average soldier, and we get more individualized outfits for our characters outside of the Rangers. The Rangers' outfits are cool, but there's not much to differentiate them from each other as with the 141, but that's fine since it's, a uniform after all. Now let's wrap things up for this game. Like the previous one, Modern Warfare 2 does its best to put you into the shoes of the elite soldiers of the world, and I think this game continues to do a great job at that, especially during some of the more intense sections, like the snowmobile run, and during the final 2 missions going after Shepard. That's where we come to the overall thing that made this game as memorable as it was. It was huge. The military tech is huge, the battles are huge, the variety of guns is huge, the kill streaks are huge, the enemy forces are huge, and so on. This game essentially made everything bigger from the previous entry. While most of it is positive in my opinion, I think the last few missions aren't better than the first game in terms of the storytelling, with Shepard's betrayal being the weakest point in the plot. That being said, everything else was a massive upgrade from the previous release, and this game further pushed the franchise as a whole into the modern age, and embraced the technology at its disposal. That made for fun gameplay, which is ultimately what games should be about. It's not the amazing experience that it may have been for many people 14 years ago, and it has its fair share of problems, but it's still a fun game to play, especially with the mod community keeping the multiplayer alive in their own unique ways. All in all, a worthy successor to COD 4, and a great step forward overall for the Modern Warfare trilogy. Before we dive into the final installment of the trilogy, Modern Warfare 3, a quick recap of the events in between Modern Warfare 2 and 3. Call of Duty Black Ops came out in 2010 and was a different beast from Modern Warfare 2. It toned down many of the overpowered mechanics of Modern Warfare 2, such as commando knifing, one-man army grenade spamming, ridiculously strong kill streaks, and so on, to create a grittier and less cheap experience. This also coincided with several changes to some setups that became popular during Modern Warfare 2, quickscoping being one that was hindered by the quick aim perk in Black Ops, working for everything but sniper rifles, but others were tweaked to be less annoying, which some could say was a good thing given how crazy everything was in Modern Warfare 2. In short, Black Ops was a reined-in project compared to Modern Warfare 2. When Modern Warfare 3 was preparing to launch, you had the full force of Activision and hundreds of internet content creators ready to play it. The hype was massive after the semi-cliffhanger at the end of Modern Warfare 2, and some promotion included a recreation of Burger Town that actually served the food on the menu, which was pretty cool. Thanks to Machinima Respawn for documenting that. Miss you guys. Anyway, the Call of Duty train was primed and ready for the next game to explode, as each Call of Duty since COD 4 had been outselling its predecessor's previous launch record, creating a giant wave of enthusiasm for the franchise, and the console wars as well. But it wasn't all good news on the Modern Warfare 3 front. The co-CEOs of Infinity Ward at the time, Jason West and Vince Zampella, who were major factors in the productions of the previous games, got into a dispute with Activision, which resulted in them being fired. Afterward, a majority of the members of Infinity Ward left to follow West and Zampella when they started their own company, Respawn Entertainment. This forced Activision to get outside help for the game. They brought aboard Sledgehammer Games and Raven Software to assist in the development, with those two largely working on the multiplayer. It also suffered a massive leak before trailers began dropping to reveal various locations in the game. Finally, it dropped in November of 2011, and we got the conclusion to the trilogy. With that, let's jump in. Before the campaign begins, we'll get a recap cutscene featuring a monologue by Makarov. He says that all warfare is based on deception, and that the West hypocrisy has made the world a battlefield. The corrupt talk, as their brothers and sons spill their own blood, but it cuts both ways. The bigger the lie, the more likely people will believe it, and when a nation cries for vengeance, the lie spreads like a wildfire. The fire builds, devouring everything in its path. Their enemies believe that they alone dictate the course of history, and all it takes is the will of a single man. We get all this as we see clips from the previous Modern Warfare games, catching you up to speed if you missed them, before we drop into the menus. This is also unique because we get more time with Makarov than the previous game in this one section alone, a hint toward a deeper dive into Makarov's ideology and history in this game. But with that out of the way, let's jump into the campaign semi-proper. When we drop into the campaign, we'll begin a prologue with a Price monologue asking how far you would go to bring the world that you knew back. We get this as we see glass shattering, showing scenes from the previous games. Then Price goes on to say that Shepard created a war, and that only we knew the truth. Then we'll dive in as Soap, as Price and Nikolai take us to a doctor at a Safehouse. While this happens, we'll see flashbacks of what happened in the previous games. Really playing on nostalgia, aren't you three? We'll get a doctor to see him as we get the logo for the game. Then we'll get into the first mission, where we'll be told that the Russians have jamming rigs throughout New York, so our air support can't help. As long as that happens, it's a losing fight for us. Then a special unit will be requested, and we'll meet the Delta Force Squad Metal Team, where we see our crew, Sandman, Truck, Grinch, and Frost. It will be relayed to Metal Team that the Russians are using electronic countermeasures to jam our comms and guidance systems. Our job is to reach the tower on top of the stock exchange and take it out. We'll have no radio contact until it's down, and then we drop in. Unlike the previous games, we aren't given a tutorial training mission, and instead are thrown right into the action as Frost, where we see skyscrapers getting attacked by enemy helicopters as we climb out of our vehicle as it was knocked over. This is a nice touch, as who hasn't played a shooter by this point, right? So why waste time? Anyway, from here you can see that you have new sights available, such as the hybrid sight, which allows a regular holographic sight, as well as a zoom function for longer range shots. We'll fight our way forward, dealing with enemy troops until we regroup with more friendlies. We'll hold position while we take out some hostiles before enemy air support comes in, and we head inside a building for cover. We'll make our way through the building as we deal with more hostiles around crashed helicopters. We'll push up and make our way down toward an alley where we regroup in a store. We'll fight our way through the hostiles here and test out our grenade launcher, the XM25. We'll regroup with another team of friendlies before pushing toward the stock exchange. Once inside, we'll resupply at an ammo crate before engaging hostiles surrounded by all the screens that people use to mess with other people's money. We'll eventually make our way up to the roof, where we'll engage more hostiles before taking out the jamming tower. With that, radio and air support are back online. We'll defend our destination until a Blackhawk reaches us. Then we grab control of a Predator drone, where we'll cause some problems for enemy troops across the street. Once the Blackhawk arrives, we'll enter the gunner position and take out hostiles on the roof while we get new orders. We have multiple Russian warships near our ports, and Command has sent SEAL teams to assault the command vessel. We'll need to make it to the harbor to assist. As we make our way to the port, we'll engage enemy Hinds, fighting throughout skyscrapers and a construction site. We'll nearly go down, but our chopper manages to hold it together, and we'll head to the harbor as the mission ends. The next mission explains that our air support is back, and that's helped us push the Russians back to their ships. We'll learn that our target is the Russian command sub housing enough cruise missiles to level the eastern seaboard, and we need to strike fast before they launch a counterattack. When asked what we're going to do, we'll be told to infiltrate the vessel, take over the bridge, then turn the weapons against the enemy. We'll be told to link up with the SEALs in a tunnel that collapsed, as we dive in, literally. We'll begin underwater as we cut through a hatch before entering the flooded tunnel, where you can see all the civilians that drowned. This sets the tone for what we've been dealing with since the invasion started, and is a somber and frightening image to set this early into the campaign. After that nightmare, we'll link up with the SEALs and we'll reach our intercept point for the sub, but watch out for mines around you. Your little tracker will let you know when they're near, in case you don't have good eyesight. Then we'll power down as the enemy vessel goes past us. We'll attach bombs to the sub to prevent it from escaping. Then we'll head to the surface as the sub does the same after detonating the explosives. From here, we'll engage hostiles along the hull of the sub before getting inside, but not before we drop a frag down there. Once inside the vessel, we'll clear our way to the bridge, clearing rooms with our MP5, returning to the Classic instead of the MP5K from Modern Warfare 2, which is nice, as I personally prefer this design as opposed to the previous incarnation. We'll reach a large room with several sight lines, so keep an eye out for hostiles and their laser sights. We'll continue pushing through enemy troops as they prepare to scuttle the ship before we reach the door to the bridge. We'll slow-mo breach it and grab the keys for the missiles before turning the weapons against the Russian fleet. With that, we'll extract from the area in a small boat, where we'll have to leave the area before we get destroyed by the missile strike we just started. We'll get clear of the area and link up with friendly choppers. Then we'll be told by command that all primary threats are neutralized, as the mission ends. The following mission shows the Russians retreating, before we return to Price and Soap, as we learn that Nikolai has many fellow Russians who don't support Makarov, which is a nice detail that each game in the trilogy doesn't default all Russians to be evil or the bad guys. Then we learn that Soap is alive, but needs more medical attention. Then we'll see enemy troops coming in as we learn of Yuri, Nikolai's best man, an ex-Spetsnaz who hates Makarov more than Price. We'll learn more about him as we go through the campaign, but let's jump in. We'll be attending Soap before a Hind crashes into the building we're in. We'll be told to do whatever Price says, so we'll defend our position from the enemy troops until we can move Soap. We'll eventually lose our doctor before Yuri gives Soap an injection of something. No idea what, but he really forces it in. Then our position is compromised, so we need to get Soap out. We'll fight our way through the building and out into the courtyard as we push through the enemy forces. Once cleared, we'll see that we're outgunned, outmanned, and we need extra firepower. Nikolai explains that there's a weapons cache at the edge of town with a UGV stored inside. More on that later. We'll continue into the village, where we'll see Makarov's troops shooting civilians. We'll fight through the streets of the village until we reach the weapon cache. We'll enter the building and head into the basement to find the UGV, a controllable mini-tank. We'll take control of the UGV and clear the way toward the chopper for Soap and Nikolai. Have fun mowing down enemy troops with your minigun and grenade launcher. Along the way, we'll deal with choppers until we reach the extraction point with our helicopter. We'll clear the area, which allows Nikolai and Soap a chance to load up before our UGV is destroyed. When we get back to Yuri, Price left us behind, and we'll have to book it toward the chopper. Halfway there, the floor will collapse below us, and we'll have to slide around avoiding the rubble until we land in a river and link back up with the crew. Here we'll see that Soap is conscious as he asks who Yuri is as the mission ends. The following mission begins with Price lamenting that truth is the first casualty of war, but who defines what's true? We get this as we see Price talking to someone through code words, with the other person saying that Price was reported dead, then Price says that Kingfish is still in play before signing off. We then get Price saying that truth is just a matter of perspective, as we see some snippets of paper, with one mentioning General Shepard being honored as a war hero. This happens while we hear a report talking of the Russian president heading to peace negotiations, but that many Russians still blame the US for the massacre at Sakayev Airport from the previous game. Price continues, saying that the duty of every soldier is to protect the innocent, and sometimes that means preserving the lie of good and evil, that war isn't just natural selection playing out on a grand scale. The only truth Price knows is that the world is a giant tinderbox, and all it takes is someone to light the match. Then we'll drop in as Andrei Kharkov, a Russian security officer for the Russian president. We'll begin the mission as we see the president talk to his daughter before we head into a conference room. They'll discuss that they have two options, peace or war, and that they must seek peace for the sake of their children. Then we'll hear gunfire and learn that hijackers are taking the plane and the cockpit's been breached. The door will blast open, and we'll fire our way to a safe room to protect the President. We'll pick up our old friend, the AK-74U, before we go into a floating section as we shoot dudes before gravity goes back to normal. We'll learn that the President's daughter has been taken hostage, and we'll head to the cargo bay to rescue her. We'll cut down the hijackers with her, and we'll reach a dead end as we fight enemy troops. We'll eventually hit the ground, where we see the back half of the plane rip off and come crashing toward us until we black out. When we wake up, we'll stumble through the wreckage of the plane before looking for the President. Outside the wreckage, we'll see the daughter, and we'll look for the President as we wait for evac. We'll see a flare indicating the President's location before running into enemy troops. We'll deal with them before continuing to the President, where we'll evac him into a chopper, but when we open the door, we're shot by Makarov. He'll demand the launch codes from the President, saying that Russia will take all of Europe, even if it must stand upon a pile of ashes. When the President refuses, he says to find the girl, before Makarov finishes us off as the mission ends. We'll jump back over to the disavowed 141 as Yuri, where we'll see a report of the Russian President never arriving for the peace summit, with his whereabouts currently being unknown. We'll learn that Makarov is using local paramilitary groups in Africa to move shipments into Sierra Leone. From there, they go into Morocco and Spain, which Soap mentions that he's moving north, and Price thinks he's heading toward Britain. When asked about the cargo, we don't know what it is, but it's important to Makarov, so we want it. Soap will then explain that the PRF in the area has been waging genocide in the Highlands for months, and they'll be everywhere. Price says that Makarov wouldn't let this travel lightly if it didn't serve a greater purpose, and he says that the chances are Makarov will be there personally to see things off. Then we'll suit up and drop in. Soap, Price, and Yuri will rise out of the water, looking all cool and stuff, before we head toward a factory where the cargo should be. Price tells Soap not to die this time, which is pretty funny given what they both just went through a little bit ago. It's literally only been a few days since Soap was stabbed by Shepard. We'll sneak past several enemy troops, clearing hostiles out as we do, before we see a few of them about to execute some natives, where we'll take the enemy out before they can. We'll move up and reach a point where we can't help the locals, as there's too many troops. After continuing for a ways, we'll reach a vantage point where Price tells us to cover them from the roof. We'll slay a stiff before dealing with more hostiles. We'll reach the factory where we don't find anything, but Nikolai informs us that the cargo may have been moved to the militia headquarters at the center of town. We'll fight through more militia before we'll take out a technical and use their gun against more enemy troops. We'll defend our position until we come under mortar fire, so we'll run through as much as we can until we reach the mortar tower. We'll take them out and use the mortar to deal with the rest of the PRF. Once they're dealt with, we'll drop down and go through a sewer grate to reach the church, where the cargo could be, unless it's already on its way to Europe. We'll fight through more militia until we reach the church. We'll get through all the enemies inside and breach the back door, where we'll hold a hyena off as we shoot other troops, but they get away with the cargo, and there's no sign of Makarov as the mission ends. We'll jump over to the SAS as Sergeant Burns, where we'll learn of suspicious cargo heading toward London, and MI5 is going to deal with it. With the cargo unknown, and with multiple points of entry into the city, we'll have multiple teams sent in to deal with it before we drop in. We begin by seeing that the trucks are labeled with Charity Worldwide and are being filled with the suspicious cargo. We'll see that the trucks begin leaving the docks, but one's still there. You may recognize Walcroft's voice as Craig Fairbrass, the guy who voiced Gaz in the original Modern Warfare, and Ghost in the sequel. Now he voices a character whose name appeared in the first game, but with a different voice actor then versus now, so I'm just confused at this point. Anyway, we'll drop in as we need to clear the warehouse before we deal with the truck. We'll sneak our way past enemy troops before getting sniper support to help with hostiles on the upper floor of the warehouse. Then we'll go loud as we slide down into a gunfight. We'll push up to the truck as we clear the area, and learn that the truck is empty. We'll be ambushed by more enemy troops, and we'll pursue them into the tube, or subway. We'll follow them in a truck as they pull away on a subway train. We'll shoot hostiles as we can, while trying to avoid being hit by other trains, so aiming is a little tough. We'll learn that all metro exits lead into the city, so we've got to stop that train. We'll continue trying to stop it when one of our trucks crashes into the train, derailing it and causing it to crash into several pillars in the tube. We'll flip over in our truck and lose consciousness for a bit, before coming back to find that Burns and Walcroft are all that's left. We'll be informed that the trucks are on their way to our current location, but we'll have to clear the area ahead of us as there are more baddies, so we'll give them a proper British welcome. Once they're dealt with, we'll head to the street level where a blockade is set up to stop the truck. Once we manage to stop it, we'll ask about the status of the others before switching over to a family filming a vacation in London. As soon as this shows up, you know things are going to get bad real quick. We'll see one of the Charity Worldwide trucks drive up near us and the driver runs away before the truck explodes, killing the family and sending a green gas everywhere as the mission ends. We kick off Act 2 by learning that the chemical attacks we witnessed happened across Europe, and it paved the way for a Russian invasion, specifically in Hamburg. Metal Team will be rerouted to retrieve the Vice President of the US, and will drop in. We'll come in with a whole force of soldiers in helicopters and boats transporting troops and armor. We'll have to push up once we land, as the beach is a bad place to be. We'll push up to clear a path for our armor, then we'll make our way down the streets of Hamburg, where we'll take out as many hostiles as we can along the way. We'll eventually have to take over the minigun on one of our tanks as we push into a parking garage. This will be a tight fit, and will eventually fall through the floor as our tanks are too heavy. We'll almost be crushed by a car, but the tank protects us. We'll exit the armor and push further through the parking garage until we reach the other side, where we'll require assistance against an enemy tank when our armor bursts through the wall to save the day. We'll continue pushing toward the Vice President until we reach the convoy he was supposed to be in. We'll search nearby and find a few troops behind a door that we have to breach. When we do, we'll take out the enemy troops and free the Vice President. We'll prepare to extract him as the mission ends. Not much this mission, besides shoot a lot of dudes in a lot of different ways. We'll hop back over to the 141 gang as Price contacts Baseplate in the UK, who happens to be Macmillan from the All Ghillied Up mission, and Price lets him know who he is before they discuss what's happening. Macmillan says that they put a lot of names in the clock tower today, before Price says that it was Makarov, and asks for what MI6 knows. Macmillan says there's no way he can give Price clearance for that information, with Price calling him out. He says that Macmillan owes him for Pripyat when Price saved his life, and he's calling it in. Then we learn that MI6 traced the delivery freighter to an outfit in Bosaso, Somalia, under the command of a guy named Warabe. Macmillan then says that he's got his hands full with the bleeding at home, so we're on our own, and he wishes us good hunting. Then we'll drive in. We'll barge in as we're on a time crunch because of a sandstorm. We'll blow open the gate and start gunning down the enemy. From here, you get to use a unique strafe run style chopper gunner on Nikolai's chopper. Have fun gunning him down with your strafe run. We'll make it to the main compound where we'll breach the final door before Warabe, and we'll kill his men. Price gives him a good kick before he threatens him with the chemicals that he sent, offering him a gas mask if he talks. Warabe will say that his contact was Volk in Paris, and that he never met Makarov. That's enough for Price, so he gives him the mask before shooting him anyway. Price ain't messing around this time. Then we'll be ready for exfil, but the sandstorm is getting close. We'll fight our way to a backup LZ when we get ambushed. When we try to leave, Nikolai gets shot down. We don't leave a man behind, so we're going after him as the storm covers the town. This bit makes it hard to identify targets, so check for green names to identify friendlies. We'll eventually regroup with Nikolai, and Yuri will carry him to the exfil point. We'll load up in a truck and be on our way as we drive out of the sandstorm. Soap asks how we're going to get to Volk in Paris with a war going on, and Price says that they can't, but he knows someone who can, as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Price contacting Sandman, where it's mentioned that the US has a kill or capture order for Price, but he tells them to get in line. It's hinted that Price knows Sandman from some previous engagement, which would have to be prior to the events of Modern Warfare 2 since this game picks up directly afterwards, but that's a discussion for later. Then Price informs Sandman of Volk's location and involvement in distributing WMDs. Then we learn that French Special Forces, the GIGN, have tracked Volk deep behind enemy lines, and Metal Team is sent in to unpin them. No matter what, Volk needs to be taken alive. We'll drop in with masks on and go through some buildings with civilian bodies littered about, as we see the chemical gas everywhere. We'll make contact with the GIGN before engaging enemies across the street. We'll move into the building they're coming from and make our way toward the GIGN team. Once we meet up with them, we'll be informed that Volk may be in the catacombs, as the Russians launched the chemical attack from down there. We'll assist the GIGN as we push toward the entry to the catacombs. We'll also pick up the G36C, another gun returning from the original Modern Warfare, which is nice that they brought some guns back. We'll reach a large group of enemy troops where we'll drop purple smoke to enable air support against the target area. Be careful not to blow yourself up with your own air support. We'll head down to the sewers where we'll be able to take our masks off and we'll slowly make our way through. We'll mark our route with flares so another team can follow us. We'll eventually reach the actual catacombs where skulls are everywhere as we run into enemy troops. We'll fight our way forward until we locate Volk. He'll run away and we'll chase him up to a vehicle on the surface. We'll go after him in a truck van thing where we'll have to defend against enemy troops and armor. We'll eventually cause Volk's getaway vehicle to crash, and we'll drag the guy out of the front windshield and extract him for information, as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Command talking with the President of the US. He insists that we do everything we can to bring Metal Team and Volk home in one piece before we drop in. We'll group up around our extraction point before the evac chopper is taken down. Then we'll go up into the sky as we become an AC-130 gunner to assist Metal Team. We're told not to fire on the buildings as civilians may still be inside, and then we'll engage the troops in the large open area. After clearing the way, we'll escort the team down the road toward the next extraction point, using the same smoke that we used in the last mission to identify targets. We'll get some brief footage from one of the team's body cams on the ground before it cuts out, which could have been pretty cool if you could see their perspective more than a few seconds at a time. We give one final pass before we drop back in as Frost. We'll defend the area with an MSR sniper rifle as we deal with enemy troops. Once it's cleared, we'll move up until we come under fire from enemy armor, or we'll use the purple smoke again. Then we'll head back up to the gunner to cover the team as they enter friendly vehicles. We'll cover the Humvees as they head for the extraction point, until we see the group trapped on the bridge by enemy armor. We'll go back on the ground and use javelin missiles to take out the enemy tanks. Once they're taken care of, we'll push up to a defensive wall where we'll hold our position until our extraction choppers arrive. From here, we'll snipe enemy troops until our air support returns to level the enemy troops and armor. When the air support returns, they'll bomb the north end of the bridge so much that the Eiffel Tower collapses. They always gotta wreck something in these games, don't they? Anyway, we'll all jump in the choppers and get out of here as the mission ends. We'll hop back over to the 141 as we learn that Volk spilled the beans, giving us names, dates, locations, everything. We'll learn that Makarov is meeting his top advisors at a hotel in Lustig, Prague. We're close, so we're going after him. Yuri makes the point that all of Makarov's council together in a war zone sounds convenient, with Price saying overconfidence makes you careless, something that we'll see in the next mission. You'll understand what I mean when we get there. Anyway, we'll drop into the city where we're going to meet up with Resistance troops. We'll swim around and under enemy hostiles as we make our way through the area. We'll eventually reach the Resistance troops in one of the sewer areas where we'll regroup with Kamarov, the guy we saw in the first game. At least I think so. Not sure why he'd be in Prague, but whatever. Anyway, we'll equip our RS-ASS with a silencer and a weird sight that allows you to switch between a regular sniper scope or a red dot mounted on the side. It looks weird, but functions pretty well. We'll split off from Price as we move through the streets with Soap. We'll stealth our way through a few patrols before we play dead in a building filled with bodies. Pretty tense, but it does remind me of that one mission in World at War where we do something similar. Not a repeat per se, but it's not really that new. After leaving the building, we'll hop a fence before holding position as friendly troops cause a distraction atop the building opposite us. We'll go loud and have fun with a nostalgic gun as we press forward through the streets. We'll run into enemy armor that take out many enemy troops before we enter a building filled with Resistance members. We'll exit the building and fight our way through more enemy troops. We'll encounter heavy enemy armor, mowing down several Resistance troops before we escape inside a building. We'll avoid engaging them as we can't do anything to help the Resistance members as we're outgunned. We'll head through a few buildings until we reach another point where we see Russian armor massacring the Resistance troops. Just past them, we'll enter the church that we needed to reach, and we'll lie low until Makarov arrives as the mission ends. The next mission begins with Yuri and Soap waiting for Makarov to arrive at the hotel, where Yuri will explain that we won't know which car Makarov's in until he steps out, as they rotate for security. Soap has a brief comment saying that Yuri knows a lot about Makarov, something we'll elaborate on later. Then we make contact with Price. He says we'll have Kamarov as our man on the inside before we jump in. We'll watch the convoy come out, but Makarov doesn't leave the vehicle, instead heading into the garage of the building. Price will try to contact Kamarov, but we get nothing, telling you that something is wrong. We'll find Price at the top of the hotel as he rappels down. We'll take out the enemies on the balcony as Price drops down and enters the building, only to find Kamarov tied up. He says he's sorry before Makarov contacts Price and tells him that hell awaits you. Kamarov blows up, and Makarov says that Yuri, his friend, should have never come here before our tower explodes as we jump out, luckily landing on scaffolding. We'll get up as Price regroups with us, and we'll grab a wounded Soap and carry him away as Price supports us, like what we did before. We'll eventually make it into a building where Price will cover us as we make our way to an alley. Then Price will tend to Soap as we cover the two of them. We'll fight through a store and some streets before we'll run into Resistance members who bring Soap inside a building for medical attention. We'll put him on a table as he bleeds through it before we witness Soap's death. Before he dies, he tells Price that Makarov knows Yuri as we lose our boy. Price is clearly distraught over this, but the place comes under attack, and we open a door just before Price knocks us down the stairs into the basement. Here, Price says that he and Soap trusted us, and demands to know how Makarov knows Yuri, where we get a flashback that ties a lot of things together. Yuri explains that he was young and patriotic when he met Makarov. Then we come back to the scene from Modern Warfare, where Price sniped Zakhaev's arm off. It turns out that Makarov and Yuri were in a car that drove away with Zakhaev after the shot. After that day, Zakhaev never forgot what we did for him, giving us power. But power corrupts, as we come to the scene of the nuke going off in Modern Warfare. Makarov is the one who activates the nuke, not Al-Assad. He says this is only the beginning, before Yuri states that this wasn't war, it was madness. Then we come to see Makarov and his crew, minus Alan, before the Zakhaev airport massacre. Makarov says that he knows what Yuri has done, and what he told them, before saying that nothing can stop this. He then shoots Yuri, and we see Yuri stumble through the airport just behind Makarov and his men, as they shoot up the place. What's weird is you can pick up a gun and shoot, even though you can't hit anything, so why include that? Regardless, Yuri says that he was a soldier of Russia, not a taker of innocent lives. We'll see that Yuri was saved by a medic at the airport, before we return to the present. Nice confirmed kill of a guy who knows all your plans, Makarov. Price says that we've bought ourselves some time, for now, as the mission ends. I'll have a lot more to say about this when we get to the analysis section for the characters and the story, so hold your thoughts until then. Act 3 begins with Price detailing a clock tower in Hereford, where the names of the dead are inscribed, saying that they try to honor their deeds even as their faces fade from our memory. We get this as we see photos of Price and Soap together, along with Ghost and Sandman in a picture off to the left, which has me asking so many questions because the timeline of seeing Soap and Price and Ghost and Sandman all in one picture is an outright contradiction, since we see all of Price's time in the 141 during Modern Warfare 2. This is something I'll go over later in the video, but we'll move on. Price explains that the memories of the Fallen are all that's left when the enemy has taken everything else. Then we get an interaction between Macmillan and Price, where Mac has to hear Price say that Soap is dead, before asking him what he needs. Price says that Yuri says Makarov used to cache weapons at an old castle near Prague, but he's got nothing more solid than that. Mac says that they ran drones over the castle back in Zakhaev's day, but never found any targets there. Then Price is told that the place is built like a fortress, and there's only one way in or out, unless we've learned to fly. As he's explaining the details of the base, Price sends Mac an equipment list for a lot of hardware. When Mac asks what Price is going to do, he replies saying that it's what Mac taught him to do. Kill them all. We'll parachute in with Price as Yuri, where he says to keep up or he'll leave us behind, and he's serious. He'll also tell us to avoid the lights as we begin our infiltration of the base. We'll get past several patrols as we make our way into the base and start planting explosives. We'll breach the security office, giving us some time before the enemy knows we're here. We'll open a door with a guard's hand before going dark in the dungeon of the castle. We'll cut down more troops until we reach some scaffolding near the bridge used to exit or enter the castle. We'll plant C4 on the columns before moving back into the base. We'll breach a wall and climb our way up until we see a crack into a room, with a feed from Makarov torturing the Russian president for the launch codes, but he will die before he surrenders them. We'll learn that the president's daughter is in Berlin, and Makarov's men will have her in a matter of hours. Just after the feed ends, an alarm will sound, and Price will leave a little present for our friends here. Then we'll go loud as we fight our way out of the place. We'll inform Nikolai to tell Metal Team that the daughter is in Berlin, and he says he won't let us down. We'll grab a jeep and jump off the edge. Thankfully, we have extra parachutes, and Nikolai's on the way to pick us up as the mission ends. The following mission begins with Overlord explaining that Makarov's men have tracked the Russian president's daughter to Berlin, and it's only a matter of time until he gives up the launch codes once they get her. We'll make contact with the daughter, Elena, as she explains that her security is dead, and she's hiding in a closet. Sandman says to sit tight as we're coming to her before we drop in. We'll wake up to hear Sandman saying that we're in a kill zone and we need to move out to get out of the ambush. We'll contact Command to let them know that this AO is lost as we make our way into a building before we go back 20 minutes in time. This is one of those moments that's just a bad things happen tease that we're going to see in 5 minutes anyway, so why bother showing it at the beginning of the mission? It just seems weird to me to add that kind of stuff. Anyway, we're coming in on rotor wings as we learn that another team is going after the daughter and we're providing cover fire. We'll drop on the roof of a building where we'll fight through enemy troops until we reach our vantage point. Once there, we'll clear the roof of the building Elena is in before sending in Granite Team. Enemy soldiers will appear and will give cover fire until Russian tanks appear on the streets below. Here, we'll mark the tanks for strafe runs until they're dealt with, and watch Granite Team enter the building where Elena should be. We'll hear audio of enemy troops before the entire area explodes as Granite Team is killed. Sandman reports the situation to command before saying we're going after her ourselves. We'll be ordered to link up with the German tank column before moving toward the building. We'll rappel down to the streets and come across a downed chopper with dead friendlies, where we'll evac the bodies before linking up with the Germans. They ask us to take out the enemy tank, which we'll help them with. One thing I really have to mention, I love the German names for these tanks. I love the stupidly long words y'all have. Anyway, we'll link up with the German tanks as we push toward the building. If you hear the tank fire its main weapon, I like how you get an audio effect like your hearing was just blown out. Probably because it just was. We'll push forward until something explodes and a building collapses on top of us. This leads us back to the clip from the beginning, where we head into the building after everything goes horribly. We'll be told to evac, but Sandman says we're going for the girl. We'll be told that Berlin is falling, but that will be watched by command. We'll go through a building where we'll fight past a few more enemy troops. We learn that Elena is being brought to the 3rd floor for Makarov's men to extract her, so we gotta move. We'll eventually make it to the roof as we hear Elena screaming for help. When we breach the door, we'll be blown back. We'll pull Sandman's pistol from his holster and take out the guards, before we see the Russians take Elena away as the mission ends. The penultimate mission is a joint operation between Delta Force troops and the remains of the 141. Sandman informs Price that they lost the girl, and it looks like the Hilo took her to a diamond mine in Siberia. Price says we've got one chance to grab her before Makarov turns Europe into glass. Sandman makes a joke that Price needs to be sure he can keep up before Price says that you Yanks like to take all the credit. Yuri and Price will keep the neighbors in check while we roll hard to secure the hostages. With that, we'll jump in. We'll be playing as Yuri as we spawn into an elevator. We'll shoot some guys before the lift is shot, and we fall down several more stories. We're fine, so we'll move up as we cut down Makarov's men. We'll push up to the bottom of the mine, where Sandman says we're going to need air support, and we'll be given a Predator drone to have fun with. One weird detail is that we see Sandman and Price kick the door down together, and Price tells them to keep up. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we have no idea what the history of these two are. All these cool bro moments come off as forced since we never saw them work together outside of a few times in this game up to this point. It's not been established, and their history suggests a retcon of events from the previous game. You can't have Soap, Price, Ghost, and Sandman in one picture without explaining what they did during the events of Modern Warfare 2, since that's the only time they could all be together. It also makes you wonder if they did anything worthwhile together, since Sandman didn't appear in the previous games at all, so it must not have mattered that much. Either way, it's a writing problem that this game created for itself. In any case, we'll fire our way into the mine until we breach the door that leads us to the daughter. Later on, we'll see the enemy taking the president further underground. We'll rappel off a central platform to the lower level and pursue the Russian president. Once the area has been cleared, we'll think to breach the door, but it's reinforced so we can't blow through it. Instead, we'll breach the ceiling in an admittedly cool sequence of us dropping into the room as we shoot the enemy troops. But just think if we were off and fell onto him. That'd be hilarious. Once he's secure, we'll see that the mine is going to collapse any minute, so the extraction choppers need to come to us. We'll have to hold our position until the choppers get here, so we'll cut down the enemy for a bit. When the chopper gets close, it'll be shot down before another appears as we recover from the blast that knocked Yuri to the floor. From here, we'll get the president on board, and Truck will take us to the chopper. Sandman tells Price to get out with the president, but Price says that we're in this together. We'll get a hold of a gun as we assist Metal Team in defending the chopper, as we get some unique animations for the team as they take out advancing Russian soldiers. The music gives us an obvious clue that these guys are going to die as we get aboard the chopper. Sandman tells us to go, and we leave as Price tries to reach Sandman, but to no avail. I find this ending for Metal Team to be extremely stupid, considering that they could have just gotten in the chopper with us. It's not like they needed to stand there and be shot at while we escape or anything. Totally useless deaths in my opinion. Plain and simple. The screen will fade to white as we hear a broadcast stating that the Russian president has returned to Moscow and peace talks between the US and Russia are beginning. Then it notes that Makarov is still at large as the mission ends. We open the final mission with the Russian president giving a speech about peace, before Price gives a short monologue. He says there's a simplicity to war, and attacking is the secret. Dare to do so, and the world yields. Then he mentions how quickly they forget that all it takes to change the course of history is the will of a single man. We'll then make a call to Makarov, where Price says it's prisoner 627 and he's coming for him. Makarov plays the part, saying that the war is over, before Price says that his war ends with Makarov. Maki twists the knife as he asks if it ended like it did for Soap, then asks Price how long it took him to die. He gloats that he's destroyed Price's world piece by piece, and it's only a matter of time until he finds him. Price retorts that he won't have to look far, as we drop in. We'll hear yelling as we suit up in Juggernaut armor, this time as Price himself. We'll also have assistance as Nikolai is tapping into their system. Then Price says this is it. Makarov doesn't leave here alive. Then we take our vengeance for Soap, and everyone else Makarov killed. This first bit of the sequence is just cool, just from a tough old soldier getting his vengeance kind of vibe, while wielding big guns and thick armor. We'll slowly make our way into this extravagant Oasis hotel while slicing through the enemy troops like butter. We'll eventually get an elevator sent to us by Nikolai, where we'll see 2 enemy choppers. One heads toward the roof, while the other shoots at us and crashes into our elevator. The resulting fire forces us to remove our armor, for some reason, and we'll jump to another lift before this one crashes back to Earth. We'll continue up to the roof as Makarov is trying to escape. We'll push through more hostiles until we get a line of sight on Makarov himself as he runs away. Another chopper will attack us as rockets hit this level, causing structural damage that nearly makes us fall off. We'll see Yuri impaled, and he tells us to get Makarov. We'll run for the chopper and make a jump for it as it takes off, where we'll kill the pilot before crashing it back on the roof of the hotel. We'll come back to find the glass cracking below us, and we see Makarov alive after the crash. We'll QTE it toward a gun to finish this before Makarov gets the gun. Because he has the last word, Yuri manages to reappear and shoot him a few times, but Makarov kills Yuri. This distracts him long enough where we can knock the gun out of his hand before we wrap a cable around Makarov's throat and hang him from it by busting through the glass ceiling. With that, it's over. After a moment to himself, Price lights up a cigar before the music cues back up and the credits roll. We'll end on the pic we saw earlier of Soap, Price, Sandman, and who appears to be Ghost, with a tagline of OP Kingfish, dated October 8th, 2013, or the 10th of August 2013. It's not specific since Americans and the British don't format it the same way, so up to interpretation, I guess? I did see someone on Twitter respond to the Call of Duty Wiki account asking about the date, and they said it was set in October. But again, American production company, mainly British team, we'll run with October, since it doesn't really matter either way. Apparently, this takes place between Modern Warfare 1 and 2, as 1 takes place mostly in 2011, and 2 takes place in 2016, so I guess that's when they all met? Even though they acted like Soap hadn't seen Price since the end of the first game, and probably thought he was dead? Again, it is not a good idea to try to retcon your character into the popular kids club, even if I do like Sandman. But with that, we've completed all the campaigns in the trilogy. Now let's dive into the multiplayer, but first, let's set the stage. Black Ops came out in between Modern Warfare 2 and 3, and it was a much more restrained and balanced game than Modern Warfare 2 was in its multiplayer. It featured a grittier, more skill-based multiplayer, so things had been toned down in terms of what overpowered things you could use for kill streaks or in your setup. Modern Warfare 3 had to take the balancing argument into account if they wanted to grab some of the Black Ops players and keep them. This resulted in several tweaks to the system, so that Modern Warfare 3's multiplayer would be deeper instead of broader. This basically means that they gave more options without making everything overpowered or unnecessarily cheap. That isn't to say that Modern Warfare 3 didn't have its fair share of ridiculous setups, but it wasn't nearly as bad as some of the crazy stuff in the previous Modern Warfare entry. With that said, we'll jump into the multiplayer, where we'll go over the maps, the setups available, and the game modes you can play, in that order. Now let's dive into the multiplayer proper, starting with the maps. Like the previous games, you have a variety of maps that can satisfy many strategies and setups you may use. You have your close quarters maps like Seatown, long-range maps like Liberation, and varied maps like Resistance. You also have your fair share of ridiculous maps because of their layout, with Vortex being one of them because of how small and open that map is. You're almost guaranteed to have enemies spawn behind you on that map, so be careful. Like the previous games, several maps offer multiple strategic opportunities, even if they mostly fall under a specific type of map. The game also offers a large range of maps, increasing the total from the previous game's 26 up to 36, including DLC, of course. This means you have a plethora of maps to learn and enjoy, along with the various strategies you can develop on each individual map. It also keeps the variety in terms of the aesthetics with maps, ranging from desert bases like Dome to snow-covered environments like Outpost. This goes all the way to specific locations like farms in Vortex's case, or an abandoned monastery on Sanctuary. You also get some fan service with Terminal from the previous game, being a free DLC you can get. All in all, the game continues the variety and variability of the maps while maintaining the openness to what strategies the players could use on each one. They also gave us more maps in general, so props to the game for that, although paying $20 for a few maps is a complete ripoff in my opinion. Now let's dive into the meat and potatoes of the setups you can create in this game. First off, the guns are sorted into 6 categories: assault rifles, SMGs, LMGs, sniper rifles, shotguns, and the riot shield at the end. Shotguns are no longer a secondary, which some people may like while others may not, but I like it as having a shotgun as a secondary was a bit too overpowered in certain situations. When we go over the assault rifles, you'll see several familiar ones, but when you select one, you'll see proficiencies pop up afterwards. Proficiencies are a sub-attachment that aids your gunplay in some way. This varies based on the type of weapon, but for the assault rifles you can reduce kick, increase bullet penetration damage, allow 2 attachments, reduce flinch when shot, allow you to hold your breath for more accuracy, and reducing weapon sway in general. Proficiencies add an extra layer to the guns you use, so it's best to pick one that will balance out the attachment you're going to use, or one that extends the usefulness of your weapon overall. After selecting a proficiency, then you'll select an attachment, which continues most of what came before, but also includes the new attachments like the hybrid sight, and some unique options for certain guns. The 2 burst assault rifles get a rapid fire attachment that increases the speed of the bursts, making these particular guns much more deadly. After you choose an attachment, you'll open up the skins to see that you have more this time around, with the final one being gold. The Marine and Winter skins are a bonus of the mod I'm using, just for clarification. Unlike the previous game, where certain attachments and skins required certain types of kills, the entirety of the weapon proficiencies, attachments, and skins are based on weapon level that you can see above the weapon in question. 31 is the max level with a gun, and you'll slowly unlock each proficiency, attachment, and skin as you progress through those 31 levels. I consider this an improvement over the Modern Warfare 2 system, as it's really annoying to try to get 250 headshot kills for all the skins when trying could lead you to dying much more, especially since it's just a skin you've got to do all this work for. I'm glad Modern Warfare 3 simplified it and made it a straightforward progression thing through regular kills. Moving on to the SMGs, they'll retain several of the upgrades from the previous group, but you'll see a range proficiency that increases effective weapon range, which is very helpful, as well as a quick melee proficiency for faster knifing. It's a little niche because this game is mostly gunfights, but it never hurts to add another unique proficiency. The SMGs also get rapid fire and a hammer scope, which acts like a hybrid sight for SMGs. Other than that, they'll have the same progression as the other weapons. The LMGs are similar to the assault rifles, but you get a proficiency for increased speed while running with them, and a grip and rapid fire attachments for them. This can help increase your accuracy or rate of fire, respectively, which can lead to some fun times if you use both at once. The sniper rifles share the same basic proficiencies, but also give you the speed boost that the LMGs got, as well as offering a variable zoom scope. Other than that, they're like the other weapons. Shotguns get some proficiencies that the SMGs do, but they also get a damage bonus proficiency that can help get that kill if your shotgun has a slow fire rate. There's also a possibility for extra range, which can make shotguns even more deadly than before, assuming your shot kills in one hit. The riot shield comes last, and only comes with a speed and melee speed proficiency. Other than that, it's just a shield you can thump people with. When we get into the secondaries, we'll see much of the same from the previous installment. Machine pistols get some sights, silencers, akimbo functionality, and extended mags. Pistols get tack knives, silencers, akimbo, and extended mags. And the launchers are laid out where you'll get the anti-vehicle ones first, before you get the anti-people ones later. This is a balancing oversight, as it means higher levels will have more annoying ways to kill players over lower levels. Personally, going back and forth between anti-vehicle and anti-player launchers would have been better. When we get to the lethal equipment, it's the same as before, but we get a bouncing Betty this time around, the blast shield is gone, and the tack insertion has been moved. When we get to the secondary grenades, we'll see an expansion, giving us EMP grenades, scramblers to mess up local radars, a trophy system that protects you from explosive projectiles, and the portable radar, which is arguably the best equipment, but it's locked behind a high level before you can reach it. You'll have to reach level 77 out of 80 to unlock it, which takes forever, but it is definitely worth it. Then we'll move down to the perks, beginning with the blue category. Like the previous games, we've got base perks and their pro variants, with several tweaks from the previous game. There's no one-man army, danger close, or commando perks anymore, so the crazy builds are out. Instead, we get weird stuff like Recon Pro, which paints targets with explosive damage on the map, expanding to bullet damage in the pro version. Sleight of hand has been changed where it no longer affects aiming in the pro variant, but makes switching weapons faster, something that makes using it on a sniper helpful, since you'll usually have to change weapons quickly when confronted with an enemy at close range, unless you're quickscoping that is. Blind Eye is the anti-killstreak perk, with the base making you undetectable to air support and sentries, with the pro giving faster launcher lock-on and extra bullet damage versus air support and sentries. Extreme Conditioning Pro has basically taken Marathon Pro from the previous game, but it gives you a limited bonus to your sprint instead of making it constant, which some people could argue over that change. I can see both sides, so let me know which version of the sprinting perk you prefer. Scavenger is the only perk that didn't really change, so pick up that ammo and enjoy those little blue packs. The only change it really got was that you can't resupply absolutely everything with it, so you can't camp with a claymore anymore. We'll move down to the red perk section, where we'll see Stopping Power is nowhere to be found. This is something I'm grateful for, as Stopping Power was almost a necessity for certain setups, essentially locking off one perk category upon the requirement. They took it out, and I'm grateful for the options we got in its place. The first perk we'll see is Quick Draw, which allows faster aiming, with the pro giving faster equipment and grenade recovery. It basically means you throw things faster. The next perk is Blast Shield, which increases explosive resistance, with the pro giving extra resistance to stun and flash. This is kinda niche, so it's really only useful whenever the enemy actually uses these things, but it does go a little way for balancing's sake, so I'll give it that. The next perk is Hardline, with the perk being roughly the same from the previous installment, but the added bonus that every 2 assists count toward your kill streak in the pro version. This is an improvement of the useless factor of the pro version from the previous game, as that extra tagging and kill is actually useful when you're trying to get kill streaks. Props to the game for fixing that complaint. Up next is Assassin, which is basically a hybrid of Cold-Blooded and Ninja from the previous game, with some tweaks. It protects you from appearing on any devices, and the pro makes you immune to counter UAVs and EMPs, while giving you no red crosshair or name when targeted. This is pretty cool, and extremely useful for stealth, so have fun with it. I don't quite understand how you could be immune to counter UAVs and EMPs though. That's a bit of a stretch for me. The final red perk is Overkill, which allows a secondary primary weapon, with the pro allowing an attachment on it. This is useful if you want to diversify your setup, as having a sniper rifle and an SMG can be handy at any range. Now we'll move to the yellow perk category, which saw a major overhaul. The first perk, Marksman, allows you to identify targets at longer ranges, which is kinda underwhelming, but the pro gives you a longer hold breath timer. Obviously, this perk is for snipers, so have at it to get the pro. The next perk is Stalker, and this is one of the better ones, as the base perk gives you faster movement while aiming, and the pro delays any detection-triggered explosives near you. This is incredibly helpful, as it allows you to maintain speed and accuracy while protecting you from a cheap trap at the same time. Great perk overall. The next perk is Sitrep from the previous game, which is it, although the requirements aren't as bad this time around to unlock the pro version so you can hear footsteps better. The next perk is Steady Aim, which maintains its base from the previous game, but the pro now makes your weapon ready faster after sprinting, making it a perfect choice for running and gunning. The final perk is Dead Silence, with the base letting you move quietly while reducing the effects of recon, while the pro negates fall damage. While the pro is useful, you won't have that many areas where fall damage should be an issue. It can come up, but it's more niche than it probably is meant to be, as it only helps when the fall would have hurt or killed you, something you can bypass fairly easily. Not a bad perk structure per se, but it definitely could have done something better that's more universally helpful. Now we'll move on to the strike packages, where the game makes a huge change. These control how your kill streaks function and what they are, as well as taking the 15 kill streaks from Modern Warfare 2 up to 27, nearly doubling your options. It also is locked to each class you create, so you can have multiple setups and multiple strike package sets available to you in a single game. If you go Assault, your kill streaks reset upon death like normal. If you go Support, your kill streaks stay through death, which is very useful in a pinch against a better team. If you go Specialist, your streak resets upon death. We'll tackle these one at a time. Assault gives you the quintessential kill streaks for killing the enemy: Predator Missile, Attack Chopper, AC-130, Pavlo, and so on, but you have many more options. You have a strafe run with 5 helicopters instead of just the 1. You have an AH-6 Overwatch chopper that will follow you and provide assistance in your local area. You have a Reaper drone that launches multiple Predator-style missiles. You have an assault drone that you control on the ground that acts as a mini tank. You can call in a Juggernaut for whoever grabs it. You can call in an Osprey gunner, essentially a chopper gunner, who delivers care packages as well. They drastically expanded the killstreaks for this game without making them too overpowered per the killstreak tier, which goes a long way for balancing, as well as keeping the game crazy and fun. It should also be worth mentioning that the nuke from the previous game has been replaced with the Moab. While essentially the same, the Moab doesn't end the match. It simply kills the enemy team alive during detonation. It also provides an EMP against the enemy team for a short time after it detonates, and changes the look of the map. You also don't have to select it as a kill streak, but you do have to get 24 to 25 kills with your weapons to get it. It's no longer a kill streak fanatic's end goal. You actually have to get it yourself, which I love for the sake of balancing, as well as making it more skill-based instead of kill streak to nuke. Going into the support strike package, you'll see several things that help your team in this tree, and this is the major reason why the streaks persist through death. They're support, so they usually don't do much to the enemy team to harm them. That being said, you can drop ballistic vests for your team, or control a recon drone to identify and locate enemy troops. You have the advanced UAV for easier tracking of enemy movements. The higher streaks are where things start to get violent, with the stealth bomber, Juggernaut recon, and escort airdrop. These streaks will kill the enemy, or at the very least, give your teammates a means to kill the enemy, but they do take 14 to 18 kills to reach, so there is an argument to be made about how balanced it is or isn't. Personally, I'm fine with where they are, although I do think the EMP and stealth bomber could have swapped kill counts. Now let's talk about the specialist strike package. If you're a bloodthirsty individual who likes lone wolfing it, and prefers to use your own skill as opposed to helping your team, or allowing AI to kill the enemy, this is for you. Specialist allows you to pick 3 perks that you'll unlock at set intervals, depending if you have hardline or not, and when you reach your specialist bonus, you gain the use of every perk in the game at once, as well as a bonus to your XP gained per kill. This is very useful in short round-based games like Search and Destroy, or in game modes where you want more perks than you can hold at once. It's also useful for Moabs, as you can count how far you are towards it much easier with the Specialist package than if you got AI kill streaks messing with your kill count. Then we get the final section, the death streaks. You'll have several different death streaks, some of which are fine, while others are downright stupid. Juiced gives you faster movement for a few seconds after spawning. Revenge lets you see where the enemy that killed you is. Final Stand gives you extra health and brings you down before you die. Martyrdom drops a live grenade on death. Dead Man's Hand has you pull out C4 and explode upon death. And Hollow Points gives you increased bullet damage for 1 kill after respawning. Since these are self-explanatory, I'll just mention the ones I have issues with, beginning with Revenge. I think tracking someone who killed you is an overcorrection, and that's the biggest issue with some of these death streaks. If a player is doing better than me, I don't want the game effectively cheating to give me an advantage over them. This is something that we see when you compare Martyrdom with Dead Man's Hand. Martyrdom is perfectly fine, because it gives the enemy a chance to escape the grenade you drop. Dead Man's Hand is almost a guaranteed kill against whoever kills you, which is stupid on the face of it, because if they are better than you, they should succeed. They shouldn't be punished because they beat you in a close quarters fight, but you happen to explode, killing them instantly. It's backwards. You could have given the losing player more health for a limited time, or something else that's passive that helps them, without killing the enemy player in the process, especially with a cheap insta-kill move. This is such an overcorrection that I can only imagine how many players were almost at that streak or Moab before some loser stuffed with C4 blew up in their face because they were dying too much. That's the opposite of doing poorly when you can run up to your enemy and explode, killing them when they are the one that deserves to survive. This just makes dealing with death streaks that much more annoying, as it's hard to tell when you're doing well if you'll have a cheap death because one guy just randomly explodes. Seriously, it's such a stupid overcorrection to make the dead feel better. It's not about making the dead feel better, it's about giving rewards to those who do well. Speaking of loadouts I enjoy, one I abuse a lot involves using the PP90M1 with the rapid fire attachment, range proficiency with steady aim and scavenger. With the damage, fire rate, and spread of that gun, you'll hardly ever have to aim again. A few other guns I like using include the MP7 because it's super accurate, the ACR for the same reason, and I really enjoy using the M4, just because it's kinda a classic COD gun at this point. I'll wrap up this section by saying that Modern Warfare 3 made some great strides forward in the multiplayer, both in terms of progression as well as the options available, so massive props to the developers for that. The game finds a nice middle ground between crazy fun and overpowered mess. Now, did Modern Warfare 2 or 3 do more for the multiplayer as a whole? We'll discuss that during the comparison section at the end of the video, but I'd say you've got a strong argument for both sides. Now let's talk about the game modes in the multiplayer. Returning modes include Free-for-All, Team Deathmatch, Domination, Search and Destroy, Sabotage, Demolition, Capture the Flag, and Headquarters. New additions come in the modes of Kill Confirmed, Drop Zone, and Infected, at least in terms of completely new additions. Kill Confirmed is a similar elimination mode to Team Deathmatch, but you have to collect dog tags from fallen enemies to count the kills for your team. It's a nice twist on camping a sightline and killing dudes over and over. Now you actually have to run to the site of death to score for your team, or someone else can. Anyone can interact with the dog tags of the fallen. If they're from an enemy, a friendly member can confirm the kill for you. If they're on the same team as the deceased, they can deny the tags by picking them up themselves. This creates a nice back and forth as you have to get as many tags as you can, while also denying as many as you can to the enemy. This also creates strategies where you can camp a tag, whether friendly or not, and wait for enemy troops to come to retrieve it for one reason or another. Overall, it takes the simple team killing aspect of TDM and makes it more objective focused. For instance, even if you get 50 kills against the enemy team, if they are never confirmed, you may as well not have gotten them at all. It puts pressure on both sides to be more aggressive, since you can now prevent scoring. Overall, I think Kill Confirmed was a great addition, and a nice spin on what we've done before. Drop Zone involves taking over a specific site that delivers care packages while also giving you points. Then it moves to another location, and the cycle repeats. It's Headquarters without the spawn limit, and gives extra kill streaks. It can get a bit frantic with all the kill streaks around, but it makes the game mode that much more intense. The final mode we'll discuss is Infected. This mode works in a different manner to the others, as it involves one person being infected who has to infect the rest of the players in the lobby. The catch is that the infected get a knife, a throwing knife, and attack insertion, while the non-infected players get various weapons along with a specialist strike package. This mode is pretty fun on both ends, as it essentially works as a zombies mode where the infected usually end up overwhelming the survivors until we're all infected. Rarely, the timer will run out and the infected will lose, but that's pretty hard to do given how many people the last guy will be up against. It's fun, but there are some issues when camping survivors lock down an area and you can't get to them, but that's pretty rare in any case. With all that said, the game modes of this game continue the varied approach from the previous games while experimenting with new ideas, which I'm all for. I think the new additions are great, and add to the options available, so we don't get stuck with TDM and free-for-all all the time. It's nice to have a change of pace, and this game provided some much-needed variety. Now we'll jump into the Spec-Ops of the game, but we need to discuss a few things first. One is that progression has changed from the star system of the previous game to an actual leveling system. The system is shared with the survival mode that we'll discuss later, as it is the other half of the Spec-Ops mode, but you'll unlock certain sections of Spec-Ops missions at certain points along level progression. Every section of the Spec-Ops is broken into 4 missions, barring the DLC where we got 8 missions spread across 3 DLC packs. You can jump into any of the 4 you choose from once they're unlocked, so have at them when they're available. Tier 1 of the Spec-Ops missions begins with a run through a training course similar to the pit from the previous game. You'll make your way through several areas, taking out hostiles and avoiding hitting civilians before we breach a door, where we find Sandman surrounded by more dummies. Once they're dealt with, he'll thank us for not taking his head off. This is really dangerous for him to be sitting here in a live gun course. That's not even cool, it's just plain stupid. But whatever. The next mission has you fight through the plane in Turbulence as one of Makarov's men. You'll fight your way to the conference room, where you'll take out the guards and capture the Russian president. Short, sweet, and to the point. The next mission takes you to the Russian submarine from Hunter Killer, where you'll have to make your way through the sub to stop the reactor meltdown. You'll have thermal vision available, which helps to find and defeat the enemy troops. You'll eventually make it to the reactor, where you'll fix it for extracting from the outer side of the sub. The final mission has you run through the African militia to save and extract hostages. Be careful of the enemy air support, as the choppers can lay a smackdown on you if you aren't prepared. You'll have to clear 2 areas before you free the hostages and wait for extraction. Once the chopper arrives, you're done with Tier 1 of the Spec-Ops missions. The Tier 2 missions begin with a run through chemical areas as you collect samples while dealing with enemy combatants. One advantage you have is that you're wearing a Juggernaut suit, and have air support around to help you deal with the enemies. Simply collect all the samples and reach the extraction point, and you can move on. The next mission is built for co-op, as one of you handles mounted turrets around the area as the other pushes toward an extraction point before the timer expires. The turrets are pretty strong and have splash damage, so use that to full effect against enemy troops and air support. Just be careful not to spray your friend, or you'll fail the mission. The following mission involves you killing enemies to find the location of a specific target you need to kill. This area has lots of sentry guns around, so be careful when running around in the open. Also keep an eye out for hyenas coming to nibble your giblets off. Once you locate the target, you'll laze a building and blow it up before you move on. The last Tier 2 mission involves you sneaking around the plane crash site while working your way toward the Russian president's daughter. You have an optional objective to help save your men along the way, which is nice, but it doesn't add much mechanically. While working your way around, be wary of the chopper's light, as that thing will kick your teeth in if it sees you. Once you find Elena, you'll slow-mo kill her captors, and the Tier 2 ops are complete. Tier 3 missions start off with another run through the training course. This time, you'll start off by breaching a door before rushing through the course backwards. You'll have to avoid hitting civilians as you reach more rooms before reaching the start from earlier, and then we can move on. The next mission is one of my personal favorites as you come backwards through the level in Prague, where you have to reach an extraction point while saving rebels. This involves you searching each area for red glowing people to take to the extraction point. Kinda gives away where they are, but I guess the Russian troops are colorblind. In any case, I enjoy the stealthy missions with a good silent sniper rifle, with the rescuing of hostages as a bonus. Simply reach the extraction point with however many rebels you can save, then you're done. The next mission involves destroying sensitive data before moving to another location to do the same. You'll start on the ground in Hamburg before riding a chopper to the next location. You'll clear the area and make your way to the intel to destroy before evacing out of there. Pretty simple, but the thermal goggles help you deal with the enemies a little easier. The final mission of Tier 3 involves one player disabling IEDs around the same area from the previous mission, while another player can provide sniper and predator support. I say can because this is one of the few maps with unique co-op roles that you can complete in single player as well. You just won't have your friend watching your back. Simply disable all the IEDs in the area, and you'll wrap up the Tier 3 ops. The Tier 4 Spec-Ops begin with you driving your way to Volk's hideout while defending your car from enemy troops and vehicles. Once you stop, you'll head down into the catacombs where you'll download vital intel before extracting back to your getaway vehicle. The next mission has you gunning down several of Warabe's troops before blowing up 2 targets located on or in some buildings. There are a lot of enemies here that can attack from all angles, so take your time with it so you aren't ambushed. Reach the chopper for extraction once you're done, and you can move on. The follow-up mission involves you fighting to and through the stock exchange to find encryption data before moving to the rooftop for extraction. But first, you'll have to hunker down while the codes you found are uploaded. All the while, you'll be dealing with enemy troops across the street and enemy air support. Once the upload is complete, the mission is wrapped up. The final mission of the base game involves one player rushing through an area to disable enemy anti-air defenses, while the other provides assistance from an AC-130 above. You'll be on a timer for this, so you'll have to do your best to avoid hitting the guy on the ground or getting ambushed and killed while disabling anti-air defenses. Keep a distance from enemies until your friend uses the big blast, then you'll usually be okay to move up. Once they're disabled, run to the bunker thing to finish the mission. With that, you've seen all the base game missions. Now we'll jump into the DLC missions, beginning with a snowmobile run where one player controls the sled while the other shoots. It's a pretty basic mission where you just need to reach the objective and make your way inside the compound to reach the security office. Once there, you'll breach the room and connect a DSM and be told to escape as the place falls apart. You'll finish the mission as you run out and away from the building and link up with a friendly chopper outside. The next mission involves one player being a hostage while the other frees themselves and makes their way through the village to save as many hostages as possible. The enemy troops execute them every few seconds, so you've got to hurry to save as many as you can, as well as your friend. Once freed, your friend can help you out. You'll eventually reach the plaza where you'll have to disarm a bomb before reaching the main building. You'll breach the final room, and the mission will end there. The following mission involves you fighting your way into an enemy base to detonate an EMP. One player is on the ground running for the site to activate the EMP, while the other covers them from an elevated position, eventually unlocking a Reaper drone to help soften up enemy forces. The Overwatch position is eventually demolished, and the players need to join together at the docks for extraction. With that, you can move on. The next mission has one player guide a tank to an exfil point on the beach, while the other mans a gunner position and controls movement of the tank. In single player, you'll have controls to move the tank on its own, but it's not as easy to control as in co-op. You'll have to take this slow, as the enemy troops will overwhelm you if you try to rush too quickly. You'll also have to protect the tank from suicide bombers, rocket launchers, attack helicopters, and other tanks as you push toward the beach. Be careful not to have the tank run you over during its advance. Once you reach the extraction point, your job is done. The follow-up has you disable an enemy ship with the aid of a recon drone to help identify weak points to tag for an airstrike. In single player, you'll have to go back and forth between running and gunning and piloting the drone to find the spots to mark for the airstrike. In co-op, one player will be on the ground while the other controls the drone. You'll encounter several enemy troops along the surface of the ship, so watch your corners and reach the extraction before the timer runs out to complete the mission, before the ship is sunk by the missile strike. The next mission requires you to take out enemy helicopters that are trying to escape. Then you'll be attacked on the roof of the building while you wait for a parachute to be sent your way. In co-op, one player takes out the choppers while the other defends them until the parachutes arrive. Once we get them, we'll parachute to the ground, where we'll have to fight our way through the street to reach the extraction point. Be careful of choppers, dogs, and suicide bombers coming toward you along the way. Once you've made it to the other side, you're done. The penultimate mission has you rescue a captured soldier from Makarov's castle. We'll fly in, destroying whatever and whoever we can before dropping in to find intel left behind from the enemy troops we killed. In co-op, one player will start on the ground looking for the intel, while the other flies around in the chopper to offer support. Then we'll locate the position of the hostage and we'll fly over to free him together. Once he's been freed, we'll fight to our extraction point, where we'll leave on a chopper as we bomb the bricks off the castle. The final DLC mission has one player fighting their way to specific locations to retrieve sensitive data and rescue a downed helicopter crew, while another player provides gunner support from above. This mission is unique because you get a self-revive perk and sentry guns airdrop to your location when you want. It's a very unique finale, and you'll need it because they throw a lot of tough enemies at you, including several juggernauts. Once you make it to the downed chopper, you'll revive the only survivor, and the final mission ends. With that, the Spec-Ops DLC, and the Spec-Ops in general, is over. Now we'll talk about the survival side of Spec-Ops. It's pretty cut and dry. Survive for as long as you can, starting out with nothing more than a pistol most of the time. As you survive, you'll earn money and XP, allowing you to unlock and buy various guns, explosives, perks, and kill streaks. This mode is a different take on zombies, and I do like how the game works with all the guns you can pick up from enemies and purchase from the weapons crate. You can airdrop perks for yourself from a limited supply at the air support crate. Of all the perks, Sleight of Hand is hands down the best. You'll also have access to an equipment crate that allows you to buy various explosives like C4 or claymores, as well as body armor, self-revive, and RPGs or sentry guns. These can be useful, just make sure not to let the enemy beat them up too much. You play survival on the multiplayer maps, which means you'll know them well if you've played any amount of multiplayer. As you defend yourself, the enemy forces grow in size and power. The maps in the easy tier begin with enemies that I'll refer to by the guns they use, starting with the models. These guys stick around for a while until they are replaced by MP5 enemies. Then it escalates to helicopters coming after you, before suicide bombers with shotguns appear. You'll eventually see attack dogs as well. Then you'll fight juggernauts, enemies with high health and thick clips of ammo. This continues up to enemies using the AK-47 replacing the MP5 soldiers, and the AK dudes are eventually replaced by ACR dudes, who are eventually replaced by FAD dudes. All these enemies feature increasing health whenever you reach the next tier. While this is happening, increasing numbers of juggernauts, suicide bombers, attack dogs, and choppers will come after you. You'll be able to deal with these aggressors in various ways, as you can call in airstrikes, predator missiles, friendly NPCs, and can rearm whenever near one of the crates with ammo or equipment replenishment. A common strategy I employ is one where I'll use up the weapons the enemies drop until I have enough money to grab an LMG. Then I repeat this until I can get a second LMG, as they give you the most bang for your buck in terms of dollar to bullet ratio, and they pack a mean punch against tougher enemies. Then I'll usually camp somewhere to avoid enemy air support killing me. The sad part about this mode is that nothing new really happens after the FAD guys appear. It's really just the number of them and the number of juggernauts and special units that appear around them that changes. I could have gone with more varied tiers of enemies that use more than 5 different guns, but it is what it is. This changes slightly when you reach the medium tier of survival maps, where you get the same basic enemies, but you now have to deal with new foes. Some place chemical bombs around, and they explode into clouds of gas, while also seeing juggernauts using riot shields. The regular enemies also escalate faster from model to MP5 and so on, so you'll have less time in between tiers to upgrade your resources. The hard tier introduces claymore experts that put claymores everywhere. You'll deal with all this as the speed of progression increases even faster. When you reach the insane tier of maps, you'll go up against everything you fought before, but the levels escalate quickly, and you'll start out with an M16 instead of just a pistol. Guess the developers knew how tough this would be, so they threw you a bone. The DLC incorporates all of the multiplayer maps that are also DLC, but they locked all of them to one difficulty in the middle, which really should have been spread out more given what they did with the base game maps. Or they could have created a difficulty slider for each map, where you can choose how hard the map will be. They may have thought that they couldn't go back on what they did with the base game maps scaling so quickly, so they made the DLC maps all one difficulty to compensate. In any case, I'm sure they could have patched in a difficulty scaler for each map, but we got what we got. There's also this Chaos mode, which is different from regular survival or Spec-Ops missions, because it's momentum based. You gain points by killing troops that continuously spawn around you, and pick up perks as you get larger combos. This mode is alright, but once the timer runs out, you're left until your combo runs out before the match ends. While that can be fun, it is a bit overwhelming, but that probably gives it the name Chaos. All in all, the survival mode was a decent bit of experimentation, even if it has some hiccups. Still, I think it's fun and varied enough for my tastes. Now we'll get into the analysis of Modern Warfare 3. We'll be going over the same stuff we did in the previous analysis sections, going over the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art of the game, before giving a conclusion on the game itself. This time around there's a bit more to say, because of this being the finale of the trilogy, as well as building on what came before in the previous 2 installments, along with new additions. With that, let's jump in. We'll start the atmosphere section by going over the levels you play through. The campaign maps of this game are more varied than the previous ones in terms of scope, as well as actual locations. You have fights in the streets of New York City, an old castle in Prague, as well as visiting various locations in the African countryside and villages, and various other locations across Europe. This game has a larger range than the previous 2 installments because of the World War III element spreading across Europe. This is fitting, because we visit ever-escalating locations as each game goes on. In Modern Warfare, we're largely in Russia or the Middle East. In the second game, we retain those 2 locales, while adding Brazil and the US into the mix. In this game, we go to the US, the UK, Russia, Somalia, France, Germany, and the Czech Republic, among other minor locations. This game focuses more on European destruction than the previous campaigns, which helps add to the World War III aesthetic that the game clearly goes for. With that in mind, we see several levels affected by the various battles and terror attacks that take place. We see the bodies strewn about Prague during the occupation by Russian forces. We view Hamburg being leveled as the US forces try to push the enemy back. We witness the Eiffel Tower fall, which is a great background set piece in and of itself. And we get the final showdown between Price and Makarov atop a lavish hotel in Dubai. They went after a World War III dynamic, and in my eyes, they owned it well. I would have liked to have seen a mission in England post-chemical attack, or have a chemical level with more involvement with that as a mechanic of some sort, but that's just me. When you get into the multiplayer, you get the same variability that you've seen in the campaign, as well as the previous game's multiplayer maps, with this game having the largest assortment of maps overall, with some having nothing to do with the campaign, which I am alright with having as long as the maps themselves are good. Most of them are good, but some of the smaller maps become more chaos than fun, but that's a subjective view since several maps were specifically designed for smaller numbers of players, such as on Vortex, so the game can only take so much before you start spawning in front of people, or vice versa. That being said, I think the maps of this game continue the openness to fight however you want, whether that be sniping, assaulting, defending, or rushing. Overall, most maps offer a varied balance of these different styles of combat, as well as multiple aesthetics and environments. So have at 'em and enjoy yourselves. Now let's discuss the sound design and music. The sound of this game is consistent and gives us several new sounds based on all the new kill streaks and weapons added. The sound is serviceable, and the voice actors all do a good job with what they're given, which we'll touch on more in the lore section. Now let's look at the music. This soundtrack was composed by Brian Tyler, and is the overall longest soundtrack of the trilogy, being almost a full hour and 20 minutes. This is my personal favorite score of the 3 games, somewhat because it's longer, and therefore has more content overall, but also because I enjoy the extended pieces that you didn't get in the previous soundtracks. The extended tracks give you a more dynamic feel of the situation, particularly in tracks like Battle for New York, where it's fast-paced orchestral work that leads into a small reprieve. Before things get heavy when it slams into a rock-oriented section to end the piece. You also have tracks that continue a wide range of vibes, the slower and emotive I Stand Alone, compared to the more aggressive First Contact. You get a regal, proper orchestral piece during Russian deliberations, when we see the Russian president in the plane before everything falls apart. You also get things like Arabian Endgame, which sets a rock and orchestral groove for you as you bust out of a truck in Juggernaut armor, ready to kill Makarov. It fits so well at setting the tension and emphasizing the toughness and coolness of Price and Yuri while in the suits. While I do like the soundtrack, there isn't as much variability in the overall sound of each track. They usually offer the same orchestral elements with some rock elements thrown in, like distorted guitars and a drum kit, but that's usually all the changes that appear. You will get the occasional little instrument thrown in, like in the middle of Arabian Endgame, to accentuate that we're in the Middle East. Don't get me wrong, some soundtracks are great because they lay into that consistency, but when comparing this to the previous games, it is a bit more one-dimensional than what we've seen before. That being said, the tracks still do a great job at setting the tone and mixing cool soldier moments with dramatic flair when it needs to. Overall, not a very adventurous soundtrack, but still strong, and it fits the game perfectly. We'll go over how it stacks up to its predecessors when we get to the comparison section, but that's a bit later. Now let's dive into the lore, beginning with the story we play through. But first, a recap. We begin with the world continuing the chaos after the war between the US and Russia escalates, and we're dropped in as Metal Team to help push the enemy off US soil. Once we send them packing, we'll jump over to the remaining 141, where Soap is getting medical attention at a safe house. Makarov's men show up to kill us before we escape, along with the new member, Yuri. Then we'll witness the kidnapping of the Russian president by Makarov on the way to a peace conference in Hamburg. We'll follow the 141 as they pursue some mysterious cargo. We'll fail to obtain it and head over to one of its locations, Britain. We'll work as one of British special forces who intercept the package before we witness chemical explosions at various locations around Europe. These attacks are followed by an invasion from Russian forces. We'll be sent to Hamburg to rescue the vice president. We'll go back to the 141 as they go after Warabe, the guy behind the transport of the chemicals to Europe. We'll learn from him that his contact wasn't Makarov, but a guy named Volk. The 141 will inform Metal Team that Volk is in Paris, so they'll go after him. Once Volk is retrieved, we'll extract and interrogate him for information. We'll learn that Makarov is meeting with his advisors in Prague, so the 141 will go after him. We'll set up shop across from the building Makarov is in, before our cover is blown, where Soap is mortally wounded. We'll drag him away from the enemy before watching him die, as he tells Price that Makarov knows Yuri, as he called out to him by name. Yuri explains that Makarov and Yuri saved Zakhaev after he was shot by Price in '96, and Makarov was behind the nuke going off in the Middle East, killing 30,000 US soldiers. Then, just before the Zakhaev airport massacre, Makarov learned of Yuri's betrayal to General Shepard and the 141. Yuri is shot and left for dead as he watches the airport be shot to pieces before getting medical attention. With this, Price and Yuri will head to a castle in Prague, where we learn that Makarov has the location of the Russian president's daughter, Elena, and will use her to force her father to give Makarov launch codes to the Russian nuclear arsenal. We'll head over to Metal Team, who go after Elena, but lose her to Makarov's men. We'll link up both Metal Team and the 141, where we'll go after Elena and her father in Siberia. We'll recover them both, but Metal Team is wiped out during the rescue. With the war ending as the Russian president goes to a peace conference, Price tells Makarov that he's coming for him, even with the war ending. We'll track Makarov to a hotel in Dubai, where we'll make our way up to him. Yuri is killed by Makarov before Price takes him out by hanging him after busting through the roof of the hotel. Then Price sits and smokes a cigar as the trilogy ends. So, how good is this story? Based on what I just recounted, and how much attention you paid to each mission with meaningful content to it, this story isn't that great. It's not outright terrible, but a lot of what happens is spaced out between 1 to 2 missions per plot point, so the overall story progresses much slower than previous installments. We'll talk about that first. Take a look at this chart. It shows the campaign laid out in terms of major plot points and the overall plot of each mission, as well as incorporating major events. The blue box indicates if a mission is a part of a larger subplot in the campaign, along with what stage it is within that subplot. The yellow box indicates missions whose value could have been inserted in another mission via throwaway lines or the like, or could have been outright omitted from the campaign overall, signified by the I and O respectively. Sometimes is a combination of both. As you can see, there are a notable set of missions that are simply extensions of something or have no real impact on the story if you play them or not. Think about it. Skipping Back on the Grid and Scorched Earth doesn't impact the story very much, besides what the cutscenes would have told you. This means that what you do in the mission doesn't add up to anything. This is a key sign of filler. Then you have Persona Non Grata and Turbulence, two missions that don't do anything that we couldn't have seen or learned in a cutscene. That's the reason I made this chart. I wanted to plot out and see exactly how much of the campaign actually matters to the story the developers wanted to tell. This campaign already lowered the number of missions from the previous games, as Modern Warfare 1 had 20 missions, Modern Warfare 2 had 18, and Modern Warfare 3 has 16, so the overall number of missions has decreased as the trilogy went on. Given that, the missions have gotten longer over time, but the story hasn't adapted to compensate. If you were to fuse missions together and take out unnecessary missions in each game, the drop in missions is quite drastic. The original game's 20 missions drops to 10, the sequel drops from 18 to 10, and the threequel drops from 16 to 9. Each game's campaign would be cut in half if they got rid of the filler we see. Given that, each game uses these extra missions to build the atmosphere and tension. In Modern Warfare 3, some of the extension and filler missions help you see the areas destroyed by the war being fought, or to show civilians getting caught in the crossfire. The beginning of Hunter Killer shows you a flooded tunnel with dozens of drowned civilians, and watching the Eiffel Tower be knocked down in Iron Lady is a fantastic visual for war. These are great set pieces for grounding the story, which is a decent reason to include them. Padding the campaign because you don't have enough story for something new to develop every mission isn't always a bad thing, but people should be critical of things that make no difference and add nothing or very little to the story or atmosphere overall. The African missions Back on the Grid and Return to Sender don't offer much for the atmosphere, as the main conflict isn't in Africa. It's in America and then primarily in Europe. They really only exist for plot reasons, and so they can say that we went to more places than just North America and Europe. If these missions in Africa weren't here, they wouldn't have the militia as a faction in the other modes, which is something that helps break the monotony. The problem is that they don't contribute much to the story overall. They are locations included for aesthetic purposes first, rather than having a natural plot point to jump you down there. One of them is useless, while the other gives you intel that takes you back up to Europe, so you don't really have much reason to stay in Africa during those missions, other than to say you included Africa in the game. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate that the developers wanted to add new locales and enemies they could to bring the global nature of the conflict to the forefront. I just wish they had a more even application of the various missions. Perhaps have 2 to 3 missions that serve as an arc in Africa, where we track down Warabe and get information about Makarov's cargo. Then we go after the cargo but just miss it, but we gain info about it that lets us tip off the British military to investigate. You could write a subplot around the African levels that is more substantial than go to a place and don't find what you need, and interrogate a guy for info, then leave. Like I said, I wish they had a more even approach to the locales used in the game, where it could add to the story more. Rants aside, let's return to the actual story itself. One complaint I have is that this game relies on the previous games much more than Modern Warfare 2 did, which some people could see as nostalgic, and others could see as pandering. I lean more towards the pandering side, as there are a lot more references to the previous games throughout this one than its predecessor. Granted, sequels will do that, especially at the end of a saga, but there's so much that goes in favor of the plot that connects to the previous releases that this game comes across as a Modern Warfare 2.5 rather than a whole new game, with its own dedicated story it wants to tell with a few references to the past. Think about it. The Modern Warfare 2 references to the original include Price returning, Soap having the pistol he was given by Price to shoot Zakhaev, Shepard being commander of the 30,000 troops who died to the nuke, and Makarov being a protege of sorts to Zakhaev. Other than that, the plot largely builds off the previous game and adds new characters that take the forefront until the end, when Shepard betrays the main characters. The final installment in the trilogy references so many things to the point that it feels less like fan service and more like they didn't know what to add on their own. Macmillan running British intelligence and Yuri knowing Makarov are two prime examples of fan service that save the plot when you need them to. Now think how problematic certain things would have been if certain things were different. Take Price's former leader, Macmillan, becoming the head of British intelligence, where he's luckily a friend of Price who owes him for saving his life, and not some random guy who won't work with Price whatsoever. Imagine how much harder things would have been for Price if Macmillan had retired from the military by that point. Macmillan would have been at least an extra 20 years older by the time Modern Warfare 3 takes place. Then you have Makarov being tied to every major event in the series retroactively, undermining some of the previous game's stories and villains. We'll talk about that more when we get to the characters, as well as the way some characters are introduced and how they go out. The story primarily lives to serve specific plot points and ideas, which isn't new for the franchise, but several of them are not building anything substantial or outright contradict and undermine what happened before. This sort of retroactive storytelling is a major problem for writers, especially recently, as it feels less like a twist and more like you just want to make everything tie together in your story, with your characters. If you want to be even more cynical, you could say the writers themselves just want certain things to be true for their contributions, so they don't have to share glory with previous writers and the characters they set up. Speaking of characters, let's dive into them, and this will take a while. We'll start with Soap, as he is probably the most ill-used character in the game. I don't like how they used him in the campaign, as he essentially is wounded, recovers, helps us kill some dudes in Africa and Prague, then gets killed off by Makarov blowing up the building we're in. This causes him to fall through some scaffolding, probably reopening his old wounds, which ultimately kills him as Price and Yuri watch. This is such a disservice to what Soap was in the beginning and what he became in the last two games. For comparison, let's go over his involvement in the previous installments. In Modern Warfare, he helped with the cargo ship mission where Price had to save him from falling into the ocean. Then he helped rescue Nikolai and aided in the capture of Al-Assad. Then he helps retake the launch facility before ultimately killing Zakhaev himself after most of his team is taken out. Not the best character arc, but definitely serviceable given all the story beats and time we've spent with the crew before the finale. In Modern Warfare 2, he leads and guides Roach through the Russian base to the ACS module, where they fight their way out. Then he leads the 141 in pursuit of the arms dealer in Brazil who supplied Makarov, ultimately being the one who actually captures him when he busts through a window to grab him. He helps his team extract from Brazil, before leading the counterstrike to find Price in the Gulag, where he gives the pistol back to Price that he slid to him to kill Zakhaev at the end of the last game. Then he watches over us as we reach a sub to launch a nuke to stop the invasion of America. Then we go with him and Price to the Boneyard to hunt down Makarov, only to be betrayed by Shepard, where we'll fight our way out and regroup with Nikolai. Soap and Price go after Shepard together, fighting their way through his soldiers until they get into a fight with him where Soap is stabbed. Price distracts Shepard but takes a beating before Soap pulls the knife out and kills Shepard with it by throwing it directly into his eye. The game ends with him being supported because of his wounds as they leave the area. Do you see the difference in how he was treated and what he did? Now, killing him during the campaign isn't something I'm against, as we've had team members die in each game before, but the way he just shows up for a bit and then gets killed off is such a letdown compared to what he was able to do before. He doesn't do anything of meaning in the Modern Warfare 3 campaign, besides be wounded and die. Those are his two biggest contributions to the overall plot, and that's terrible. That's barely more than Private Allen had after Makarov shot him in the airport, and he only had 3 missions to his name, not half of each game up to this point. The long and short of it is that they took a character the fans had grown attached to through the 2 previous games, then they turned him into a side character whose only purpose is to die, so Price can get a revenge arc, and Yuri can blurt out his history with Makarov. It doesn't serve any purpose other than that. If he had gone out fighting with Price and Yuri during a standoff, where he had to defend them as they escaped, but was killed in action, that would have been a much better send-off for a fan favorite. Is that generic? Absolutely. But it's better than making him a damp sock just built to die so we can push Price into full-on killer mode, which he should already be in given what Makarov has caused already, with it being World War III. All in all, a terrible disservice to Soap as a character. He should have had more presence and purpose where he could do some cool things before going out. Again, I don't mind him dying, it's just the way they handled it and his overall portrayal that was botched. But some of that can be seen as a way to build Price up for the finale. Speaking of Price, let's go over his character in this game. He's largely the same from the previous installment, being a rogue soldier trying to make things right in the world, but continually running into issues. He's still got a ruthless streak, as best seen with his interaction with Warabe, where he promises him a gas mask for information, but shoots him anyway. It also shows him to have contacts everywhere, as he has secure channels of communication to Sandman, and he can get in touch with Macmillan without too much trouble, even given his status as a fugitive. The pull on Macmillan is fine by me, as it makes sense that he would use saving Macmillan's life for a favor later on, so I've got no issue with that from a character perspective. The issue I do have is taken from one line after Soap dies, where he says that he trusted Yuri, even though he made it a point not to trust Shepard in the previous installment. Remember his spill on having to trust someone to be betrayed, but he never did? Now, you can call that a technicality, as Shepard had his own plans that didn't align with Price, as well as Yuri being a rogue Russian fighter not working for Makarov or what he started, so Yuri does begin in a better position of trust for Price than Shepard. It's the delivery of the line that really makes me wonder if the writers of this game actually played the previous installments, or were just given plot summaries of everything without looking at the smaller details. Anyway, Price still has that deathly focus from the previous games when it comes to his lines and delivery by Bill Murray, so that is a plus. But we do get to see him in a more angry and somber setting as he pursues Makarov and after Soap dies. This makes sense, and I actually love the dialogue between him and Macmillan where he tells him that Soap is dead and that he's going after Makarov. You can feel the pain between the two of them, with one watching the other lose a close comrade. The finale of the game after killing Makarov is suitable for Price's storyline, but I don't like how he was shifted into the main character slot by the end of the game. I would have preferred the ending if Yuri and Soap had swapped places when Makarov blew up their sniper perch. Yuri could have divulged all of his backstory before dying, which a lot of people will do on their deathbed, and Soap could have been the character we play as when we go after Makarov. This could have led to Price actually being killed or mortally wounded in the final fight with Makarov, with Soap finishing him off. It could have been a cyclical reference to the first game's ending, but now we have Price sacrificing himself and Soap gets to end this once and for all. Would it have changed the dynamic of the final fight? Yes, but I think giving Soap the killing blow at the end of each game is a nice resolution and consistency, especially if you let Price go out with a bang during the fight while bringing the focus back to Soap and Price's brother-in-arms attitude. Imagine this. Makarov is killed, but Price is wounded, and we both know he won't survive. You could have a little dialogue between them, as we look down on Price from Soap's perspective. Have Soap doing what he can to help, but Price calms him down, saying it's too late for him. Then you could have a reference to their first chat in the trilogy, with Price mentioning he never got used to calling Soap John McTavish. Soap could repeat the line Price said at their first meeting, saying, "What the hell kind of name is Soap, eh?" Then they clasp hands in a bro shake and split the SAS motto from way back when. Price says, "Who dares?" and Soap finishes it with, "Wins." Price fades away as Soap watches him go. Then we get Nikolai asking over comms if we got Makarov. Soap will say we did, all thanks to Price. We'll have an understanding between the two men about Price's death before Nikolai asks what we do next. Soap's response could be, "Let's get back to work." Imagine how much more satisfying that could be for Price and Soap as characters and as a final goodbye to them after 3 games over 4 years. To me, this is just scratching the surface, and while Price had his moment at the end of the game with killing Makarov and having a cigar to relax with, I would have preferred a more involved ending like what I just made up. Getting back to Price as a character though, he still is the same grizzled lamb chop that we know and love, but with a bit more emotion this time around. I do miss his speeches from Modern Warfare 2 though, and I think an ending like the one I suggested could have allowed one last speech for the old man. After that tirade, let's get into Yuri. As far as new characters go, Yuri is a mixed bag. He's alright from a characterization standpoint, and he makes logical decisions given his knowledge of Makarov and his way of operating, but he also seems to give information, or avoid giving it, whenever the plot needs him to, either for progression of the story or shock value. You can see this as plain as day during Blood Brothers, as we're still reeling from Soap's death when we get this backstory that's supposed to explain and tie everything together for Yuri, Makarov, and events from the past 2 games. Why didn't he tell them this earlier? That could have been helpful to know that Makarov was tied to the previous events that set this whole trilogy in motion. Yuri's a character created to tie things together, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it comes at the cost of turning him into a bit of a plot device, or someone who gives an exposition dump when we need something explained. It undermines the characterization he needs whenever he becomes explanation man during the story, especially given what we see of him being very limited to anything outside of the main story or his involvement with Makarov. There's no real characterization outside of those 2 things, and while he's not terrible, he's also not that memorable as a character on his own. It's what he's tied to that makes you remember him, if you even do. Not a great character, but not an abomination either. Now we'll move on to Sandman, as he's a character I wanted to discuss for a very particular reason. He's not a bad character per se, just kind of a generic heroic soldier dude that happens to know Price. There's not much to him to criticize or praise besides the voice actor doing a good job with his lines, so props to William Fichtner, or however you say it. In any case, solid performance. Not a standout like Price, but serviceable. Now let's come to the main reason I wanted to discuss Sandman as a character. The campaign, especially the final few missions, hint to an Operation Kingfish where Sandman, Price, Soap, and Ghost appear in a photo together. I brought up a lot of problems with this photo as it doesn't seem to work with the timeline established in the previous games, as well as outright ignoring the fact that Soap gave Price the Zakhaev killing pistol back in Modern Warfare 2 when he saw him. This heavily implies that this was the first time he'd seen Price since the finale of the first game. Keep in mind, Modern Warfare 1 takes place in 1996 briefly, and 2011, with Modern Warfare 2 taking place in 2016. The time span in between isn't mentioned regarding when Price was imprisoned, but this grouping doesn't mesh with what came before, with some like myself calling it an outright mistake of the timeline. In my more cynical take on it, it was a simple way to shove Sandman into the Cool Kids Club, with fan favorites from the previous games. Seriously, there is no indicator in the main games that Price has seen Soap since the end of the Modern Warfare 1 campaign up to the Gulag in Modern Warfare 2 in 2016. Soap gives Price his pistol back, again, heavily implying that he hasn't had the opportunity to give it back since 2011. This means that the events in Operation Kingfish don't line up with the characterization of Soap's ownership of the gun and his choice to give it back. This means Sandman shouldn't be in this picture, Ghost shouldn't be in it, or it should just be Price and Sandman. The picture tries to mix together all three games' casts of good guys, but it fails because of the timeline issues and the characterization I just mentioned. Again, this feels like a retroactive move to try to tie everyone together and make everything work between the characters, but it doesn't. This is something we'll go over a little more once we're through with all the characters we'll be discussing. Now we'll discuss Makarov, as he's the only major character left of note. He maintains that gold delivery from the previous games, but his goals are still confusing given his description as a mad dog killer for the highest bidder from Modern Warfare 2. Perhaps I'm reading into this too much, and that was metaphorical rather than literal, but then again, don't add stuff like that if there's a chance a player can get confused by it. He's consistent with his portrayal in the previous game, but that one line gets to me as it's flat out wrong. He's clearly motivated by nationalistic imperialism, where he wants to expand Russia's influence. That's clear in both Modern Warfare 2 and 3, but it's fuzzy on how much power he actually holds. He manages to control a select group of ultra-nationalists that we've seen throughout the games, but I'm not sure how much of the actual Russian military he has control over. It seems like all of it after abducting the Russian president, but then we have to ask how he can control them with the president as a hostage who isn't cooperating with him. If he's not cooperating, then he's not giving orders on Makarov's behalf. You could chalk this up to Russian officials maintaining the war effort once their president went missing, but he was on the way to a peace conference, so that seems counterintuitive. His control of things is messy, so it's not clear how much power he actually holds. We just know it's a lot, and we can't question it. Otherwise, we ask all the questions I just mentioned, and more. He's a little deeper as a character this time around, because he gets more presence and screen time, but his character is pretty much the same the whole time, and he doesn't have an arc of any sort. He's just a bad guy that likes watching people get killed for his cause, especially if it hurts his enemies. A psychopath for sure, but not an interesting one. Even adding Yuri's betrayal after years of working together doesn't seem to add much to his dynamic with anyone else, or how he presents himself, so he's very one-dimensional, even after 2 games and a major betrayal. The other minor characters are passable, but I do have to give props to Macmillan's voice actor Tony Curran for conveying a lot of emotion for the loss of fellow soldiers and the interactions with Price. He did a great job as Macmillan, and so I had to mention it. The other characters are serviceable, and it was nice to see Craig Fairbrass voice a character who didn't die for once. With all the characters out of the way, let's talk about retroactive importance. That's the phrase I've coined regarding what this game's story and characters ultimately suffer from the most, as well as poor writing for characters we love, and characters that get more glory than others for no real reason. As stated previously, a lot of this game's story and characters involve some retroactive event or relationship to add gravitas to different situations, whether that be Price working with Sandman in the past, or Makarov and Yuri's friendship and betrayal. The reason I bring these things up is because the game is taking things from the previous installments and switching things around, but they aren't building anything substantial from that. If anything, they undermine what came before. Take Makarov setting off the nuke in Modern Warfare 1. What does it change about the game's story when you know that Makarov did it instead of Al-Assad? Firstly, it undermines Al-Assad as a villain, making it seem like he hardly had any control over what happened in his country since a foreign group was in control of the nuke that he should have been overseeing the use of. Secondly, it effectively turns the pursuit of Al-Assad into an almost useless trip since he wasn't actually behind it to begin with. Thirdly, it takes the power dynamic away from Zakhaev when giving the bomb to Al-Assad, if Makarov is the one who ultimately uses it. You have to ask what the point was if Al-Assad didn't decide when it went off, let alone who got to actually trigger it. Makarov setting it off retroactively ties Makarov to the destruction of the 30,000 US Marines, not Al-Assad, making Al-Assad next to useless in the original game, again, retroactively. Going outside of that scenario, you get Yuri being at the airport during the massacre and surviving, but not telling anyone that Makarov was behind it. This would have been invaluable to have an ex-Spetsnaz member tell officials that Makarov was behind it and wanted to set up America to start a war. Again, retroactively making the situation worse since Yuri looks like an idiot who could have prevented World War III, but didn't, simply because the writers of Modern Warfare 3 couldn't think of a better way to involve Yuri in Makarov's operations. Then we flip over to Price and Sandman knowing each other. This relationship is rarely shown on screen, giving us little snippets of dialogue where they reference working with each other, but that is all put in place to set up Metal Team's ending when they die defending the chopper at the end of Down the Rabbit Hole. This retroactive addition to Price's story is solely built for them to be killed off at the end, to further push Price into wanting to kill Makarov, something he's already working tirelessly to do. It's unnecessary overkill and fluff, and an inclusion of characters that mention past events only for them to be killed for another character to get even more angry with the bad guy. This is on top of Operation Kingfish conflicting with the timeline. Since I've said it so often, I'll just say that if Soap wanted to give Price his pistol back, he would have done it during Kingfish when first seeing him, not during the Gulag. That contradiction makes my head hurt because of how simple this timeline issue is to fix. Just have Sandman and Price work together during a period before Price was put in the Gulag, without interacting with Soap and Ghost from the events of Modern Warfare 2. It's that easy to fix. It's not hard. Again, this retroactive changing and adding of characters and events tied to them undermines several things that came before, and that really shows how valuable the original team for the first two games was, especially in the writing. It's no stretch to say that the director Jason West and the others at Infinity Ward that worked on the other games had a strong impact on the quality of the storytelling, and you can notice the drop in quality as a result of the previous team leaving Infinity Ward. This is not something you can ignore. While they weren't the greatest of storytellers, they at least had their timeline right and were building off the past rather than rewriting it with new stuff to fit the latest narrative they wanted. In short, the characters of Modern Warfare 3 are a noticeable step down from the previous entries, even if I do enjoy some of their performances or characters overall. The retroactive changes are what really kills the narrative. The new team tried tying everything together for fans, but they clearly didn't put the time in to see what happened previously. Those little details matter in the grand scheme of things, especially when you're going to give Yuri more screen time and presence than Soap in the final installment, something I still can't stand after first playing this back in 2011, especially considering how Soap goes out and Price becomes the main character by the end. It's just messy, and the developers really needed someone to play through the old games to make sure there were no inconsistencies or contradictions that makes the previous games weaker regarding all the recontextualizing this game does. Every twist or reveal needs to be well thought out without undermining what came before, but that's exactly what happened here. Now let's dive into the mechanics, beginning with the gunplay. Just like the previous installments, the gunplay is serviceable and functions the way it should, but you've got a load of attachments and proficiencies to work with to help iron out the kinks on your weapons of choice. This game has the best overall gunplay of the series, mainly due to it having the largest variety of specializations for guns, because you have multiple attachments, proficiencies, and perks to help you with your shooting skills. This means there's a lot to consider when you use any gun, although certain setups are usually pretty straightforward. If you have an SMG with a rapid-fire attachment, then you'll probably want the kick proficiency to adjust for the increased fire rate and recoil that comes with it. Likewise, you may pick the range proficiency over anything else on a shotgun, because their one weakness is range, and this helps to compensate. You might have a rifle that's already accurate, but you want 2 attachments, so you'll pick the attachments proficiency instead of kick. Or you may want more bullet penetration, or something else. All these things add up when creating your setup, so there's a lot you can use to your advantage, but the enemy will do the same. After that, it's up to your skill with the weapons you have and the knowledge of their strengths and weaknesses to achieve victory. Now we'll move on to the overall setups you have at your disposal. This game is the most balanced in regard to the perks and weapons you can use. Some can see this as less entertaining as the previous game because the crazy knifing, explosive overload, and ridiculous combinations are toned down to be more even-handed, but that's balance. You can make a crazy imbalanced game, but if multiplayer is involved, especially PvP, you've got to keep it in check. But getting to the customization you have, your weapons have a layered approach of attachments, proficiencies, and skins to add that you'll get each rank as you get kills with them. This progression system is an improvement over the previous headshot system for skins, because it's less dumb luck and more consistent playtime and success with the weapon. Makes it less annoying to have to try for a skin with each weapon where you have to get 250 headshot kills per gun. That is a grind even I can't stand. Then you have your combinations of primaries and secondaries, with the secondaries being tweaked to allow for a second primary if you really want that Modern Warfare 2 feel back, where you can run and gun with a rifle before blasting away an enemy with a shotgun as well. But given that, you have to sacrifice a perk for that, so it's not as ridiculous of a setup as it once was in the previous game. Then you've got your perks that help you deal with the situations at hand. I really enjoy the perk selection of this game, as they all serve a decent purpose and don't fall into a useless or problematic setup like with the previous game. The balancing stretched across everything, and even though some setups remain popular and are a bit too easy, it's nothing compared to one-man army noob tubers and what came before. The guns also offer a wide variety of options, some focusing more on accuracy, some power, and some falling in the middle with a few variations with kick, fire rate, and clip size. All in all, the guns give you a good selection for various playstyles you can try, in campaign, multiplayer, or Spec-Ops, keeping the game fresh, along with the customization options for the kill streaks and multiplayer. Now let's talk about the kill streaks and other unique equipment you use. This game offers the highest number of kill streaks, easily doubling what you could do before, as well as introducing specialist perk streaks that let you lone wolf it to the max. We do get to see some cool kill streaks during the campaign as well, with Nikolai's strafe run being one of my personal favorites that I would have liked to have seen in the multiplayer or some other mode outside the campaign. Then we get the equipment we use. Like the previous game, you have your fair share of explosives, but you get more secondary items this time around, expanding it away from the same 3 tactical grenade types from the previous installments. This is a great expansion, and allows for more versatile setups to counter all the different challenges that you'll face in the various sections of the game, but some equipment is simply better than others. The portable radar is the most useful item in the category in my opinion, but it is reserved for high levels, so I guess you could say it's a nice reward. If we all had that to start out, we'd all camp with it from the beginning. This also doesn't take away from some of the more unique equipment we see in the campaign and the Spec-Ops, like the snowmobile reappearing, miniguns, and the occasional air support. These things help break up the monotony on the ground, and add an extra layer of unique tools of war at your disposal. This is something I would have loved to have seen more of in the survival mode. That is the only mode where the kill streaks and equipment feel rather limited compared to what you can see and use elsewhere. I'm sure they could have balanced things to where we didn't get completely overpowered kill streaks against the AI, but we could still get more than a Predator missile, airstrike, and a team dropping into hell. I'd love an attack helicopter or a Pavlo at my fingertips. You could even make them expensive, and I'd consider it balanced. But that's a bias on my part for wanting them. Overall, the kill streaks and equipment we see in the game offer a larger swath of options for what you can use throughout the various modes of the game, which I really do have to give props for, as it's hard to one-up a game that one-upped its predecessor regarding kill streaks. Think about that. Modern Warfare 2 took the 3 kill streaks from the original up to 15, and Modern Warfare 3 took that up to 27, not including specialist setups. That's a large expansion over a very short time, so good job to those who brainstormed the new kill streaks as the series went on. The only problem with Modern Warfare 3 is that air traffic can get a bit crowded with all those streaks flying around. Now let's get into the art of the game, beginning with the animations and textures. This game looked good for 2011, but it's not the greatest looking game of that year by any means. That being said, the game did slightly improve the graphical quality from the previous game, although the jump is much less noticeable than what happened when moving from Modern Warfare 1 to 2, but that's expected, as COD 4 was released in the early days of the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 era, while Modern Warfare 3 released near its end. This means the technology was well researched and developers had learned what they could do to improve the overall performance of the games they made by that point. The animations are as good as the previous releases, with unique animations placed all over the place, which I appreciate the effort. Every mission has some unique animation there, so see how many abnormal animations you can find by the end of the campaign. There are several that come to mind, but my favorite is probably the kill on Makarov, as we fall through a glass ceiling and we get to see him hanging there twitching until he's gone for good. All in all, the textures and animations fit the roles they have to play in the game, but the color gradient this time around is very gloomy and filled with faded colors. We don't have to have rainbows and bright colors everywhere, but there are times where you'll want a little more color when going through the game. Now let's talk cutscenes. The cutscenes in Modern Warfare 3 look better than what we had previously, with a lot more color and 3D effects going on to add to the images we see. This also plays into the storytelling, as we get to see some visuals that hammer home certain plot points. I have 2 personal favorites. The first is the cutscene after the chemical attacks being shown, as we slowly go down the roster of dead soldiers they'll be adding to the clock tower. My other favorite is seeing Soap's bloody dog tags after he's been killed. Simple, but effective. Those two cutscenes really play on the moment with their visuals, and even if I don't like the story beats, I can't deny how well they played out each scene. Now let's go over the NPC and player designs. This game features a large assortment of different NPC designs, ranging from scuba diving marines to a little girl about to get blown up. Granted, the family is in one scene, but that variety is still there. We'll see several bodies in Hunter-Killer of people who probably were headed to work when the area was flooded, given away by their business suits and the like. We also have each faction in identifiable gear for the most part. The Somali militia is street clothes, the gray uniforms of the Russian troops in New York, the American Delta Force uniforms, with Sandman's stylish glasses, Price with his hat, Soap with his mohawk, and so on. There are several noteworthy designs in this game that keep things fresh when going to a new mission, area, or when dealing with a new group of enemies or allies. This is especially noticeable when we look at the designs for some of the more unique characters, such as Elena, Volk, and the aforementioned chemical victims. These little details differentiate the non-soldier characters and helps create the distinction between them, as well as highlight them when you've got to breach a room. As Sandman said, nobody likes a dead hostage. Overall, the designs of the NPCs are on par with what we've seen before, but there are a few more noteworthy character designs this time around because of the situations we find ourselves in. Now let's discuss the game as a whole. While this wasn't as massive of a step forward as the previous game was from the original, Modern Warfare 3 did expand things further, especially in the multiplayer and Spec-Ops sections. The campaign is arguably the weakest point because of the way they handled various aspects of the story and characters involved, but the other sections make up for that, with some great strides in variety of missions in the Spec-Ops, the new survival mode being a cool alternative to zombies, and the multiplayer getting a balancing overhaul, while still introducing a lot of new tech and gear to use. Overall, not the best finale to a trilogy, but still a fun game nonetheless. I'd recommend people play it, but I would also like to get their opinions on the campaign and story therein. Likewise, leave a comment letting me know your thoughts and opinions of the story and the way they handled things. That also extends to the multiplayer and Spec-Ops sections. I'd love to hear your thoughts on these modes in this game as well. I find the multiplayer and Spec-Ops of this game to be an improvement over what came before, even though it's never quite perfect. Given that, there is a debate over whether things should be more chaotic fun or restrained balance, but that discussion I'll leave up to you. With that said, we've gone through each game, and now you can develop your own opinions on which is your favorite. But my dive into that comes next. Now it's time for comparisons, to see which Modern Warfare was better regarding the various aspects of their design. We'll discuss each aspect of the game that we went over in each of the analysis sections, going through the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art as we compare them all. We'll also cover the changes that happened over the course of the three games that are worth noting. Then we'll give a final conclusion for the trilogy overall before we reach the credits of this video and we can all get back to our lives. Sound good? Let's begin the atmosphere section by comparing the levels of each game. While they all have varied locations and decent level design, I'd have to say that Modern Warfare 2 beats out the other two games, as it has some unique levels and level encounters compared to the others. Granted, the multiplayer maps of all three games are fairly aligned in quality, but the campaign of Modern Warfare 2 had several levels that were truly unique, and not just street and random insert city here. Oil rigs, crowded favelas, mountaintop airstrips, desert rivers, and so on. Modern Warfare 2 had a lot going for it on the level front, so I'd say it beats out the other games when it comes to the level variety. The levels themselves are all fairly evenly matched, but the aesthetic in Modern Warfare 2 levels were top-notch. I'd say that Modern Warfare 3 falls close behind, as it also offers a wide variety of levels, but they are constrained given the World War III aesthetic, and most of the campaign being based in major cities like New York City, Hamburg, Prague, and Paris. They have their own set pieces, but at the end of the day, it's still city streets until you hit a specific monument or unique area within it. You get your share of other levels that are unique, like the Siberian Mine and the Oasis Hotel, but it's not enough to beat out Modern Warfare 2 in my opinion. I'd have to put the original Modern Warfare last in terms of the best levels of the trilogy, but that is not a slight by any means. The original had its fair share of variety, even if some missions are just extensions of another level, but given the stage of the franchise, the budget, and the story they wanted to tell, I understand why they made them the way they were. All in all, each game has its share of variety, but Modern Warfare 2 reaches the top. Now let's discuss the sound design and music of the games. All of the game's sound design is on par with what we expect. Guns sound like guns, the voice acting is decent on average and even great at times, and the little effects are nice inclusions like your ears ringing after a tank fires near you. All three games do well in this regard, as well as the voice acting. The voice actors do very well given the characters they portray and the lines they read off. Again, I've got to give it to Modern Warfare 2 for having some great voice acting, as well as great monologues and speeches. That opening monologue by Shepard, and the speeches by Price near the end, are fantastic at setting the tone for the moment. Plus, it never hurts to have Lance Henriksen speaking. That guy has such an identifiable and commanding voice. And Bill Murray and Craig Fairbrass do a fantastic job as Price and Gaz/Ghost/other dudes, respectively. Their performances never felt phoned in, especially Fairbrass. Plus, you can't go wrong with Keith David. I'd say the other two games are tied in terms of the voice actor performance, as I was never really put off by anybody's performance, but also I wasn't really that captivated in one over the other. So Modern Warfare 3 and 1 are tied on the voice actor front for me. Now let's talk music. The soundtracks to each game all have their fair share of memorable themes, whether that be the main menu music or the songs that play during or after multiplayer matches. The campaigns also have a great set of pieces that coincide with the moment, such as Showdown when you kill Zakhaev, Siege playing as you fight through a war-torn Washington DC, and Arabian Endgame grooving while you march up to the Oasis Hotel to kill Makarov once and for all. They all set the tone very well, and I'm sure many themes are burned into people's brains from replaying certain missions or from the music playing during multiplayer. Now, where do they stand by comparison? As mentioned before, Modern Warfare 3 is my favorite, and I'd have to give it the top spot. Partially for the size of the soundtrack because, as she says, size matters. Also because of the orchestration of the pieces. Several tracks offer longer compositions that shift and change as they go, making each track unique and more grand in scale and scope. I'd have to follow up with the Modern Warfare 2 music as it is varied and emotive, but it's much smaller in terms of songs themselves and the overall length, so you don't have much to listen to. That being said, they are all varied where you'll hear influences from certain cultures during pieces played during their sections of the campaign or multiplayer. I'd have to put the original Modern Warfare soundtrack below the others, but only by a hair. While a good soundtrack that helps identify each location, enemy faction, and scenario, the soundtrack has several tracks that are very short, with many of them lasting less than 2 minutes. While length only matters to ladies, it doesn't really matter in music as long as it's done well. Given that, I would have liked to have seen some tracks be a little extended past 3 minutes, as none of the pieces breach that. It makes for a quick listen, but I'm a music lover, and I'm biased toward longer, more intricate stuff. All in all, still a great soundtrack, if a bit bloated by the track number. Overall, the soundtracks of all the games are a worthy listen, so feel free to buy or listen to them wherever you can. Sadly, I couldn't find the Modern Warfare 1 soundtrack for sale anywhere, so you'll have to use YouTube or some other site to find them. The others are available, so give them a listen to remember the good old days, or to enjoy them again if you've got the bot mods. Now let's go over the stories of each game. This will be short and sweet because I think they progressively got worse over time. The first game's story was isolated and didn't have any major issues or contradictions that could cause problems for the narrative. It was a simple story with a few different arcs to consider, and none of those were blown out of proportion or featured a cheap shock. All in all, a solid story, although not the greatest, that delivered a convincing set of characters and factions to see butt heads throughout the game. The second game upped the ante, but they also created an issue with the main twist of Shepard's betrayal, as stated previously. Because this twist has so many problems, and because it comes out of nowhere, that single decision brings down the campaign story by a large margin when we A. lose characters we've been growing attached to, and B. see them die for no concrete reason at all. Massive mistake in my opinion, plus the following game didn't use Price and Soap being fugitives in any meaningful way. They still had contacts in the British and American military, so what difference did it really make in the grand scheme of things? Then we head into the third game, where we see several characters go out in ways that weren't well done, with some taking the forefront over others that really should have held the top spots. You've got the recontextualization of past events that undermine previous villains and characters, along with outright ignoring details from the previous games that have significant impacts on characterization and the overall timeline. I've made those opinions and observations quite clear, so I don't think I need to say much more. Overall, while the set pieces and the plot points have grown in scale and scope, the mistakes along the way make me return to the grounded and rather simple story of the first game, as it's an isolated game that you can dive in and enjoy, with a conclusive ending that works. The sequel made everything bigger, but not necessarily better, as it tried to create a conflict much greater and more complicated than the writers could handle. Then the finale stumbled its way toward the ending without really looking at where this all started, and how we got to the final installment, while ignoring significant things that happened before and removing or ignoring the importance of major characters. It also doesn't help that the ending leaves you with one main character of the trilogy dead and the other smoking a cigar. A cool idea, but unearned in my book. It's as simple as this. The first game's story is grounded and to the point. The second is bombastic and adventurous, but with issues. And the third is a convoluted mess trying to bring back anything and everything while trying to tie everything together in a way that doesn't work. I'd say that Modern Warfare 2 is the most entertaining story to go through, but in terms of the writing, arc, and payoff at the end, the original is the best in my view. Now let's dive into the characters. The first game did a great job at setting up the main team of Price, Gaz, and Soap, while building up the Marines for good measure. They were simple, but effective, and we got to see some great character moments throughout the game. The sequel was ambitious, turning the tide against the main characters of Price and Soap, before we get some of the coolest missions with the two of them going after Shepard. The speeches by Price during the last two missions shows exactly what kind of man he is and his philosophy on several things, fleshing him out while we chase Shepard down. Soap gets his character moment when he saves Price by finishing Shepard off with a knife to the eye, before our heroes fly off into an uncertain world after losing everything but each other. The third game takes Price and Soap, sidelines Soap until he dies, then we have Price getting the final kill on Makarov after a lengthy chase, after Price loses several friends along the way. As mentioned before, I think Price should have died to protect Soap, and Soap gets the final kill. It could be a revenge plot, a callback, and a consistency with each game all at the same time, but that didn't happen. If I must pick which game did characterization the best, I'd have a hard time choosing between the first and second game. I love the characterization of Price and Soap in the sequel, but Shepard's betrayal and motivation was handled poorly, which is something I can't say for the previous game and the characters there. Soap didn't have much presence in the original, but Price and Gaz surely did, as well as Zakhaev being a convincing villain who wants the invaders from the west to leave and take their ideas with them. If I had to pick, I'd probably go with the original as the best for characterization, as the highs aren't as high as Modern Warfare 2, but the lows aren't as low as the sequel either. The original simply doesn't have any major problems that the sequels have, so that works for it in different ways when it comes to the characters. Given that, Modern Warfare 2 did a great job setting up Price and Soap, confirming that they are the main characters of the trilogy. The third game, as mentioned before, is a large step back from what we had previously, as the new characters have very simple purposes only to help advance the plot, or serve as revenge fodder to get Price into killing mode, which could be said about some characters in the previous game as well. The characters from previous games get mixed bags in the finale. Price had a cool final level for himself, but Soap's death was so unceremonious, and he goes out without anything of a fight. That's a mistake for the man we've been keeping up with for 4 years up to his death. Like I said, Price should have died, and Soap should have ended it all, or have them team up for the finale one last time, where Price dies to let Soap kill Makarov. It could have been a much better payoff than what we got, which is my main point with this. All in all, the characterization follows a similar arc as the story, where things get more complicated with some things getting better, while others get worse over the course of the 3 stories. That being said, there are cool character moments in Modern Warfare 2 and 3, 2 especially, but the original is solid as a rock when it comes to defining each character without making anything stupid or conflicting happen. Now let's dive into the mechanics, beginning with the gunplay. As expected, the series improves the gunplay as it goes on, adding more unique attachments and later proficiencies to flesh out the guns to fit various playstyles and setups. This is something that is universal on the mechanical side, as most things improve as the series goes on. As such, the original game seems rather simplistic and boring compared to all the options available in the sequels, for different attachments and the like, to make weapons more useful for you. Granted, many attachments do the same basic thing, like with the red dot versus the holographic sight, but the options are still there for a different lens to use. This is pretty simple to break down as each game goes. Modern Warfare's gunplay was simple and to the point, with a few basic changes you could make. Modern Warfare 2 expanded the gunplay massively with more optional attachments. Then Modern Warfare 3 expanded those along with introducing proficiencies to aid in further deepening the personalization of your guns to fit your style. That's great, and that's something I really do have to give to Modern Warfare 3. It knew how to push the mechanical options forward. When it comes to the customization options, it follows the same path as the gunplay, with each sequel adding more and more to the mix, while refining various setups. The original had a very simple setup for customization, with the blue perk slot being almost replaceable based on what it actually gave you to use. Modern Warfare 2 kicked it up a notch with all the new attachments, as well as all the crazy perks with their pro versions, leading to some of the most chaotic moments in the trilogy. Plus, a lot of the blue perk equipment from the previous game was moved to your lethal slot, so the blue perks could have meaning besides being ammo or explosive related. Modern Warfare 3 took this a step further, with proficiencies adding to the customization of weapons, while balancing out a lot of the crazier elements of the perks from the previous game. Some people say that Modern Warfare 3 was less exciting and fun because of this, but it was done for balancing, so I see it as an improvement. While Modern Warfare 2 was more entertaining because of the crazy stuff, it meant that getting squashed by other players became more frustrating as well. Modern Warfare 3 fixed that with the rebalancing of the perks and the exclusion of things that were too overpowered from before, like class-switching noob tubing, commando knifing, and extra explosive damage. Removing that, along with removing stopping power as a perk, allowed more variability that didn't impact the fairness of combat. This was a shift, but a welcome one after all the annoying setups people faced in the previous game. All in all, the customization only increased as the series went on, adding new layers each time. For that, you got to respect the work they did to create new and interesting dynamics as the series grew. Now we'll tackle how the kill streaks changed over the course of the series. Like before, they expanded as each game came out, with each entry radically increasing the options and variability with each new release. Modern Warfare 1 was simple. You got your UAV, then your airstrike, then your chopper. That was it. They were powerful, but that was it. Then Modern Warfare 2 gives you Harriers, chopper gunners, and tactical nukes, among others. It went nuts when people got a hold of those kill streaks, as the battle now became a race to see who could get their overpowered kill streak first. Then we move on to Modern Warfare 3, which expanded the kill streaks in number, but also in setup. Modern Warfare 3 made a great decision in allowing each class to have its own kill streak setup, so you could switch tactics mid-game if you need some support for your team, or need to bring the rain down on the enemy. The Specialist section also allowed for a sort of inner kill streak, where your character would become stronger instead of you getting a huge chopper or a UAV to use, making skill-based lone wolf types that much happier. These changes over time really made every game more tactical as the series went on, and that gave Modern Warfare 3 a massive boost in ideas to allow for the nearly 30 kill streaks you can use. Overall, this series was a good example of how to expand on already existing systems, while also experimenting and fleshing things out as each entry comes out. It's not the greatest example, but a solid one at that. Now we'll tackle the art, beginning with the animation and texture improvements as the series went on. It's no stretch to say that Modern Warfare 1 looks inferior to the sequels, but which sequel had better graphics? Modern Warfare 3 certainly has much more going on with everything we see during the campaign, Spec-Ops, and what is possible in multiplayer, so the animations there win this round. Modern Warfare 2, on the other hand, has a much more colorful palette, as it's not as faded as a lot of textures in the third game, so I'd give Modern Warfare 2 the win for better overall textures, as they look good, but are also prettier to look at. All in all, these games saw a large improvement as they went along, but the jump is most notable from the first game to the second, with the third game holding up the graphics, even if they are a bit faded. The cutscenes of each game got better as they went, so it's no surprise to say that Modern Warfare 3 has the best overall cutscenes, partially because of what it shows, but also because of the familiarity with the technology the games ran on by that point. That's followed by Modern Warfare 2 having slick cutscenes that were a graphical improvement over the original, along with more characterization during them. The original's cutscenes haven't aged as well as the sequels, but they look decent for the time, so I can't call them bad by today's standards. That would be unfair. More unfair than Claymore camping. Now let's get into the NPC and player designs. As you saw from the hours of footage of each game I showed you, the designs of the NPCs and players improved as they went along, with great and simple comparisons being easily found if you look at the first and final fights in each game. Modern Warfare's design for the Marines, SAS, Middle Eastern troops, and Russians was relatively the same per faction, barring different headgear, but they still worked fine for what they were working with. The blurry ending where we shoot Zakhaev doesn't look too good, but the details are there in each character we see get cut down. Modern Warfare 2 improved upon this, as you can see a graphical upgrade in the designs from a visual perspective, along with new equipment being added that helps the detail of each NPC to look more realistic. The Ranger uniform has a host of details found in the helmets, tunics, pants, and belts that we see, especially with the improved engine for the graphics. This extends to the other NPCs as well, but that final fight with Shepard sees a large amount of detail in how the three men fight before we're all covered in bruises and blood. Modern Warfare 3 improved the NPC design slightly by incorporating more varied designs, such as more extensive civilian garb, as well as the various unique factions we see, such as the French soldiers, the British soldiers, the guards on the plane, and Makarov with his evil little scarf. These details hold true for most NPCs in the game, including you, but there is a problem with people blending into the environment because everything is so faded, so Modern Warfare 3 may not be the best from a color perspective, but the NPCs do look good for the time. With the comparisons out of the way, let's talk about the changes made over time. It's no stretch to say that the sequels continually tried to outdo the previous game in the campaigns, Spec-Ops, and especially the multiplayer modes. The jump from the first game's multiplayer to the second game's was massive, owing a lot to the increase in kill streaks and attachments, as well as the pro perk mechanics and the craziness that followed. This also stretches to the campaign, as the original game involved fighting in the Middle East and at military bases with the occasional village or house to breach. Modern Warfare 2 kicked this up when we have an entire subplot about preventing the destruction of the US by Russian forces. This drastically increased the chaos of what we were dealing with, as we have war-torn monuments of America around us as we defend the American capital and streets as best we can, all the while losing a lot of soldiers in the process. Then you have Shepard's betrayal kicking players in the gut as we watch two characters we've been running with get shot and burned as everything flips on its head. No matter how badly it was written and orchestrated, that moment sent a shockwave through the community, and that hype is still around today whenever you bring it up. Not to mention the ending with the wounded soap and an unknown future of where this goes next. You also have the Spec-Ops mode edition, allowing for short, fun missions with a friend completing various objectives. While not as entertaining as the Zombies mode was, it was still a worthwhile effort to add something new for co-op. Modern Warfare 3 was expansive in the way it changed up the kill streaks and the way they are selected, while also fleshing out the guns more with proficiencies, not to mention the balancing changes to the perks and setups allowed. You also have the campaign going into full World War III mode, as we witness the war continuing in the US and it being brought to the European theater. Then we get to see Paris, Hamburg, and Prague leveled during the siege as chemical attacks spread across the continent. All this is happening while Makarov holds the Russian president hostage as he tries to get the nuclear launch codes. This game is taking everything up a notch for the highest stakes possible, even though it doesn't succeed every time. Then you've got the revamped Spec-Ops mode with its own leveling system, along with the addition of survival. Personally, I prefer survival to zombies, at least at the time, but only because there's more customization and strategy involved. The Trilogy had drastic growth as it went along, changing and adding things all over the place to keep up with the other games in the market, as well as keeping up with its own ambitions. It's quite an experience to play through the Trilogy and then come back to Crew Expendable, just to see how far the games have come. Now let's end this sucker with a conclusion of the Trilogy as a whole. While there are a fair number of misfires and mistakes made during the games, they still offer a lot of fun. They aren't the greatest trilogy ever made, but were a definitive journey and a launching pad for a large swath of players growing up and into gaming from 2007 to 2011. This trilogy introduced a lot of people to what it means to game hard, especially on the competitive and trash-talking side. For that, we'll always have the memories and the rage quits to look back upon. Overall, the trilogy offered a fun selection of campaigns, multiplayer, and Spec-Ops modes for friends to enjoy. Sadly, this fun was quickly snuffed out by Call of Duty's constant barrage of games. But with the bot mods out there and functioning multiplayer, you can relive those memories again with friends and a little know-how with a computer. If I can do it, so can you. The videos I used to figure out how to enable the bot mods are in the description, and I would encourage you to check them out as they are a lot of fun alone and with friends, especially if you want to go down a nostalgia hole. But with that, let's end this commentary so we can get back to our lives. Finally, I'd just like to thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys later. Remember, who dares wins.